Double kill.
What's it gonna take for you to ever let it go? You got a dark side hiding like a ghost. But if you let me see it through, I promise I'll keep you close. Underneath the surface fire below. Shallow breathing, scared to be known. I wanna care for you, know that you're lonely. I won't be scared of you if you can show me.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
So show me how to better things. Light 'em up in big flames. Baby, let me look right behind the smoke. I got hidden walls too. Maybe we could build a home. Underneath the surface far below. Shallow breathing, scared to be known. I wanna care for you, know that you're lonely. I won't be scared of you if you can show me.
Enemy has the ball.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You
Double kill.
always have
Killing
your
spree.
reasons, and I spell you rotten.
Triple kill.
Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you,
Double kill.
but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Double kill. He took the hill. Double kill. About to score. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Enemy about to score. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white, would they do sunrise? 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. But none of this seems right. What am I holding on to?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final EHL Winter Open of the year. My name is Vanadam and I'm joined by, which side is he on? This side, Seal.
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be back on the caster's desk. Didn't have a stream last week, so glad to be here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a... We missed out last week, didn't we? With it being the end of the year, everyone starts getting busy. But not this week. We've got 11 teams ready to go. Our first series is going to be TXM versus Bomb NS. And we're going to start off with Strongholds on Livefire. Then Slayer on Origin. King of the Hill on Recharge. And then if we go the full distance, we've got Oddball Lattice and we've got Slayer Solitude. Pretty solid first round, if I'm honest there. That's a nice little lineup to get us eased into the day.
Yeah, that's like an HQ level series right there. Those are the maps that you choose to play. I like all of those. Maybe the Lattice a little controversial, but the rest of them are definitely maps I'm quite excited to see. Livefire Stronghold obviously has been in the game since the dawn of time. Sort of, you could say maybe a solved game type. Everyone kind of knows how to play it, but with the changes to camo and the fact that camo is on this map, it has evolved quite significantly since the game came out. It's always interesting to think about how different the game is since back in 2021.
That sounds so weird to say that. I fully agree. I think it is pretty much a solid game type at this point, and what you're looking for is kind of the unforced errors. It's where teams make slight miscalculations that give you a huge opening to then run away with the game. Strongholds is very much that type of game, right? There's so much... Once you get those points racking up, if you can't get yourself out of the blender as the other team is scoring, that's where things start to get really difficult. We're going to find out how that goes right now. It's round 1 of the EHL Finals this year. We're going to hop in with Kang.
Yeah, that player on Nest there with some nice grenade angles. Those are prepared grenades, I would say. But it looks like Legend 6 might just have sneaked away with that sniper. He's still hanging around. If they have managed to get that, that should be an advantage to them to pick up this camouflage. But with Kang still holding down the tower, managing to find a pick whilst one shot, the fight seems to have swung in favour of Bomb.
I like the early commit that they've put into getting B here. Usually you see teams kind of feel it out, get the position they need, and then go for the camo. But in this case, Bomb went straight for it, and it's paid dividends here because they might not have the camo, but it looks like they're closing in on what could be a triple cap. Or not. I'm going to eat my words here, Seal. It looks like they've completely flipped it. I thought there was a huge commit over from the blue team into A, and it's just falling to pieces.
Yeah, I kind of want to highlight the play we just saw from Legend 6. That might have been a triple kill from him. He manages to win the 1v1 in the A point whilst it's being captured, then takes down a second player and a third with the help of Ayrton. Absolutely amazing play from him to essentially secure his team the triple cap there, deny it to the other team, gets his team in the scoring position. The camo's finally run out, but TXM now looking to be in the driving seat of this game thanks to that play from Legend 6.
Yeah, I think I've just recalled. I think Ayrton. I think that used to be Senna AW. I think I'll have to check that. Just changed his tag in the last couple of weeks or months. But absolutely what you're saying there, the way this game started, you would have thought that perhaps Bomb NS had a nice little hold there. They had the tower, they had everything, somehow didn't get camo, completely got wiped out in A. And the end, this has ended up a lot more even than what you perhaps would have anticipated there from the start of that, as Izzy chases around there and just gets that nice little kill to stagger the spawns a little bit onto Bomb NS. This is going to give them the time they need to be able to get 2 points on the board if he can rotate around here. They should be able to get that as the blue respawns come through.
Yeah, Izzy Pop here is going to be wrapping over towards C to help his team. Possibly didn't really need to do that, but he's going to be fairly happy with this nest position. It does look like that big door side is where they're expecting the push to come from. But the camo is up, and it looks like Bomb has managed to rotate over there almost for free, but TXM does push back through, manages to find 3 kills, and this last player in C doesn't manage to get the repulse. Izzy Pop's going to take him down for the killing spree. Camo in the hands of Ayrton yet again.
A for effort, F- for execution there. The repulsive play coming in. He was the last player alive for Bomb NS, not getting what he wants from it. Sometimes that's just how it be. Ayrton here is going to have the camo and the sniper, all the toys in the back pocket right now, and they're taking C as well here. So some nice space while the blue team does respawn. This is a great angle if he can hold out. They're going to try and push through B potentially here. Got to keep that halo timing. Almost looked away as he came out. Misses the first shot, got 7 left. The next push here from Bomb's going to be really critical because this is where the game could really run away with itself. That's the first headshot we've got here with the sniper rifle. Ayrton doing what he can to hold down. Camo ran out now. Another challenge comes through from Kai though. This is a big win for Kai if he can get it, and he manages to get it with Kang coming up from the back. So a nice little switch around there. Maybe a little bit of a gap, but it looks like we're having a flip of the map.
Yeah, absolutely crucial win there from Kyle. They don't actually manage to deny that sniper rifle to the other team. Othiga here going to be running away with it, trying to stay alive. Does manage to do so. The power item control from TXM has been fantastic so far this game. Using the snipe to get the camo at the beginning and then using the camo to get the snipe later on. 4 go down for Bomb NS. Oh, he still has 2 shots left in this sniper rifle and he's going to be looking for the spawners.
I like the formation here. Funneled around so that they couldn't spawn in A. They knew they were going to spawn in C. It's going to give them all the time that they need to build this lead. 80 points almost now in this lead. That is a considerable distance to have to recover. It is possible in strongholds, but that's a long time that you're going to have to hold. And if you want to come back from that, that's going to force you to play a bit more scrappily. But the flank is coming through here towards pillars. Theo reckons he's got the back of some of the blue players here, and his team comes round, and all the support comes in from the other angle. Ben's doing what he can to help Ice Cream. The stray grenade catches him, and it looks like for a second there was only 2 players out of 8 on the map as some of these strongholds start to flip around. So Bomb NS trying to get their edge in where they can here, but they're struggling to consistently hold down 2 strongholds as the team fire from TXM comes through and just kind of tears them apart. This hold is going to be critical for the tone for the rest of the match.
Yeah, Izzy Pop did well there to pick up that kill. Oh, and he gets the remote det as well, playing that fight perfectly once again. Another camo in the hands of TXM. As you're saying, this is a crucial hold for Bomb here. They're so far behind, and they've just given up the camo. They lost the first pick on the map as well. Ice Scrim's not long for this world either. It's another killing spree for Izzy Pop. He's 12 and 5. He's going to find another one here top mid. 3 dead now on the side of Bomb. He knows where the spawners are, but he's not going to overextend for them.
It was just blow after blow there, where you thought this is perhaps the comeback mid-game, 5.5 minutes in, and it just seems that TXM, they have the better team fight here. Look at Ayrton around the corner there. Kang thinks he can get in. He's just going to get shot in the back of the head. The positioning and the collective team fire, as we said earlier from TXM here, definitely showing to be quite scary for the likes of Bomb NS. As another duel comes through, Benz also finds himself being sent back, and the triple catch comes in. If you're looking for nails in a coffin, Seal, this is where it starts to get a little scary. You're struggling to hold not only 2, but not any. You're struggling to hold any stronghold whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the Slays department on TXM. Everyone's positive. The only player who isn't, like, significantly positive is Arthur Yeah, and he's got 8 assists, so he's obviously putting out crazy amounts of damage. He also picks up a no-scope there. Bomb here. It's just in a complete blender right now. They can't seem to get out of it. They finally managed to get themselves a cap on the board, but with what we've seen so far, I don't have much faith that they'll hold it.
No, I think
that is a triple kill for Benz.
Managed to get that off there. Theo being last man alive here, this might be a momentary comeback. Bomb have to have the faith here. They are sending everything they have, and Theo's just saying, nope, get out of my face. A lot of blue diamonds at the bottom of the screen there for the first time this game, but the red part of them is going through. This contest will be really important for them. Theo has to die here, and he gets away with it. How is that not a trade? Oh my god, that's insane. That spike grenade was point blank, Seal.
I have absolutely no idea how that was not a trade. You'd have thought Theo would have been able to get the shot on him, and if he didn't, you'd have thought the spike would have taken him down as well, but it doesn't manage to do so. Izzy Pop here in a bit of a precarious spot, but the team fire from the player on Nestbridge is going to result in that fight being won. It looks like TXM are looking to assert control over towards this sandbag side of the map. They have lost C. The rotate is coming in from the side of Bomb over the other direction. That leaves this player, Kang, all by himself. Izzy Pop is going to capture it, but as the last player on the map, he's going to be vulnerable, taken down, and Bomb finally looks like they have a chance to get back into this game. Benz doesn't want them spawning over towards tower. They're going to be going for this AC setup, it looks like.
You have to play proactively to maintain this spot here. The positioning from Bomb right now doesn't look like they're taking too much space on the map, which means that Benz and Ice Cream and Kang are all going to go down. All 4 go down. The positioning there, very precautionary, not really towards the side of aggression that you'd want when you have the lead on the map there, and it absolutely falls down like a house of cards. TXM taking 2 zones yet again. Still 80 points deficit roughly here as we close in on the last 38 points of this game. And it looks like TXM know that they want to finish this and take it to game 2. Bomb and S-Seal doing everything they absolutely can to try to switch this around, but they just can't. That's 3 for 1 there. If that ain't the story of this first match, I don't know what is.
Yeah, we did see a bit of a run there from Bomb, but now TXM have reasserted themselves. They've been playing so well when they're in the driver's seat, and Bomb just hasn't really been able to get themselves in control in the long term. Ice Cream is going to win that fight with the help from the player top mid. Legend 6 loses the 1v1. 3 dead now for TXM. Ayrton has to stay alive. I believe Snipe also went into the hands of Bomb. If Ayrton can find a kill here in a 3v1, it is going to be absolutely massive for the side of TXM. Once again, Bomb looks like they have this opportunity, and a player on TXM just steps up and puts a stop to it. There is no way Ayrton should be allowed to get a kill in that situation.
Absolutely not. And we've seen frequent kind of stories within this match where it's played out. You think that Bomb have got the drop, and then this extra player from TXM comes through and flanks and just wipes the board with whatever activities that Bomb and S are trying to put through there. So finishing off with a 105-point win there in Strongholds. Very convincing from TXM. Great from them. from a slaying department, that you've got to think about some things for the next game there. That was a brilliant showing from them. A nice little introduction to the day. Bomb NS definitely needing to use this time wisely to think about what went wrong there.
Yeah, I think it's just these little things tripping them up. When TXM were in the driver's seat, they were so on it. They were getting such good value. Whenever they had power items, they were using that to make sure they gained something. And it felt like Bomb was never getting those power items. And when they were in control of the points, they just didn't feel like they had a unity of purpose. You know, they had AC at one point, and one of the players rushes over to Squad C to stop them from spawning there, which is generally the right decision. But the problem is he just separates himself from the rest of his team. They lose the 3v4 when TXM pushes A, and, you know, then they lose the entire setup. There were good moments there from Bomb, but TXM were in the driver's seat basically the whole time.
I think the way that this next match needs to play out is that Bomb NS really need to think about that +1 scenario that they kept getting put into here, and that is really what allows, you know, the damage to pile up. If that consistently keeps happening, your teammates are dropping, you've got one less gun in the fight. That extra man that comes in from kind of forward planning, better map positioning in general, that was just disgusting. I always love a remote detonation. Not being on the receiving end, but I enjoy watching or doing them. It was just that +1 scenario, so Bomb NS here maybe need to play a little close together, but perhaps play a bit more 3+1, because I feel like TXM were very much playing 3+1 that game, if you understand what I'm trying to say there. They kept moving around as a unit, but they always had that one man that was kind of flexible.
Yeah, definitely. I think power items here, just as much as live fire, are going to be crucial. They cannot afford to let these sniper rifles all go in favor of TXM again. I think Bomb might have had one of them last game, and I don't think they managed to get a kill with it. TXM consistently had it, they consistently used it, and they consistently got value from it. Bomb cannot afford to let that happen on this map. It can be so snowbally. Yeah. It's going to be difficult for them to make anything happen here if they can't get at least some of the power items.
And speaking of which, it looks like Bomb are making an absolute beeline for that rocket launcher. Off screen, I think Kang or Ice Cream Kai, one of the players was trying to... He did get it! Legend managed to get it, but he's dropped it bottom mid. That's going to be pivotal for the start of the game here. Starting off 4-1. Definitely better than it was last game, but we've got to remember, on live fire, we did start off with a good bomb hold, and it didn't convert long term, so they're going to have to be careful here and not fumble the bag with this early amount of items that they have. 2 players now left alive. This positioning is good. Not overcommitting to anything, but he's getting sandwiched here. You can see the 2 players coming around from the other side. The best he can hope for here is a trade. Get some support through. 2 for 1, 2 for 2. So, going evens there. But yeah, again, you know, the resources that they had there, maybe they could have played it a little bit more conservatively, go back to the respawns and stop that sandwich from happening, that pincer movement.
Yeah, you have got to just ask there, what the hell happened? They had sniper and rockets. They had the entire enemy team trapped in their base. And they don't even trade evenly. They trade negatively. And now the game's tied. Like, that was exactly the start you wanted to see from Bomb, and unfortunately they just couldn't capitalize on it at all. And now the game's tied. What should have been, you know, at least a solid lead for Bomb, at least map control, they just don't seem to have managed to gain that much from. So now it's 1v1 on the map. Bomb with a 1-kill lead. Izzy Pop doesn't really see any reason to take this fight. Spawn's going to be coming in, and we're back to basically an even game.
Pretty sure there's a bit of friendly fire in that scuffle down in bottom maze right there. Not sure if the melee killed the fellow Bomb NS teammate there when we were Kang's POV. The idea was there, playing a little bit close together, but again, look at all these pincer movements that they keep getting on them. Bomb NS really, I think TXM are almost reading the regression here and then using it against them to wrap around because they've got enough time. You can see there that the blue Spartans are holding now, waiting for respawn. Something in the strategy is changing here, but yeah, again, look at this 3+1. Theo's around the other side, while the rest of his team are holding sniper and their crossfire comes in, so this is textbook of what I was talking about earlier on. You can't let TXM have space like this. If Theo's on his own, you need to run him down. You need to absolutely just gun him back to the respawn screen because he's alone. And it's that kind of map awareness that's really going to give Bomb.NS that capability to come back here. This is good. Theo's got a bit more than he can chew here. The 2 men come through. Brilliant. Didn't trade for anyone. So, moments of promise coming through. That's 3. Can Bomb.NS take the lead here? Only 2 points between these 2 teams right now. Make that 1.
Yeah, I always find that this map is very much a map of routes. There's so many different ways that you can get from point A to point B on this map, and if you manage to take one that the other team isn't expecting, you can get behind them very easily. And that is something that we did see Theo there doing such a good job of. But it has only resulted in a tied game. Bomb managing to get their hands on those rockets, I believe, did manage to pick up a few kills with them. And now, still tied, we're going to have to see whether or not they can actually turn this stalemate into an advantageous situation.
Let's hold from Kang here. Got a nice crossfire though, but he has announced his position from that fire and he misses the last shot. Theo does get traded out though, so both players losing their lives at the top of rockets there. Sniper in hand, Kai has the opportunity here to get a good angle. Can he get both of the kills here? Putting a bit of pressure on. Hopefully his team can come through on that, but the respawn on elbow at the other side has not calculated that from the positions coming through. He's going to be asking for help right now as Theo goes for his revenge shot on the top of rockets there. But the flank from Kai here, maybe he slipped through without being noticed. And it looks like Bomb.NS are almost trying to incorporate the same tactics here, but they're waiting for it and they know he's got stuck on the geometry. That's not going to feel good. They're out and looking for him. Kai trying to do what he can to be sneaky, but TXM know that he's behind them.
Yeah, and once again though, it feels like Bomb had a pretty good sequence there. And the game's still tied. Like, it feels like they seem to put so much effort in, so much work. They have the sniper rifle in their hands, managed to get a kill and a one-shot with it. But it's just... it seems to just work out even Stevens in the end. As I am saying that though, Bomb has just picked up 4 unanswered kills in the kill feed. Make that 5. They finally got the wind at their backs. They're going to take down Theo here. Surely they can't let him trade with anyone. They don't let him trade with anyone. That is a 6-kill lead now in favour of Bomb. However, there is a player already waiting for those rockets for the side of TXM.
Yeah, this is where you have to absolutely put the pedal through the floor. You've got to capitalise on that map advantage that you have in Origin. It is one of those maps that, as I say often, can become a bit of a blender if you get rotated through the caves and the elbows here. You can keep that pressure on. This is where the 5-kill lead can transfer into something much more dangerous. It looks like TXM have managed to get themselves out of that scenario, taking a bit of space up on top of the sniper area here. Legend going for the flank behind Kang, who you can probably hear shooting his gun right now. And he is indeed. He's got the rocket launcher there. Manages to get him. I think there's one more in the tube. No, there isn't. That's all the rockets out there. But it's only 4 kills now. That buffer is getting smaller and smaller. And it's all about momentum and pressure when you're playing on Origin. You cannot. If you let the game slow down and go neutral again, that's where you're giving up the lead that you have. Trade comes through. Sniper in 3 seconds.
Yeah, 3-kill lead here is not comfortable, but it is useful. You're in a position now as Bomb where TXM is the one who really has to make something happen here. TXM really needs this sniper rifle. They can afford to trade a few kills, and they are going to be in the lead as far as this particular passage of play goes. Spawners come in, it's still 3v4. They are going to manage to secure that sniper rifle on the side of TXM. Ice Cream here hiding, and the problem is we've already seen what TXM can do with this sniper rifle. If Bomb can't manage to shut it down, then this lead could disappear, and it already has, and it's gone into a lead for TXM at the 45 mark, or thereabouts.
Ice Cream doing what he can to stay alive there, but there was just so many eyes on that part of the map, he was unable to get away. Benz avenges him though, gets 1. If he can regen here, make that 2. It's neck and neck here. This is such a tense game between them, much closer than the Strongholds would have made you anticipate. They should use this momentum to capitalise on the end of the map here. They've got the spawns coming in. They're trying to get the flank, but they can't. Bomber just pushing through. The stray grenade takes out 1. And all of a sudden, we've gone from evens to 5-point lead. It's 2 kills for Bomb.NS to take the second match in the series. And if they do that, that means we're guaranteed to get Lattice Oddball, which is going to be one hell of a ride, objectively, because of what we've seen so far in these last 2 game types.
Yeah, Ice Cream here with the sniper rifle, picks up one. They only need one more kill to tie up this series. Ice Cream, though, trapped in this cave, might not be able to do it, does get taken down. 49-47 here. If Benz can pick up these rockets, though, it might just be the game. But he's down to one shot, he gets taken down! Oh, they won it, okay.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know what happened at the end there. I wasn't... Jesus Christ. I thought it was over. I was like, oh, they've choked it. I can't believe it.
Oh.
They managed to win it out in the end.
I think we got a bit more stressed than the players there.
Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes. I didn't know what was happening. I thought after he died with those rockets, it was hail over.
Yeah, the two players from TXM getting sent towards Elbow there from the back base respawn, that was intelligent. They knew that those rockets were going to be it. Look, the scoreline there is so even from every player. That is definitely a game you're going to have to go back and VOD review at what point. Especially for TXM there, like they were so strong all the way through the first two games, and then that 6-point deficit happened. They need to go and look at why that happened, especially because of how strong they've been against Bomb NS so far this series. Was it a mistake, or did Bomb NS make the play? That's going to be what you have to look at.
Yeah, it looks like it was Kai managing to take down Ayrton there. It was, as you say, a very good play from them to take down those rockets, because essentially those rockets were do or die for TXM. It was worth the risk of both getting rocketed there, because what's your alternative? But, you know, somewhere in the background there, they managed to sneak through, and they take down one of the TXM players for the 49-50 win.
That's not comfortable.
Took a few years off my life, that one, I think.
If you're Bomb, that's not comfortable. You're going into two objective game types now where you only just won the Slayer and the first objective didn't go too well. We did see them play quite well on Lattice Oddball the other week. So I remember Benz and Ice Cream having particularly good games on Lattice 2 weeks ago. Got to cast that with yourself. But King of the Hill on Recharge, slightly different beast, much quicker than perhaps the game we've just had there. Slayer Origin is fast, but Recharge with the proximity of the spawns to the hill, it's going to end up being a bit of a blender, I think. And what better blender to start with than the Battery Hill? See which teams go for the power-ups here. It's game 3 of our first winners round of the day, best of 5. Who's going to take us to 1 point to making themselves up to winners round 2 before we go to Lattice Ball? Let's find out.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yeah, it's a very good start here for Bomb NS. Early hill time, probably going to get that shock rifle as well. Not sure what happened to the camo, but they've not deployed camo on hill, which to me suggests they might not have it. Bomb NS also finding themselves with the numbers advantage here. TXM's going to have to turn this around pretty quick if they want to get their hands on this hill. Legend 6 not even managing to get a single point of damage on this hill guy. He's shooting so well. He's back down 2 players. Stuck in this corner whilst one shot. Not really where you want to be, but Legend 6 isn't even looking at him. He gets taken down across the map.
Ooh.
Bomb the Kang puts out so much damage that life. Managing to hold the hill. A phenomenal life from him. Izzy Pop, though, winning that fight. Will be 4 dead now for Bomb NS. They only have to tickle this hill in order to win it, but they're going to have to break a setup from TXM.
I liked the full commit with the setup there. Like, they knew all 4 of them were going to go down. They all need to be together there. Got a good setup here going into this second push. As you said, they only need to tickle this hill. So Izzy Pop is trying to get behind them here, but he's been spotted. That's going to kind of break the setup wide open. But 2 players from Bomb NS have gone down, but they're on it. And that means that someone from TXM is going to have to hard commit to be able to get some points on. And it looks like they sent Ayrton in. Or Ayrton in, rather. I need to get that right. This is their last push here. This is going to be a bit of an undesirable mental scenario. They get it, and he just comes in, just bops him in the back of the head, and just takes it. How cheeky is that?
A heartbreaker either way that went, to be completely honest. I really thought that Bomb weren't going to manage it, but they've proven themselves over the last couple minutes to be quite a clutch team there, closing out a very close Slayer and a very close hill, but it is going to be TXM in the driver's seat for this one. Ice Cream, though, already managing to get away down long haul, has been spotted by that player, but Izzy Pop, maybe not quite ready for him, is one shot, gets taken down. Camo player trapped in that corner, probably going to get dropped by these grenades, will get taken down as well. It's good hill time for TXM, but this player back C is not long for this world.
This has been a good showing from Bomb&S so far this game. Definitely changing the tone of perhaps what we've seen so far. Slayers in their department very slightly here. And, I mean, credit to them. They've had a bit of a struggle for the last 2 games, if we're being completely honest. And while the first hill was really close, statistically speaking, they're keeping up and they're slightly ahead here. So, something in the mental game's changed, or maybe they're more comfortable on this map here. That was very close to being a perfect shot. That was nice. Ben's doing it. He just lands the second one with the BM. It's already started, Seal. They know what's happening. The series is going around. Maybe TXM thought they had it in the bag based on the first game. And the zeal and the morale from Bomb&S is still there. And Benz reckons he can get this hill hold to be switched around. It's all happening. And we're in a similar scenario again.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit concerned after how the last one went, but it is going in favor of TXM this time. 3 did go down for Bomb&S. That might have been an opportunity for an early rotation there, but they weren't going to take the risk. TXM, though, now really needs to force their way into this A position as fast as they can. Ayrton there, probably lucky to get away with his life there, but unlucky to walk into that plasma grenade. Going to find himself in a 1v1 with Kai. Doesn't know where to look. Can he win the fight? He does!
Oh my
Managing
God.
to get the perfect reversal. Oh no. That's one Xbox record, that. You can't be losing those. But it is going to be TXM, therefore, threatening to go back-to-back in these hills. This hill is so difficult to break. Probably the hardest one on the map. But they have managed to back out the hill player.
I think you can feel the fire starting to light up and get a bit intense under these players. We had a bit of BM. We've had Ayrton come back with that ridiculous reversal perfect. Engine's starting to get quite hot now. This is where it really comes down to the wire. Both teams know what's at stake here in this game. And that definitely means that the middle hill for this game means all the more. And as you were saying, this one's hard to break. They're trying to push over to Trippy, but Ice Cream just gets deleted. Teams coming in maybe slightly too late, and that means that they're going to drop down. They could have pushed in slightly earlier there. Ayrton doing everything he can to survive, and that's all 4 players down for Bomb&S, and you know what that means. That's another point for TXM. It's 2-1.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from TXM there. Something I really liked, I didn't quite catch who it was, but the TXM player in the hill throws a grenade that looks like it completely misses, but it didn't. He was anticipating the second player who it hit perfectly. It was a really smart move from him there, basically making sure he puts out as much damage as possible for the teammates. And it paid off there. They are going to have a 2-1 lead. Not going to be able to take down that player, and Sneaky, though, should get cleaned up by a teammate. I thought he wasn't going to for a second. And this push here from TXM, pushing straight through. Ice Cream all by himself, going to get ganged up on by all of these other players. But the cross-map shots are going to cause them some problems, as I'm pretty sure Izzy Pop just killed his teammate.
A few instances of friendly fire this game already. And last. But when it's getting intense, what you're going to do? Sometimes, you know, the passion comes through. Maybe throw an extra nade or 2. Or if you're that player there, you end up in the drink. One of the 2. But this... Go on, mate.
Sorry. No, I was just saying, it's been a brawl so far, this hill. Not a huge amount of time scrapped up by either team, though it does look like finally Bomb has emerged on top of the war and will be managing to get some hill time.
No, this has been so scrappy. Both teams, as we said, know what's at stake. C-Plat Hill, quite interesting. You got the tower spawns that can come through, but you also got the attic ones, and 2 players coming through long haul there. Just absolutely steamroll the likes of Bomb&S, and the crossfire also falls apart here. Respawn should come in close by. Ice Cream doing what he can to live up there to get his team some space, but it looks like a full hold from TXM on our 4th hill of the game as they just creep up on the amount of control that Bomb&S have had here. This is where they need to try to find some time. Look, again, off screen, they were trying to do the 3+1. That player on Trippy coming through, and that's just disgusting, Theo. Please don't do that on
Double
stream. That's offensive.
Killing spree.
But the formation from TXM coming through against Theo, I keep saying it, 3+1, 3+1. They just keep getting the drop on Bomb NS by having that last man engage slightly later, and they keep letting it happen, and it's happening again. Even though Theo's the last man at this point, he's able to just run through them. There's no way that he's allowed to get 3 there. No way.
Yeah, he doesn't quite manage to deny the camo. Yeah, he doesn't quite manage to deny the camo, but that was, as you say, a lot closer than it should have been. But fortunately, for the side of Bomb, Kang has the camo. That will be a triple kill for him, not the over, but it'll secure them the hill. A brilliant play from him there. Those players had no idea what they were walking into. And as good as Theo played that last hill, it is going to be Bomb NS tying up the series. This camo is so powerful for this Bomb mid-hill. Basically lets you stand in it with impunity. It's such a dangerous spot to be at any other time. Kang, he's going to pick up himself a kill as well. Gets taken down, but 3 dead for the side of TXM. All Ayrton here can hope for is to win the 1v1, but he isn't going to manage to do it on this occasion. It's a really good position here for Bomb NS, and TXM is going to have to make something happen soon if they want to stop this hill.
Enemy about to score.
It can't get any closer. Honestly, the 2 players and teams and what we've seen so far, this is an absolute nail-biter of a series here. Each team just look, they get so close to holding it, and then 4 players momentarily go down and it switches hands yet again. How many times has this happened this game already? Is this the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen this? And the setup from TXM, the respawns are going to come through exactly the way they want them here. They're going to have fresh Spartans on the ground. They should be able to get the crossfire, though they have spawned in Attic, which means they can't challenge it. So Bomb NS now, 1 more hill for them. I can't believe it's still. I have no idea who's going to win this game.
Yeah, it does look like TXM have gotten probably the spawns that you want for this hill, although maybe they would have hoped for the C spawns to contest that previous one. I think they just let Bomb go up too far too early. It's very easy to scrap a couple seconds on that bottom mid hill. But Ayrton, a very nice grenade there, is going to put 3 in the respawn screen for Bomb NS. They're going to be getting their early hill time, going to be pressuring these tower players. Lots of damage there. Theo probably going to be looking to clean up Kai, hiding around the bomb elevator. As Ayrton predicts the player in long haul. Can he win the 1v1? He misses the shots though. Ice Cream takes him down, and that's a disaster for TXM, but they are still only 1 down. It's 3v2 for the side of TXM. So even though Ayrton loses the 1v1, they're still going to win the hill. And Theo here going to be looking to take down this player, get some help from a teammate, not enough. Izzy Pop manages to find the kill eventually. Ice Cream here, trapped in this corner, but it is going to be Kai with the camo. This camo in the hands of Bomb NS put the final nail in the coffin of the previous C hill. It might just do the same this time.
It doesn't get much closer than this. What a treat this series has been so far. We're only in winners round 1, man. And it's this close between these 2 teams. This is what we came for. It's down to the wire here. It's going to set the tone.
Perfect.
Love a like cheeky little head back. Can't even find my words. Headshot to the back of the head there. Theo doing what he's done all series. Man is 24 and 17 right now, doing everything he can to keep his team at least even, potentially taking the game. And with the shock rifle in hand and the final hill of the game ticking up here, well, this man has the potential to secure this game for his team if he can land more shots like that. 26 and 17 after this absolute massacre of a game.
This guy's apparently been awake for 28 hours.
Killing spree.
I don't know why, but apparently he has, and he's playing this well. Like, I shudder at the thought of what Theo would be doing to this lobby if he'd actually slept, because this is ridiculous. He is putting on an absolute clinic. That being said, it has been Bomb managing to gain control of the hill, but Ayrton, once again, another 5 shot from him. It might be the nail in the coffin for this game. 2 dead for Bomb NS. I don't think there's anyone going to be in a position to get in this hill, and it is going to be TXM claiming the 2-1 lead in the series after an absolute nail-biter.
Whew. I think I definitely would say that Theo was the X factor there that gave TXM the win. That man was so present on the map. I would be very interested to see his damage, but we saw a lot of pivotal moments come through for him. Flanks, key headshots with the shock rifle there. He was there all the time, getting in exactly what his team needed. But look at Izzy Pop, 19 assists, nearly double wing mandate.
He's incredible from basically everyone on that team. You know, I mentioned it at the time as well, but Ayrton with that perfect reversal on the Whirlpool Hill probably, I wouldn't say won them the hill because there was still a lot of ways to go, but it got them into it. And
look at his damage.
Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't. God, the damage. That's insane.
Theo, my man.
He has. There's no one. Is there anyone even within 1,000 of him?
No. No, the closest.
There isn't.
It's Izzy Pop's the closest, and then I think after that it was Kang, who's 6,200. So that is a 1,000 extra damage on every other player in the lobby. I'm going to stick by what I said. Theo there, giving TXM what they needed for the win, putting them 2-1 up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, a lot of people will say, like, you know, obviously M&K, you can kind of put out more damage because you can turn so fast. But as an M&K player myself, let me tell you, that damage doesn't come free.
Nope.
You don't get that without being cracked, and he is just having an incredible series. Ayrton with this. That's a heartbreaker from Kai. Like, what a, you know, you're in such a good situation, and then Ayrton manages to find the win. Oh, apparently Ayrton's pronounced Ayrton. Sorry. I've been pronouncing that wrong this whole time. It's the first time I've ever tried to pronounce it. I've seen the name before, but I just sort of made it up as I went along.
I think the worst part is I probably got his old tag right, and I've actually spoken to the guy multiple times. I'm saying his name wrong. I'm so sorry.
Hey, I can feel a bit better. I don't think I've met him, so you know. I'm sorry, Ayrton.
A few years ago, I think. Oh, this isn't right. A few years ago, I think I bumped into him in ranked and did some bits and bobs with him, did some coaching stuff. It's the same person. So everyone changed their gamer tag so often. It's like Sling. It's like everyone's like, I'm gonna have my initials, and now I'm not, and then I'm gonna have this, and I'm gonna have that.
Yeah. Well, I've been Seal since. I've been Seal since before Halo Infinite came out, and I've never changed it. So. At least you know who I am. It's
a good name. I do enjoy a good seal. I am a fan of sea dogs, I guess.
Yeah, they're cute little creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Funny little fellas. Yeah, I think so far this series has been incredible. Just that Slayer to start with, and then. We had two insanely close hills in that recharge. I only went 4-3. I can't honestly imagine this not going to a game 5 at this point. You know, not trying to jinx it or anything, but it just feels destined right now.
There's just, if going into this, man, like if you're Bomb and S, you're challenging the performance that you had a couple of weeks ago. This is, you know, we've got 11 teams here. There is a bit of a wall in winners round 2, I will admit. Some of the teams that we have waiting there have some very, very good names on them. Just looking at the bottom though, waiting for the rest of those series. Oh, they've gone through. So, a couple of resolutions here, some 3-0s. Bomb finding some of their other teams here into the lower bracket early on. Rock Eagle Gaming coming out 3-0 against B-Boy, and then Phantom Halo beating Hotline 3-0 as well. And then even in the second round, Lahezi taking Find a Game down to the bottom as well. So all of it happening here right at the moment. We're hopping in still with TXM Bomb and S. Winner of this game going to go against Among Us ? So I'll have to see.
Sounds pretty sus.
This is where we need the soundboard.
It is a very good team though, that Among Us roster.
Yes.
Going to be, as you say, it is a bit of a brick wall in winners round 2, at least to start with.
Oh, yes,
a lot of incredible players. I'm glad these two teams met up in winners round 1 actually, because this is an absolute banger. But otherwise, I think if we had all the pro teams playing all the not pro teams, then round 1 and 2 could have been a little bit of a blowout. But it is looking like a pretty good start here for TXM as they get 3 dead. 4th goes down as well. That should be Snipe in their hands. as they're going to be feeling pretty good about the start of this map.
I'm interested to see where the game plan's going to come through here for TXM. Holding round there. Trying to get some space on the top side, but it looks like Bomb and S have already read that. And a lot of the Red Spartans are starting to go down. This holding sneaky here is going to be really important for them to stop the immediate push that's coming through. And he just gets absolutely just blasted by 3 guys there as the Bomb NS push just relentlessly takes all of TXM down. And we've switched around. Kang now with the S7. Ball ready to be picked up. Points on the board for Bomb NS. They didn't start off this game particularly healthily compared to the others, but maybe this is the break in the pattern. Maybe letting TXM take the very small early lead, maybe that's going to flip things around a little bit so Bomb take this game. Who knows? But it's going to be a long one, so strap in, because I reckon this is going the full distance.
Yeah, you saw Thea there ducking underneath a sniper bullet. Manages to dodge another 2 as he will take down Kang. And that ball is down in the ice area. They haven't managed to rotate it away or anything. That's going to be another broken setup in a game that has so far been full of them. Legend 6 with this sniper rifle. Going to be looking to find a pick on the side of Bomb. But with Ayrton going down first, might be another broken setup on their hands. Can Legend 6 win the 1v1? No, he can't. That's going to be that 1 bullet worth of sniper down. Theo gets taken down as well. 3 dead for TXM, and this game is delivering so far on the very close front because it's just back and forth constantly.
Didn't really expect any different here. Like the multi-level kind of combat going on there. TXM placing themselves in multiple positions there to prevent any full crossfire coming over onto a single player. That was good for them. Ice Cream bites off a bit more than he can chew as the rest of his team tried to push out but get denied. And it's trades all across the board there. 2 for 1. Make that 2 for 2. Ayrton goes down off screen as well. That's 4 players down for TXM. Bomb and S need to be decisive on where they're going to set up here. You could tell the player with the ball, Benz, was trying to figure out what to do. And I think moving to ice is the right play here. He needs to be close enough to help, but far enough away that he can't just be picked off across the map. So I like this. This is good. Building up a lead, coming up on 30 points. End of round 1 coming soon, question mark? We'll have to find out. If Kang shoots more like that though, maybe so.
Yeah, Ben's looking to rotate this ball across ice, cut off by Izzy Pop, taken down. A really good setup there from Bomb NS, taking them from I think about 30 points to about 70. But the script has flipped. Izzy Pop now going to be putting points on the board in this vent position. Legend 6, it doesn't seem like TXM knows there's a player top tower, but they do now, as he takes down 2 players. That might have been a little cheeky, not quite Quigley, as he makes 1 player 1 shot and kills the other. Kai there, basically single-handedly breaking that setup. The ball gets rotated out. Legend 6, can he win the 1v1? He gets more than 1 shot and has to back down. Kai here, putting out so much damage.
Double kill.
Absolutely demolishing the players on that team, breaking that setup. But Ayrton is going to be able to force that ball out of the hands of Bomb, but not for very long. Ice Cream looking to rotate away with it. Absolute no health on his screen whatsoever. As 2 players on Bomb NS go down. Looks like Izzy Pop's going to be pushing in here, trying to clear out this side, but I think Ben still has the sniper rifle, which is going to make their lives difficult.
It's just trade after trade. You're trying to find a gap in the setup here, and running from the back of blue all the way to the bottom of ice here is going to take you a bit of time. Kind of onto the fact that some push from Cargo may come through based on the respawns. They see them in Ben 10 or Green Room, whatever you want to call it, the other side of the map there. And the unified push isn't coming through here still. This is neck and neck. Both, you know, Bomb and S are trying to push through with less than half a roster there, or exactly half rather. That was 2 players, bit of disjointed. I think they're trying to chip away at the setup that they have here, but it's not converted, and if they're going to do anything, they have to do it now. They must do it now. And Ayrton being positioned there is going to stop any type of side push coming through, but the stray grenade! The stray grenade, and then the shot takes the ball down. This is it. If they can take them down, they've just taken the round from right under TXM's noses.
1v1 here.
Double.
And Legend 6 wins it, but he gets taken down as well.
Oh my.
The rotate coming through, but he also goes down. This game is on the edge of a knife. as Theo is forced to back down as well as he runs out of ammo. The ball's still down bottom tower. It looks like he's going to play for the objective, but he gets taken down. Ball now in the hands of Legend 6. There's a player near him. Can he get there in time?
Oh my.
No. And it is going to be TXM taking that first round. It doesn't seem like these teams are capable of doing anything without raising my heart rate.
I can't. This match is so damn close that the stress that we're being put through here. I mean, the players, you have to have a strong mental to come back. How many games this series have been lost by less than 3 points? How many rounds? How many hills? This is so close, and every single decision that you make at every part of the round here, I cannot emphasize. This is the type of game where the micro decisions that convert to the macro outcomes on the map are so critical because these teams are so well matched.
Yeah, it's a very good start for Bomb on this occasion, managing to put 15 seconds on the board.
Oh.
But with 3 of them going down, that is looking like the end of that setup. And you gotta think, TXM managed to put 30 seconds on the board last time from a similar situation. If Bomb can't really get that much value from their setups, then they are going to struggle to equalise this map and to equalise this series. But it's not over yet. Legend 6 with that sniper rifle. He does manage to take down Ice Cream in a very awkward situation. He's only got 1 bullet left, so he doesn't have to stress too much about losing this sniper. Now he just wants to stay alive. We're still in a bit of a brawl, but Bomb&S has come out the worst in the numbers game, as it's a very good setup for TXM. They've got 30 seconds on the board now, doubling the score of Bomb&S. As Legend 6 just ducking and diving in and out, getting damaged, staying alive, finally gets taken down but manages to trade. As this even fight continues yet again, Theo's forced to back out. Gets loads of nade damage on those 2 players though. Can he trade out? Yes, he can! He doesn't even trade, he's still alive! Can he take down the second player? He's out of ammo, he gets the assist! What a play from Theo! He stays alive! He gets the kill and the assist. The ball is still in control of TXM, and Bomb is not in a position to claim it.
I can't. Just the sequences here. I mean, to coin a phrase, pure cinema, right? Like, the things that are going on, the movement that we saw earlier.
Killing spree.
Having a bit of the Theo show as well. This man is doing everything he can. 16 and 10 right now. Izzy Pop again with the 14 assists. And even on the likes of Bomb, you know, all the players on that team trying to stay even and do what they can. And if they're not, they're holding the ball. The 3-on-1 has kind of gone out the window here for TXM. Bomb are really meaning business. They're having a few disjointed pushes here. We're seeing a lot of kind of smaller scuffles going on between the ball and 2 players. Look here again, Ice Cream unable to support Benz, but he does manage to get it. Trade comes through. 1-for-1 overall on the map right now as the cargo push comes through. Ice Cream gets picked off at the far side. So it feels close from a Slayer point of view, but the way that's being played here, TXM, while not playing the 3-1,
Perfect.
that was a good exchange right there. It's not the way that the fights are going. It's not. Bomb&S are having to split resources in a way that TXM aren't. They're almost forcing them to make errors here, and that's why we're in this position, Seal. That's why they have a 75-point lead closing on now, or 65, sorry. Maths.
Yeah, it's like Theo there can afford to play away from his team because they have such a large lead. The other team has to push in here. They can't afford to leave it. They've only got 5 seconds left to break it. And Ayrton is the last player alive, but who's going to kill him? He only needs 1 more second. He doesn't quite manage to get it, but he gets like 5 seconds on the board there whilst completely surrounded. It feels like TXM can do no wrong right now. They only need 1 point on the board. And, you know, we say it a lot, but this literally has to be perfect Halo from Bomb&S. If TXM touches the ball for a single second, this game is over. I can't really... They can afford to drop and shoot, but they cannot afford to let this go into enemy hands.
I understand the severity of the situation that Bomb&S are in right now, but to leave Kai with the ball when he has the sniper rifle at this stage in the game is a questionable decision.
Double kill.
He has the power to stop any push from coming through, and he's just taken out off screen. And, well, just like that, TXM 3-1. It was a slog. It was full of drama and great moments. But they secure themselves the place in winners round 2. But hopping over here, we're going to hop on with Mighty's Glory, Alex Shock and SLG. 13-8 in their Slayer right now between Blah and Rock Eagle. Both teams here having a lot of players that are pretty well known. A lot of the I was going to say Navi there and Quadra, but that's a long time ago, isn't it? I mean, they all changed teams.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah, it is true.
Mighty's and Glory were members of that old Navi roster. Oh, God, that brings back memories of Blackpool.
Oh, I feel even older now. I have to say that.
Yeah, SLG also, you know, famously a member of, I think, every Quadrant roster there ever was. So,
yes,
good on him there. But it's going to be an uphill battle here for Rock Eagle Gaming. They're not too far behind right now, actually. There is some serious talent on that team. I think taking a Slayer is not out of the realms of possibility, even against the level of talent that we know exists on the side of Blah.
Yeah, this is a very tense game here. There's going to be many. This is where the gameplay kind of becomes more proactive rather than reactive. A lot of these players here, especially on the side of Blah and on Rock Eagle as well. You know, Batchford, Outcasted, Percussion Asheries, all good players. This is where you start thinking. You're thinking steps ahead of steps here, especially on a map like Aquarius, where there's so much kind of domino effects that can happen. Look at the pincer movement here. Alex Shock behind the likes of Rock Eagle as SLG also comes through the respawn team. Look at the pinch movement that's coming through here. Very methodical compared to the scuffles we were seeing in the last game.
Yeah, and it does, you know, it's Alex Shock there. You don't really want to let that player trade when you've got them 2v1. Much better there from those two players baiting and switching. Percussion going to be making his way through to the enemy fridge, looking to create that L shape on the map, but with Batchford going down, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Does manage to catch SLG off guard, but SLG manages to scuttle away their bottom mid like a little crab whose rock's been turned over. As these three players now forcing their way through the fridge side, sorry. Just so confident, so aggressive. Glory gets taken down there. That might, I was going to say that might cause them to pause, but I don't think it will actually. I think they're just going to keep on holding down. I was going to say holding down the W key, but they all play on controller. Holding forward, just
can't all be fellow men of culture.
Yeah. Just, keeping pushing in there, just collapse after collapse. Outcast finally gets a trade, but it's not going to be a huge amount of solace. This game front from like 16 to 20 to 25 to 44 in the blink of an eye.
It really is though. You give these types of players on Blah an inch and they'll take a mile. You know, a lot of these players have, you know, world stage experience, and if you give them even the slightest gap in your armor, they are going to relentlessly punish that. And that's exactly what we've seen. We have seen them get traded. You know, Glory going down there, they do bleed, but it's the overall efficiency that they bring to the table with the way that they play off of each other that causes these scenarios to happen.
Yeah, Percussion doesn't want to be the last kill. He will get taken down though. Yeah, Snake-tacular. Pretty convincing win there, unfortunately, for the side of well, unfortunately for I've forgotten which team's
Rock Eagle.
Unfortunately for Rock Eagle Gaming, it's a convincing win for Blah. And you know, the Slayer is probably the one that you would have been hoping to take there. Realistically, when you have an underdog team, that Slayer can be a bit of a wild card. But you know, unfortunately for them, Blah is just absolutely on it that series, and it's gonna be an uphill battle. I don't have a huge amount of confidence that Rock Eagle Gaming are going to be able to take down these players just because of the level of talent that is on that Blah team.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, Batchford did what he could, cleaning up for his team. 1 assist, but most kills and most damage, doing everything he can to kind of convert any effort that they put into something. Out damaging SLG on the other team there, but overall the damage coming in from Blah was just too much. And we're going to be back on Lattice again, this time on Strongholds. So it's going to be fun to see how quickly these players rotate around the map. Definitely think we're going to see some very scary hold attempts coming up here. A lot of holding of the bridge, of top mid, and forcing players to spawn in the green room here. Definitely not somewhere you want to be on strongholds. Not easy access to any of the strongholds here. So I think that's definitely going to be a feature of this game. We'll try and talk you guys through the spawn control that's going on as we go through, because it's so important in this game mode, as it is in others, but especially on Lattice with the way that the spawns work.
Yeah, the spawns on this map are kind of strange. You don't have any you don't really have any spawns out on that ice area, which means it's quite easy to trap players within one of the spawns. Though on the other hand, you probably wouldn't want to spawn on the ice area even if you could, because then you'd be getting spawn sniped for days. But unfortunately for the side of Rocky Eagle Gaming, this map is so snowbally, and you're also playing against the CEO of Strongholds, SLG. So I have a feeling that this is probably going to go in favour of Blah quite convincingly. However, they have managed to stabilise the situation a bit. Ashen Reese has the sniper, but before I'm even finished saying it, Alex Shock takes him down. Alex Shock is a player from North America who is currently residing in Europe. I'm not sure how much, actual competitive experience he had playing in North America. I know he's, the sort of level of talent he has, but I'm not sure if he actually played that much comp. But he's been making a name for himself over here, certainly.
I think he's played with some of the pro teams in some of the opens over the years to help cover. Not that I want to open a can of worms, but I think he was like the type of player that kind of Monster was, that helped cover gaps in rosters. I think. I'll have to double check.
That makes sense.
Double check that one, but I'm pretty certain that he was kind of that type of player. Definitely in the upper echelons of skill here. I mean, he is on a team with SLG, Mighties, and Glory, so that's kind of evident.
Yeah, absolutely. Like he's proven himself on LAN as well. I believe, wasn't he on? He was on the
he was on Marines.
Marine team,
yeah.
So he's very much proven to be both, like, I assume he has more like sort of accolades in the competitive scene than I know about because of how he's been performing. Like he's definitely not a noob. But like I say, I think the only thing I could think of him doing recently was when he destroyed Illy in a 1v1, which was very funny.
Triple kill.
But that's going to be a triple kill for Glory, and turning our attention to the scoreline for a quick second, it's not looking good.
No, you were saying the CEO of Strongholds is in this match, and I mean, the scoreline says it all, really, despite the fact that the Slayers themselves are not too dissimilar through the teams. Blah have more Slayers, they do. They are ahead. But it's more about how positioning and pressure converts to scoreline in Strongholds, right? And even though the Slayers are two different, wow, that was just getting absolutely pancaked. Oh, triple kill from SLG as well. No greed either, he's not even looking for the overkill unless someone calls it, which they've timed out. But it's that efficiency. They're just able to hold and pressure and stop any real push attempt back. 182-7 that's a scoreline.
Yeah, and Alex Shock almost has like a triple threat position down there. At that point, he has the opportunity to defend B, he has the opportunity to defend A. He's basically just waiting to find out where he needs to go, and the decision obviously comes in. He decides to go to A. These 7 points for Rocky Eagle Gaming, they might have to satisfy themselves with them, because it's not looking like they're going to be able to get any more, as they do make a 2-2 push here. One into A, one into B. But Mighties is going to hit a disgusting shot. He gets 3. Can he find the overkill onto Outcasted? He's hunting him down. He gets all 4.
It's about sending a message still. It's about sending a message. Oof.
And with that as well, that might just be the punctuation mark on this game. Ashen Reese is going to be in A, but it's not going to matter, as Blah is going to take the series in dominant fashion. God, what a sequence from Mighties there, starting off with an incredible shot.
Double kiss.
It's what we all come for, is it? It's the showcase.
Triple kill.
And he just knew they were there, like the awareness, like he was pre-aiming that door because he knew that they were going to be respawning and coming through that side. So it's like, it's not only the fact he got the overkill, but he knew because Ash and Reese was there that the team had spawned and they weren't going to try and push him again. So they knew they were going to push for the cargo area, and just his awareness, he was just pre-aiming and he just took the heads off. Almost going for the kill tag. Little cheeky there. Can't blame him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I respect the fact that he chowed for the kill tag in a 2v1 last one shot. Like, that just kind of, I guess, shows like
the rules.
The kind of, yeah, the mental state at that point is like, you know what, I think I can do this. I'm allowed to do this. I'm gonna,
Look at the damage.
I'm going to chow for it. Jesus, the damage is big. Unless you're on the side of Rock Eagle Gaming, which was not quite so big. But Mighty's there, I think, had about 3,500, which for such a short game is a lot. So I think of the two series we've just had, they very much exist on two very, very different ends of the closeness scale. Obviously, it didn't end up going to Game 5 between Bomb and TXM, but it felt like a Game 5 sometimes. Those maps were so close. Meanwhile, unsurprisingly, the pro team takes that one pretty convincingly.
Yeah, and I think that highlights, the winners round 1 was super duper close. We saw it was an absolute battle between those two teams. TXM coming out above in the lattice there. Oh look, we've even got it. So much has happened. We're going to show you the scoreline from this series again. We didn't get the Slayer Solitude. TXM really there. It was down to the wire every time, and TXM were just able to more consistently show up to those kind of smaller moments that gave us the overall outcome of this. Look at the scoreline, 4-3 in the King of the Hill. They only lost the Slayer by 1. And then Lattice Oddball, first round was close, but the second round was a bit of a blowout, really. So TXM just having more fuel in the tank and being able to show up more consistently. So great series from them. And then winners round 2, we go and look at Blah versus Rock Eagle, and then you just see like the absolute flip side. So one of those teams, TXM, is going to have to think about how they're going to show up against a winners round 2 team now. That's going to be, that's a whole different ballpark right now.
Yeah, it really is. But I think that's it for us for now. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back when the next series is ready.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it. Too much, so long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. We made it. We made it. Yeah. We made it. We made it. Late night overthinking, wrapped up in my feelings once again. I'm worried about the future, wondering where I'll be in the end. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't hear lies. Anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect world. Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Another storm, the weather, that I can make it better if I choose.
Double kill.
But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't hear lies. Anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect world.
killing spree.
I know that fortune favored you with treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. It's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and we know it's not too late. In time, the stars will shine for you out on the open road, like emeralds in stone. Just don't forget that I'm your home. I'm in your every breath. That's how the story ends. We were just children caught up in a tidal wave, running from monsters. I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. It's never the world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. Like a child, I'll run free, without the darkness chasing me. This is how it was supposed to be. When I feel like I'm done, I write a song that's not been sung, and I remember how I used to have fun when we were just children and heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take,
Double kill.
and you know it's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late.
Perfect. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Perfect.
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you.
Double kill.
'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love.
The European Halo League Winter Season Open number 3, or is this the finals?
This is the
Anyway.
finale.
Oh, it says at the bottom. There you go. Anyway, we are we are back at it again with two of the strongest teams in the competition today. Gonna be Blah versus From Foe to Friends. You know, anyone who's familiar with the European scene can probably recognise the level of talent on display from both of these teams. Although Blah certainly has more sort of current professional players. From Foe to Friends is also going to be pretty formidable in their own right. We're going to be seeing a probably a fairly back and forth game here as we're kicking things off with Aquabomb.
Yeah, Aquabomb's a bit of a hectic one here. Both teams going to be trying their best to get that camo, and at this level, neither team is going to let that happen all that too easily. Going for a bit of a run for utility with the bomb, which is pretty typical. Baxter coming in with the flank. 3 players going down for Blah though, so if they can move up here and take some space, those fridge spawns have already got someone in the back of the base. Here they come. Glory's just respawned. This is going to be an issue. Some of the players from Blah need to go top mid. Mighty's goes on the new jump there, gets the trade through. The bomb is almost armed. The crossfire across the map comes in, and I think they get to plant it there. Suspense just watching as the point goes through for his team from the other side of the map. So, interesting start here. It's great to see Suspense and others playing alongside Snipe Drone as well.
Double kill.
Spreading the love here with some of the professional players from that last HCS season, and it's 1-0 from Foe to Friends.
Yeah, it does feel like Snipe Drone and Baxter here kind of taking the potential next generation of pro
Double
players
kill.
out for a bit of a spin here. Suspense and TK2, also known as Cammy, probably 2 players that I personally have always thought when the next Halo game comes out, assuming they're still around and still competing, they are probably going to be the people who start getting scooped up by these pro teams looking for the next Mighties or the next Glory. And it looks like I say, Snipe Drone and Baxter certainly seem to think so as they're playing with them. And right now, they find themselves 1-0 up against this Blah roster in Aquabomb, which is a pretty hard game type at the best of times. We saw Blah absolutely dismantle Rock Eagle Gaming, or whatever they were called, on Aqua Slayer just a minute ago, so we know that they are very formidable on this map. Snipe Drone, though, trapped in the back base, does get taken down, although Suspense manages to re-exert control of that position, preventing that bomb from getting planted.
This is a very aggressive position here for this bomb. And even with the jump over the vent, on the fridge respawn here. It's going to be quite challenging to get over there without top mid control. Speaking of which, Mighty loses it for his team there. Suspense pushes through and Ultimate gets the double kill on Alex Shocker. Mighty's there. Definitely nothing to scoff at. That is a big push for his team right there as he holds and waits for the respawns to come through so his team can help. And the bomb slowly makes its way here over to the utility of Blah once again. Very aggressive push there from Glory. Manages to get away with his life and get the assist on two of the players there from Photo Friends, and all 4 of them go down here. So it's very back and forth right now. That initial plant perhaps a little unexpected, just taking advantage of the gaps in the gameplay, but right now Blah very aggressive, poised and ready to go for an attempted push with this 4 players all spawning in the back of their own base there from the red team.
Yeah, very rapid move up the map there from SLG with the bomb. Trade's going to be going down across the map though evenly. Baxter manages to trade out another one. It's a 1v1 between Cammy and SLG. SLG is going to win it, but immediately gets traded out by Snipe Drone. And the bomb is going to get rotated away by Suspense. A failed attempt to plant a bomb for Blah. Suspense is going to move this down the car side. He's watching out for enemy gamers, but there isn't actually anyone here.
Back to a neutral state again here. Many players falling and respawning. Bomb right in the middle of the map. Both teams going for this utility side, but death is bad there. The camo's coming back up, and when your team doesn't have the bomb, well, at least it got burnt. There was a big pickup there from TK2 or Cammy to burn that, just so that Blah didn't have it as they had the bomb as well. It's going to make their planting of the bomb slightly more difficult, though at the moment Photo Friends are struggling to keep themselves on the map here. Respawn at Suspense and Cammy waiting in the back for that inevitable bomb push to come through. They have to keep boots on the ground right now. They have to force an error from Blah. All the cards are on their side of the table. Alex Shot goes down off screen. You can see the pips on the right side of the screen. There's some combat going top mid, but the double beatdown from the bomb takes Suspense out. Snipe Drone comes through with the flank, and 3 players go down there. Here with TK2 on the top mid, that definitely put a stopper in the plans of Blah. That top mid control seal so critical to get that bomb plan. And they've got them all spawning in the fridge again, so still very back and forth.
Yeah, and it looks like another plant going down 4 from Photo Friends. I don't think there's anyone here to stop it. There isn't. Baxter, he gets it. Takes down SLG as well. Can he get Mighty's too? No, he can't. But still, a 2-0 lead now. That's a mountain that is going to have to be climbed by Blah. This mode can be so difficult to go back-to-back on. Photo Friends have managed it, and Blah are now in a position where they're going to have to as well.
I don't really know what to say there. I feel like the bomb was such on the side of Blah to get a plant through. They had from Photo Friends on the ropes, and it just didn't convert through. We had the camo get burnt by TK2. We had the bomb cross the sides of the map 2 or 3 times there, and we're having fights in the middle here and getting trades like that, 2 for 2. You know, there's 5 minutes left and it's hard. Ninja coming through there off screen. Don't know what shenanigans went on there, but you start to think with 5 minutes left, you know, if we can play out this push and see what happens, you know, once it gets to 3 minutes, maybe we just play Slayer, right? Maybe we just hold it out. It's like, you can't score in 10 minutes. How are you going to score in the last 3?
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is that you can't really afford to give up the initiative against a team like Blah. You know, playing Slayer is all well and good, but you need to keep that pressure on. Especially in Bomb. The key really to playing Slayer in Bomb is to still play Bomb, but just not really, you know, commit to trying to get it to the plant. Just make sure you keep it on the other team's side of the map, make sure you keep an eye on it. And we're seeing right now what can happen if Blah manages to get themselves into the game. They are putting points on the board. They managed to get the point, and Baxter, despite having an angle there, doesn't manage to take down that bomb player. Unfortunately, 4 from Photo Friends, and now it's only a 1 bomb lead. They've got 5 minutes to equalize it.
It's exactly what you said. The initiative and how you handle it against players like this is so critical. We saw people using the fast jump there to get up to the top to try to stop this bomb from being planted, and it did not convert through. And the way that Glory rotated with that bomb, they wasted no time whatsoever. It was very decisive, very purposeful. Literally, as soon as they got any advantage on that, Glory just flew up to their base with that bomb and started getting it planted. So it's that efficient decision making that is really that linchpin of being able to come back, to hold leads, and to get the game to go exactly how you want it to go.
Yeah, plays like that where you essentially play the objective and then you get your advantage, and then you force the objective, and you're basically have confidence in yourself to win the fights and get that objective in. It just oozes confidence. It's the kind of confidence that these players who have played at that top level have. In even playing against each other, they play to win. They never fall into the trap of playing not to lose, which I think a lot of other teams who maybe don't have that experience, when you see a team like this, you kind of want to huddle up and just try not to give away points. Blah know they need to take the risks. They need to play aggressively if they want to have any chance of getting back into this game.
It's getting a bit close to the danger zone again here. As 3 players momentarily go down for the likes of Photo Friends, this is going to give them the space. The push comes through. Positioning is ready. Blocking the back base there. Glory taking a bit of a friendly hit to the face there from Alex Shook, but I don't think they can do anything still. It's 3 down again, and all of a sudden, the game's tied up. So the methodical way of holding and causing respawns on that fridge side of the map, it's just so hard to recover from that. And I suppose, you say, how'd you counter that? It's not very scientific. You just need to not die.
Yeah, that was absolutely textbook from the side of Blah there. You had your player in the fridge blocking the spawns.
Wow.
He moves up, gets replaced, and that is going to be the map. Goes from 0-2 to 3-2 in the blink of an eye. Blah, the comeback is insane as they just absolutely demolish from foes to friends. Before you even know what's happened,
Crazy.
we are going to be going to map 2, and foes to friends probably wondering where the hell the time went.
Efficiency. Decisiveness. They were able to spot... Blau were able to spot the gaps. They were able to capitalise on it by just punishing them super heavily. From Foes to Friends, many great moments there. Even the scorelines, like, they outslayed. They actually outslayed them, and then they lost. So it was that turnaround, that switch in initiative, the way that they handled the respawns on the map, and the way that they played as a team there towards the end, switching it up, it really paid dividends to them. So 3-2, bit of a gut punch there for the likes of Photo Friends, but you know, it is best of 5, so we move on to the next one. We don't think too much about it, we keep the mental game strong. We go into a Slayer recharge.
You certainly hope they're keeping the mental game strong, but you know, I think basically anyone would be sort of sat there thinking, what the hell just happened after a defeat like that. You know, it wasn't even like they clawed their way back in over the course of the game. It was just over before you even knew about it. And I suppose the good news is, if you are on the side of From Photo Friends, you can very much look at that and see exactly what went wrong. They just couldn't break out of their fridge. They really just never managed to get out of it once they were in there. That that textbook setup that they had was just so difficult to play against. And now looking at this, you got to worry a little bit because you can get spawn trapped quite heavily on recharge, but it's less of a collapsy map, so that could work to their favour. But we have just seen Blah are so good at holding those positions, at keeping you trapped in this position. It's looking like Glory doesn't manage to get the melee. It was a bit of an ambitious challenge there against 2 people, but shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone going to make life difficult for the side of Blah.
And do you know, 4 or 5 years in, I never get bored of the shock rifle no scopes. I just think it's so quintessentially Halo Infinite. I don't think I'll ever get bored of watching it. I'm gonna miss it if it's not in the next game. But the slaying power was definitely on the side of From Photo Friends last game, even though the end of the game finished in favour of Blah because of their objective superiority. So I'm very interested to see how that's going to convert to a game type like this. 9-5 right now. Killing spree for Snipe Drone shut down immediately by the likes of Blah. 2 kill deficit for them right now. Very rotational gameplay right now, so both teams not like kind of clashing together. There's no real foothold on the map. They're respectfully holding and moving around each other as the fights start to break out. The massive duel here, the dancing shoes from both players. Baxter getting the crossfire shot there from Mighty's, who was in the back of the blue area, but the sandwich comes in and 3 players go down from Photo Friends. I don't even know how that happened there, and all of a sudden Blah are now 1 kill ahead.
Yeah, Glory here is just kind of tap dancing across this side of the map, just getting so much damage and staying alive. And oh, look at this! This is fight suspense. does manage to win it against Mighties. That guy's shot is very good, but Cammy's going to find himself as the last one alive nonetheless. Stuck here, fighting SLG. Can he win the fight? That is a huge trade in that situation, but Snipe Drone goes down as well. Spence dropped 2. It's a 6-kill lead for Blah now, as Alex Shock is looking for spawners over in the attic side.
That was a good hold there. Maybe a slight overcommit from Alex Shock, just so he could have the pressure. 5 kills now in favor of the blue team. And the game's kind of come to a standstill here. Photo Friends looking for information. Blah just kind of respectfully rotating around and just figuring out where they are here. They're not taking any direct engagements. And he says as SLG just flies in like a superhero there, but he's like, he just comes in, not giving a care in the world. And then 3 players go down from Photo Friends for just SLG and Alex Shock. 3 for 2 there. And the lead is extending, so I really feel like Blah are taking the initiative here. Perhaps tuned in a little bit more respectfully to Photo Friends, maybe. But the dismantling here, the systematic engagement and tearing and isolation of these fights is this is getting scary pretty fast.
I'd like to think that SLG didn't even have a grapple then. He just sort of did that. Like, he could just fly if he feels like it. But yeah, it's not a great situation to find yourself in on the side of from Photo Friends, and Snipe Drone there. It just feels like we talked about the initiative previously. It feels like once this side of Blah has managed to get themselves into the driving seat of the game, they have just kept that pressure on insanely. We sort of talk about chasing X's and how you shouldn't necessarily, but Glory there he doesn't really care what he should or shouldn't do. He's like, I'm just going to keep on pushing here. I'm going to keep on pressuring these guys because I think I win that. And you know what? He probably does. The guys on the side of Blah here seem to have taken that 0-2 deficit in the bomb game personally, because they're just not letting up at all.
They absolutely are. And we're at 11 kills here now. This is beyond danger zone now. I don't want to get staked, because the lead is getting bigger and bigger, and even though Photo Friends only need 4 kills to prevent it, the way that this is going, at what point do you think, yeah, we might not win this? We might not win this. Look at all the players on Blah on 11 kills. 11 and 8, 11 and 6, 12 and 8 now from Mighties, but this game really ran away with itself, and I think if these guys are going to play together, we're talking about VOD review in the first series of the day, this is 100% one that you want to be looking for VOD review, because there's been a lot of damage from both teams coming through, but look at the relentless push just coming through. They don't care at all, and they just fly into them with the grappling, and Mighty's just not caring. Trying to get his second triple kill, potentially overkill of the day there. It's not disrespect, it's just domination.
Yeah, I mean, they make it look easy, These guys are playing against some of the best players in the region. I've been smoked by all of them on several occasions, apart from Snipe Drone. And they make them look like chumps. They look like they have no idea what they're doing. I'm not sure, that's not quite a steak, I don't think. But steak was certainly on the menu. They just maybe couldn't afford it, because that was a utter domination there from about the 15 kill mark onwards. There just didn't seem to be a moment where from Photo Friends had any way into that game at all. I didn't go into that game thinking that was going to be a possibility. I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought it was going to be a little closer than that. 6 minutes, wham bam, done. Almost staked. Scoreline's there. 14 and 9 rather, from the likes of Mighties. 13 and 5 from Glory. My word. Bit of a rough game there from Photo Friends, if I'm honest. Yeah. What's funny is when you were talking about all those players having 11 kills, I think Glory had 8. And so from that point onwards, Glory just went on a massive spree and overtook the rest of his team. It's like he's like he heard you being like, oh, look at everyone else on the 11 kills. But with Snipe Drone playing like this at the start of the game with that shock rifle, I kind of expected it to be a bit closer, but it just wasn't. It felt like it's felt like everyone on Blau was on the same page the whole time.
Double kill.
And it didn't seem to matter. Like, you make a good play, you get the remote debt, you win a 1v1. It doesn't matter because the rest of the team is just there to ruin your life. And so it was, Glory just sweeping in, constantly hitting people in the back,
Triple kill.
finding
There was a
the triple. Oh, it was. He would have had the over as well if the game hadn't ended. But going to be kicking things off with Cammy here. This is their opportunity to turn this around. It isn't oddball, and the good thing about oddball is it's a bit more of a. I'm trying to think of the word.
Slow burner?
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the opportunity to snowball an oddball quite as much because no matter how much you're dominating them, you still have to hold it for 200 seconds. So it's a good opportunity now for the side of Blah, for the side of From Foe to Friends to maybe just tap the brakes a little bit and try and get themselves back into this.
Absolutely, and the space that this generates, the opportunities here, you can easily get locked in. Looks like they're opting to funnel them into B here as the ball rotates through. This game type will slow down that kind of rapid decimation that we saw
No scope.
on
Killing
he wants more.
spree.
He wants more blood. He's flying in SLG here. Mr. Live Fire himself, not quite getting what he wanted with that one, but yeah, the space to slow the game down here, rotations, things like that. It's going to kind of put a little stopper on the Slayer chaos that we saw in that last game, but you still got to respect it, and you can't leave gaps because lots of ways to get around and flank while you think you're pushing the ball. Triple kill for Glory. Where's the over? Suspense is on the other side of the planet, so not this time. But a very decisive start from Blah already.
Yeah, I would agree there. And it's, we saw those two players in A there. Oh no, Glory! Hold that thought. He doesn't manage to get the double. What an utterly absurd double that would have been if he had. But we saw a 2v1 fight there, and Alexshot just manages to stay alive for another player to go and help him. It feels like if you don't get everything exactly right against this Blah team, they will punish you for it. So far,
You can't lose those.
yeah. Speaking of which, like Alexshot, dead to rights there. At least you think so. But the help comes in from a teammate. A single missed shot there basically costs that player the fight, and ball is back in the hands of Blah now. You've got to worry a little bit about From Foe to Friends because we haven't quite seen the light from them that I was hoping we might in this game 3.
Suspense with the camo could have been the linchpin, and he just gets taken out by a deluge of grenades there from the likes of Mighties, I believe. So good for shutting them down there. Blah having the coordination to ensure even if they lose the power up, they can take it down. Sniper rifle up in 7. Foe to Friends spawning up in A. Lots of movement from Blah here. They will probably get that sniper rifle just due to the positioning and the respawns of the red team right now. Sniper rifle is going to be so important to the rest of this round. 44 points now. They dropped the ball going for the fights. QT's on. Suspense trying to be here, there, and everywhere. That is a nice angle there on the SLG. That would have been a fantastic shot if he got that, but they know he's there. Oh my god!
What a
Just lining it up and just absolutely just shutting him down. Just get off my screen. You could hear the cogs turning on that one, Seal.
You know what? Makes the whole series worth it for Suspense. It's like, yeah, we might be losing, but I did hit this nasty shot, and you know what? He sure did. He's going to be scampering away. He's still got 2 bullets in this sniper rifle. Ball is in their hands. I think the pressure that Suspense has been able to put out with this sniper has been paying dividends for them, but now that it's out of ammo, he is one shot trapped in the back tower. They don't quite manage to equalize it, unfortunately. Sniper will be the last player to go down. TK2 is a spawner over towards the nest side. No over for Alexshot, and the ball is back in favor of Blah.
There's moments of promise. You see it. You see that this game could be a lot closer than it appears to be. From Foe to Friends just needs that moment where they lock the map down and they capitalize on the advantages that they build. We've had multiple times where Blah have been met with a lot of resistance and been sent back. Even now, look, 2 for 2. Alex Shock was having his shields regenerated there. No challenge came through. Baxter tries to take out Glory, who is now one shot. The rest of the blue pips are coming in to assist here. And it's just a cleaning up. A bit of a breakdance there as he went down to after he dropped the ball. Not seen that one before. And it's just that kind of support coming through to capitalise on any small advantages. And it just seems like Blar are getting those boots into those fights a little bit faster at the moment. Whoa. Speaking of which, look how fast they are moving. SLG's like a rocket around the map.
Yeah, he is schmoving. SLG's always been a bit of a movement master, but it feels like ever since the Bandit came out, these, to be honest, especially the French players, have just been on a different level of mobility. Just play so aggressively because you have that Bandit that rewards that level of aggression. You know, you can really get in people's faces in a way that you probably didn't want it with the BR, as Mighty's reminds us that the jiggle peeking did get nerfed, and is no longer a reliable way to survive. Alex Shot gets taken down by Baxter, though. It looks like this setup could be broken, but the point advantage in favour of Blar now is so massive that it's not good enough to just, you know, slow down the setup. What the hell was that? 3-player push from bottom mid. But not enough to just slow down this point scoring. You have to get it out of their hands, and unfortunately they're not going to be able to do that.
Switching gears here, I was trying to think what was happening there. My brain was so locked into the game that we had. We're going to look at Among Us versus the Hazy here. 4 players go down for them. Spawn Plant's going to equalise the game. Definitely 2 more rosters that are worth talking through here as well. Many of these players have been on top finishing HCS Open teams, and some of them have also flown and played in the main tournaments and pools themselves as well. So this lobby demands a lot of respect. The challenge there coming through, that was disgusting, just sliding straight under there. Ninja being the last pair of life for Hazy. It looks like they're going to get the second plant back to back here, Seal, so we jumped in at the right moment there. That's some gameplay that we've just seen from the likes of the blue team.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a theme here with the double plants recently. Among Us there. Still 3 dead. Do manage to take down Knuckles eventually. And it is going to be Camo, round in favour. Camo snipe and the first round in favour of Blar. Not sure if we can expect them to put up much of a fight against Mighty's here. Although Mighty's does manage to take down Suspense, takes down another as well, but gets finished off by Bax. Sniper seems to be out of ammo. Not a huge amount of ball time gathered, but that's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see that clip again later today. Mighty's been putting out some serious highlights today. We saw the overkill on Lattice earlier. We just got some nice no-scopes things from him there. But this round, 3 down for the red team, 2 down for the blue team. Baxter needs to hold on here. He's trying to get some points for his team. Perhaps stall a little bit. I'm surprised he didn't go for the fight. I know something we don't. Look at all the boots just funneling in here from the respawns. Nice little throwaway of the ball. You would have thought the guy's playing on keyboard, but he's not. And the scuffles continue on that one. Blar looking very strong in what could potentially be the last round of that series. Moving across here, back towards the other winners round 3 match that's going on. Camo in hand for Knuckles here as the last player alive. He really needs to stay alive to prevent an equalization here. But the bomb is so far away, Seal. It's even going the other way despite that all the team was dead. What is happening?
Yeah, really good rotation there. That's something about bomb. It's like a last player alive. If you're in an awkward spot with the bomb, you have a lot of ability to influence the map. You know, if you're on your own with the flag and not particularly near your objective with it, it doesn't really, there's not much you can do with it. But with the bomb, you can completely destroy the other team's ability to score if you can rotate it away from your own base. At least buy your team a lot of time, and that's exactly what we've seen there. Now, Desire is in a perfect position. Oh, maybe less perfect than I thought to start moving that bomb. But it's going to be Ninja getting that bomb in position. The player who went to P2 to shut him down gets taken down himself. It's going to tie up the game at 2-2. And it's going to be going to 3. So one of these teams is going to have to score again in order to close it out.
What an absolute I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to cuss on stream. I'll be good. But what an absolute mess of a game this is. Deaths everywhere. We did 1-0. I believe it was 1-0 up. And then Lahazy got the double plant. And now Among Us are running in to try to finish this game as Lahazy only have 2 players left alive. Knuckles finding himself getting shot in the back there. Slightly preemptive rotation coming through. A bit of a miscalculation perhaps given the fact his teammate just went down. And Brainiac finds himself the last person alive. That is a huge win. The 5-shot coming in there to send Ninja back, which means his teammates can respawn, and that might give them the edge. That extra set of eyes in the back of the base here, Seal, that might stop this game from ending and get that one back towards the other side. That was a massive win from Brainiac.
Yeah, and crucially as well, the spawns come in on the util side after that win. So there really was no chance there for the Among Us players to continue that push after Brainiac won that 1v1. As you say, you cannot overstate how important that gunfight win was. But it is going to be now another attempted push from Among Us. The forcing the ball through util side on the side of Lahazy is shut down very quickly, but once again the return push is also shut down quickly. They're going to be seeing that bomb go back the other way, but Desire spawns in the util, and this game is so back and forth.
We've had a lot of those today.
We have. We've been blessed.
I think it's Mr. James Force who's on admin today, who's done all the brackets. Done a good job, mate. Done a good job. Give yourself a pat on the back. What a set of games to cast today, especially being the last EHL kind of bracket of the year. Nice one.
Yeah, has been a banger so far. And 2 going down for Lahazy should mean that this push up into the util isn't going to go very far. And you know, as we sort of mentioned earlier,
Double kill.
on most game types, you probably wouldn't continue trying to run that objective forward when you'd gone 2 dead, but on this one, you do want to, because you want to keep that fight happening on the other team's side of the map and see how it's paid off. Util control is now in the hands of Lahazy. The other team is all trapped inside their base. The options now are either to fight this sort of directly, as we see the other team ending in favour of Blah. Their options are either fight directly through their base or try and extend up the map, try and get behind them. They have gone for that option. The fight happening in util, 3 dead for Lahazy. The ball is going to get moved by Among Us. We are still in this back and forth state. 4 dead for Lahazy. Zove now needs to gain control of the enemy base, but they are going to spawn in time to stop it.
Oh, that's a lot of blue Spartans when you walk around the corner there, and while the back base hold isn't necessarily the best, walking in just being a man like that on your own, that's pretty dangerous. But 3 players from Hazy are down, and this might be the final bomb plant of this first round, of this first match of winners round 3. The straight nade almost gets him. No, bombs in. Let's lock it in, Seal. Among Us take the first game, winners round 3 against Lahazy. And we also saw there Blah taking the victory against Room 4 Defense at the bottom of the screen. That'll finish their round, so that means that Blah advanced to winners round 4. But we're going to stay here with this game, I believe.
Well, you did see that the Blah series did end then, so we're going to be moving on to this Recharge Slayer, who was an absolute blowout in favour of Blah in the other series we were watching. However, I have a feeling that might not be the case this time. The match that we just saw, whilst it did have the same scoreline, definitely did not have the same feel to it.
Oh no. No. This game was neck and neck, and there was many great opportunities from both teams capitalised on there. Just looking at the scoreboard very quickly, Zove putting in the 27 and 18 for his team. But look at the assists as well. Moz, 15 assists. Bastos on the other team, 16 assists. So, you know, converting that team effort, making sure that they're together. But overall, Among Us able to capitalise more on those small advantages, locking out Hazy on their respawn and taking control of the map slightly more efficiently there. But that's enough of that. Slayer recharge for the second time here in our winners round 3. And as you said, Seal, last one, a bit dominant. So a lot of the players from Blah flying around there. SLG had grown wings for a moment as he flew into utility tower towards the back end. We'll see how that plays out here. Like the slaying power is probably slightly more balanced overall, despite what we saw at the end of that last game. It's a really good one.
And kicking things off with Zove. His job here seems to just be that he wants to keep an eye on the camo. First pick going in favour of Among Us, though. Brainiac therefore decides to just flood that camo side. He's somehow still alive, takes down Ninja, and Brainiac manages to survive with the camo. 4 dead off the rip for Among Us. It's going to be camo shock in the hands of Brainiac. The spawners all coming in that long haul position. Should be a nice spawn trap for the side of Among Us to take advantage, for the side of Lahazi, sorry, to take advantage of.
I think perhaps Brainiac was feeling it a little too much there, went very aggressive, didn't anticipate that last play coming out from long haul. All worked out in the end though. All the toys in his hand right now. Shock rifle and camo. You're having a whole load of fun. Again though, slightly more aggressive than he bargained for, going in slightly too early, thinking that there wasn't going to be a player behind. That happened twice there in quick succession. I appreciate the zeal, but you might have to keep yourself in check. Making the same mistake twice like that didn't pay dividends the first time and cost him his life the second time. And everything's on the ground. 4 players down going from Lahazi there. Maybe a slight recalibration needed in the energy.
Yeah, all the spawns coming in that Pipes position. Pipes is always an interesting one to me as far as spawns in this game go. Because on the one hand, you do have credible, you know, threats on both A and C. But on the other hand, you're also quite sort of trapped and pinned down. And as you can see here, that's kind of translated into an even fight as both teams go 3 dead. Left with a 1v1, but Mose doesn't seem to have any idea where the other team's final player was.
Absolutely. And the game coming to a bit of standstill. Bastos finds a bit of a crossfight, but just all the players from Among Us just getting obliterated off screen there. It was all quiet, and then we switched POVs, and all the red team's dead. They know the respawns are going to come through in long haul as well.
Yeah, we just saw a 4-0 trade, like completely out of the blue. It didn't feel like there was any kind of coordinated push there. It just seemed to happen almost spontaneously as Rose gets taken down as well. Lahazi really answering back here after their defeat in map 1.
This lead here is starting to get a little concerning. 9 kills here. Bit of a different story to what we saw on Aquarius just previously. Still space for this to go back round though. It's only a couple of team wipes. It can go one way, it can go the other. But if you're on the likes of Among Us, you need to be slowing down the game and not dying to camo pickups like that. This flank through from Brainiac with the camo again. This man is so aggressive. He does not give a damn. Just flying into the other team and doing what he can. And it might cost him his life here. Nope. Ninja misses the shots. Another player comes through and somehow he manages to escape. And that player dies as well. Still, what am I watching?
I think what you're watching here is domination. Brainiac has just taken over this lobby completely. The use of camo and grapple, just completely destructive, and he manages to win that fight against Mose as well for the killing spree. It was a bit of a scrappy one. Finally goes down, but you know the damage is done. It's an 11 kill lead now for Lahazi. Ninja just gets collapsed on off spawn there. No help for him whatsoever. Another fight up here will be won for the side of Among Us, though they. But you gotta say it's a very steep hill to climb here if you are on the side of Among Us. Trading 2 for 2 here isn't gonna be good enough. Brainiac manages to get 2 players 1 shot, even as the last player on his own there.
The chaos unfolding right now. If you're on the side of Among Us, you're thinking, right, what do we have the gas to get this back even, or do we just take the L and think about the next match? It's like they're trying to think about this one. 10 becomes 7. It's not insurmountable, but you're really gonna have to show a lot of discipline here, capitalizing on enemy mistakes and then putting them in that blender that I like to talk about so much. Which is not that hard to do on Recharge, as we said earlier. And all the players on Hazy have gathered up in gold pipes. This might be a bit of an issue here as the collapse comes through. Brainiac finds itself in a 2-on-1. Mose goes down off screen. The Ninja, which I'm not sure it kind of officially was. In 3 players, you know, Among Us were trying to calculate there what they could do. And Hazy just kind of saying, nope, stop right there. Though it now is only 4, so a bit more consideration may need to be shown here. And they're just the blue haze.
Double kill.
And He's the last player. 4 players down. It's only 3 kills now, and Zove momentarily was the only person alive.
Yeah, we saw it go down to 2 very briefly, but not for very long. As these two teams, you know, after such a massive lead in favour of Lahazy, Among Us have fought their way back into it, but then Lahazy have fought their way back out of it again, as this has now ballooned up to a 5-kill lead. The players on the side of Among Us spawning up in that long haul area, but Knuckles going down there. Very inconvenient time for him to die if you are on Lahazy. It felt like they should have had a free collapse straight through to the next map. But him going down there equalizes everything. Still, they're just picking them off, and you gotta say, you can't really afford to die cross-map. You generally don't want to die cross-map, but at a stage where you've only got 3 deaths to give up, dying in that situation is disastrous. And Bastos is just gonna put the final nail in the coffin there. What seemed like it might end up being a nail biter, Lahazy just lock in and close it out to tie up the series.
Wow, what a ride that was.
It was, but with that we are going to go to a very, very brief break as we swap me out for Tudor and the casting department. So, but that's been all from me right now.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Just a little swap around there. I'm still here, unfortunately for you, but I am now joined by Tudor, who I've not had the pleasure of casting with quite a while. So welcome to the cast, my friend. Hopping straight in hot here. It's game 3 of our winners round 3, and this is going to be a very bloody one, I think, after what we just saw in recharge.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. That was quite the interesting one, and you can definitely tell that this particular fair is far from over 1-1. And even though I'm just hopping right into the fray, and personally, I'm still super excited for this match in particular, because it's been a while since we've seen a team like Lahazy. That's, at least for me personally, you know, there's some really, really great names on there that are capable of so damn much over the last couple of years that we've seen them play. So I'm excited to see exactly what they can pull out in this oddball.
Yeah, and I think we've seen some of that in that series so far already, as Zove thinks he's got the space to do something there, and he gets caught out by Brainiac with the camo once again. Both of these teams have players that have had, as I said in the first game, multiple high-ranking open finishes and wins, as well as playing in the pool stages at major events as well. So this is a stacked lobby. Maybe not as stacked as before, where we had the Navi Quadrant era players in, but this is definitely this is a very hot lobby with some of the players we've got in here.
Yeah, 100%. Skull is going to go down. That's quite a few players down for the side of Among Us as the respawns once again start coming on through. I sometimes hate it with VMix when I've got like the little toolbar at the bottom and it blocks a score, and then it's kind of hard to keep track of everything. It's probably just me being a little bit too antsy with my mouse, but either way, we've got Moze looking to reclaim control of that Skull. Knuckles does go down. Bastos trying to challenge as well, and that's a very tricky position for Moze to have found himself in. So Lahazy establishing some dominance yet again.
Yeah, and there was 3 players down for Among Us there. That's going to give them time to set up, take space. You can see the red team is trying to form some sort of front. They're going 3+1 right now. A flank from Ninja coming round, but he's been found.
Oh.
Gets the stick, though. Didn't see him throw that off screen. That was nice from him. And despite the miscalculation in timing there, it looks like it's worked out for them. 3 going down for both teams. It was 1v1 on the map momentarily. Don't know where that extra player from Hazy got off to, though.
No, it was quite the scrappy exchange between both squads, not gonna lie, and in that 1v1, it seemed as if a lot more confusion actually settled across the map rather than actual peace and quiet. But back into the swing of things, Among Us looking to once again stabilize and potentially close that gap over towards Lahazi. We are hopping on with Bastos, who does have that QT. It's flashing a little bit red though, so he's going to try to jump right into the frying pan, right out of fire as well, but it doesn't really work out in his favor, no.
I was very brave to go through and kind of try and support his team there. The camo did get picked up off screen. We've not seen who has that right now. This rotation towards the C tower looks like it's going to go in their favor, because even if they lose the engagements, which it looks like they are, they could have played it, but they didn't get far enough. They were absolutely just stopped in their tracks right there. So that was a fantastic kind of pickup from Hazy there, as they go, nope, that's my setup. And the respawns come through. So the timing here is going to be critical. They have to set up before that next push comes in.
Maybe a premature throw. Trade does come on through from Knuckles. He's gonna, yeah, he did commit to that particular call. I'm not exactly sure if it was his to make or if someone else on the side of Lahazi said, hey, it's about time that we reset this because we really can't get more free time than that. Might be a little bit questionable depending on who you ask. A nice little double being stuck out by Brainiac as well. Repulsor does ensure a swift exit, and he's back into the swing of things. He's just getting right up close and personal, finds a nice little trade. And with all of these respawns happening so far away, Bastos has got plenty of real estate to juggle this ball further back to safety.
Situational awareness there was S tier. Understanding when to rotate the ball towards the potential respawns in Garage for his team. It's plays like that that win many teams oddball, gives you that extra scrappy time that you need to get ahead. And while 3 players have gone down, they did get more points on the board, and they have a 45-point lead right now. So it's not too much of a worry for them. Stalling here is fantastic as well. And Knuckles he's like, I'm just making my way downtown. I'm just going through to where this ball is. I'm just going to take you all out. And he actually does. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, throwing caution to the wind like that and challenging before his shields were even recharged, and he gets control of the skull. This is about as on rails as you can ask for Knuckles as well, and this is just, once again, so damn smooth coming out from Lahazi. It seems as if they can't put a foot wrong, like they can't make a singular mistake. Everything just seems to be going in their favor, and for Among Us, they're probably scratching their heads thinking, what the hell are we even doing wrong to begin with?
That was quite amusing there, as you said they couldn't do anything wrong. That nade that killed Knuckles was actually Bastos.
Yeah.
The friendly nade coming through Caster's curse or what? But the chaos continues to unfold. There's 2 minutes left here, and from what we've seen from Lahazi so far in this round, this has been pretty dominant from them. Among Us are really going to have to pull something out the bag and get a good setup. And it looks like they're trying to do that right now, but Knuckles has the camo, so... And they have no idea he's there either, so they're trying to play proactively, but they've just perhaps stepped right into the maw of what will be perhaps the final team wipe of the round. Very unfortunate.
Double secured for Knuckles, so that camo is finding quite some purchase. Oh, make that a third, and nice little perfect. Will extend Knuckles' life and the duration of that camo. This, it's paying so much dividends, and it really matters not towards the very end. That is 100 points secured for Lahazi. Among Us really having a bit of a struggle fest in that round. There were some moments where they were able to establish some stability, but it was often very, very short-lived. Let's see if round 2 can see some kind of meaningful difference.
The discipline at the end of that round just shows you everything that you need to know about how it went there. The discipline from Knuckles basically just secured the round. That was fantastic. Letting them walk into the trap. And that being said, it looks like Lahazi are going to go for more map dominance, opting for the camo rather than the objective first, not announcing his positioning and getting the double on the perfect as well. Just the sheer amount of, I mean, there's no other way to say it. They're kind of dogging on him, like a few of the things I've seen so far this game. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
on the side of the blue team.
Legit. I'm thinking to myself, Zobe probably should have had that gunfight all to himself. Yeah, you just can't. You think to yourself, you can't keep getting away with this, Lahazi. That's sort of the primary thought that's in my brain for the time being. But now it does seem as if the script is starting to flip a little bit. Among Us, they've got their own 15 points to brag about. Ninja, S7 plus camo combo. This is better than peanut butter and jelly, and he can really sow some chaos into the Lahazi camp if he lands his shots. Oh, perfect.
Quite right. Man has the game in his hands here as we cross the 35-point line. This is a solid start for this second round for them. It's exactly what they needed to get their mental game back in. And they'll be thinking how they can set up traps with all the toys that they have there. The sniper rifle does go down. Desire is in a position to play the ball. And it's very well executed from them. It doesn't even matter that he's died. And they've got themselves half of the points they need for that round in one hold. So very good start for them.
Yeah, brilliant starts, and that was roughly within about a minute of play, potentially a little bit more than that as well, so that is about as great as a start off, as you mentioned, as it can get for the side of Among Us as well. So now, yeah, ball is literally and figuratively in Lahazi's court to try to claw this back in one way, shape, or form, but now that Among Us, they've started to establish some form of rhythm, I feel like this could definitely get a little bit closer and potentially be pushed all the way to a round 3, but still very tricky to get that skull into a safe spot because Lahazi, they've been on top of things the entirety of this series thus far, and Among Us, they have to play as if they're one step ahead of it. Premature rotations, and these kinds of gunfights, unfortunately, not going in their favor as well. Lahazi nearly securing a full team wipe.
This round so far, this has highlighted the volatility of how Lahazi play. Very skilled players, very aggressive, very in your face. Pays dividends when all the pieces fall into place. He's very dominant, but there are starting to be moments where Among Us have trying to kind of figure that out. Great angle isolation and the stick from Desire there. Fantastic sequence from him, really putting his team in a position to get that. That might have been exactly what they need, and it is.
Yeah.
And they're going to be looking for info on those respawns. Zove has spawned slightly further behind. They will be coming that, so they're going to be waiting and anticipating, and they do. They anticipate that second push as well, too. That is great. That's many points for them, and 2 cycles prevented on the push.
Yeah, definitely. That's brilliant stuff. Brilliant coverage being provided by everyone other than Mose in that situation as well. Nades already being tossed out, and I like this sort of like tag team swap out of the oddball. Mose is going to re-engage while Ninja, low on shields, is just going to farm more points, and this is a massive chunk of about 30 points that they've been able to grab with this sequence alone. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're an Among Us fan as well. Desire immediately just going to be, I guess, being the +1 that you like to speak about very often in these instances. He's out scouting, he's looking for intel to feed, and he's looking to just be sort of the primary receiver of any form of contact.
Yeah, and having that unknown factor, that kind of unaccounted for player on the map, if you can play that correctly and you can funnel the enemy team into a scenario they're not aware of, it works so incredibly well. We saw that in the first series of the day with TXM versus Bomb, and we're seeing it again here right now with that round that we just saw. So Among Us equal out this game by changing the game plan, showing up, getting 2 massive holds on the ball.
Yeah.
Just had a momentary drop from one of the players on Lahazi there, which could give us a bit of time to talk about what's going on, but that is such a massive switch up in the momentum for them, and this might be exactly what they need to make this 2-1 in their favor.
Definitely so. I think Lahazi are going to be a little bit happy about the fact that we've unfortunately got to deal with a technical pause right now, because that could potentially mean that some of the wind will be swept from underneath the sails of Among Us, as we do have to head into a pause to get the lobby up and running yet again. But I can guarantee you that Among Us already firing on all cylinders. Following that second round, would have just loved to sort of like speed run this last third round of volleyball, potentially capture the map all to themselves, push it to CTF Origin, and look to potentially close things off. But we are going to be hitting the brake pedal just a little bit here, so that gives us, Vanadam, enough time to sort of dissect exactly what we have seen.
It absolutely does. The strategy clearly from Lahazi, from what I've seen, we were on with Brainiac quite a lot. Very good player, very, very mechanically good player. His strategy is just to punch a hole in the wall that you're trying to build. Numerous times he put himself at risk and played super aggressively to get his team into an advantageous position. And because his team is so good at keeping around him, even though he made mistakes with the shot rifle on recharge, overall it ended up in their favor anyway, because his team were in a position to help. So they're playing like he's like the battering ram for Lahazi, right?
Yeah. I think that is probably the best way to describe it, because it does kind of seem as if he is... What's the best way to actually put this? Not necessarily is he just the one that's making sort of like the primary aggression on the map and really sort of trying to dictate the pace and make the opposition really start to sweat, but it also seems as if he's the kind of guy that you want to have as your John Wick, right? He's got all of the tools, he's got all of the different playthings in the sandbox. We saw him very often pick up, for example, the active camo as well, and just sow chaos into the opposing camp as well. There's just a lot that he's able to do with the tools at his disposal.
Yeah, that's actually a great way to put it. I like the John Wick analogy there. He's definitely that player that punches the hole through, goes full drama, and tries to get the great plays so his team can capitalize on it. And he was really instrumental in kind of getting them that win on Recharge, especially. Consequently, if we talk about Among Us for a second here, as we just kind of watch the replay reel of what's going on, what they managed to do is they managed to switch up kind of their macro gameplay halfway through. They were playing very tightly as a team, and it wasn't paying off because that extra player, that battering ram that is Brainiac, and a few times as well Knuckles, with the backup of Sunrise and Bastos, who have been like the dynamic duo since forever. Those two players are two like all the time. I remember first casting for EHL, those two were so annoying in matchmaking, and I'm sure they're even more annoying when you play against them in an 8s lobby as well. Among Us were able to go that 3+1 that you mentioned, and that completely changed the style of the game, because while the battering ram is coming through, you know, it means that there's this extra in a counter 4 factor that's kind of messing with the plan that you're expecting to go. So we'll go back to that when we can. We'll see how that goes. But I think Among Us really have started something special there. But we're going to hop in with our losers round 2 fight here. This is Phantom Halo versus Rocky Eagle Gaming, who we saw lose to Blar earlier today. Blar are a very strong team, so Rocky Eagle, their roster is very strong. So Phantom Halo are going to have to be real careful here.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm curious to see both of these two teams for the first time personally, although there are plenty of familiar names on there, obviously. First game, if I'm not mistaken, that was taken by Rock Eagle, because they are one map up. You said this is losers round 3, correct?
Double kill.
Or
round 2.
Round 2. So that would have been Recharge Oddball that Rock Eagle has taken moving into the second map.
It will be indeed, and Batchford starting off with the 4-1 right now in this game, so that's a strong start for them. And we'll keep all the information as we can, but we're going to hop back in with our kind of star game right now. Has the momentum shifted here, Tudor? We're going to find out. Was that technical pause from that disconnect there, was that what Among Us needed, or was it the reset for the mental that Lahazy needed to take this, what will be the final round? So we're going to play out. The winner of this round will win the game. See what happens right here.
Could go either way, indeed. Low shields for Ninja. Recharge now back into the swing of things. He's going to try to chase down Knuckles, potentially capture that S7 all to himself. It's messy, and the trade actually happens. That's the way the cards crumbled in that one, which is actually massive for Lahazy as opposed to Among Us, because they might not be able to get that S7 in their possession.
This is pure chaos going on around the screen here. We've seen everything just kind of fall into the ground. Neither team are really to get full purchase here as respawns coming from both sides. Brainiac again doing what he does best, just absolutely just OE-ing to just tear a hole through the formation that your team has made. Knuckles comes in and helps him out as well. So they're employing the same strategy here. They're keeping the pressure on super heavy, but it doesn't convert to anything right now. Bastos trying to do what he can as well. Ninja has to get out here, but unfortunately gets sent to the respawn.
A for effort, trying to repulse the skull out of the window and pass it along to one of his teammates. I do like the creativity and the ingenuity of that idea, but unfortunately, with such slim margins, it doesn't always work out as practically as you imagine. Lahazy, though, gonna tie up that score line and surpass it. Waiting right there for, I believe it was Sunrise to activate it. Maybe it could have gotten a little bit better for Lahazy if he decided to join in on the contact a little bit quicker, but that's a full team wipe for Lahazy, so Among Us doing a brilliant job of punishing that lack of actionability, that lack of initiative from Lahazy with trying to take that gunfight, and they get the skull, they flip the respawn, they've got time to buy right now.
They do indeed. Very far away from that camo that's up in 10 seconds. They've decided to replay the ball here. I'm not going to say questionable, but that means that they don't have the ball and they're really far away from camo right now. So I think that probably means Hazy might get both of these things if they can move forward. 2 players have gone down. It's all about timing in these games here. I probably would have kept the ball if I could and forced someone to come and engage. And Brainiac does get the camo from the end of that. We've seen what he can do with it, but the resistance piles in and he engages in fisticuffs and creates a unicorn. That was a great trade for him, 2-1.
Definitely so. That's about all you can ask for, especially because I believe the people on the side of Among Us, they did kind of spot the shimmers and the glimmers that active camo was providing, so his days were surely numbered as well. Yeah, you don't get to utilize the full 60 seconds of that AC, but you do manage to walk away with 2 kills, and that can be translated into time bought. And points nabbed, technically speaking, as well, but it is Lahazi with the skull, and I'm surprised that Knuckles manages to get away with that. Halo can sometimes be a scary game when you get jump scared like that. What else are you gonna do? You're gonna gobsmack him with the skull. It just makes sense. Bastos as well, threading the needle right through Zove's eyes.
That was a clean shot. Almost getting the second one there. This is where they have the aggression from Bastos with the sniper rifle. They have to try and get some space, but the S7's down on the ground. And the House of Cards topples there, all 4 players down. The idea was there too, definitely, but just a little too spread out as a team.
Yeah, not great. Fortunately, not all too great, but respawns come on through, an opportunity to reset. Quantum Translocator is up, and if we're going to quickly just move our eyes towards the bottom right hand of our screen, we will see that Rock Eagle is super close. Well, closing off this Slayer in their favor and going up 2 maps overall. But still, our current oddball game, it is far from over. Among Us, they need, give or take, 35 points to close off this round, and Sunrise is gonna go for the back smack. I'm not exactly sure if that means the oddball has been reset. Indeed it does. It does slip right over the edge of the map, but Lahazi, they are ready to receive it.
This has been very back and forth this round at the top. Quite a stressful game for players on both sides concerned here. 2 minutes left on the clock. If Hazy can get a decent hold here, which to get a few points then play it, it could put them in a position to tie. But as Slayer starts to become more important, and Among Us start to build out this lead with only 120 seconds of non-ball time left, you got to start thinking, what's the strategy they're going to play here? Because Camo's going to be up now.
Yeah.
Sniper Rifle's going to be up again one more time this game. Moses last man alive. They can just waste time from now. They have the capacity here to waste time. It is definitely on their side, and this is the final round.
Yeah. I think that could just be the strategy that Among Us would employ. There's very little point to try to secure these last 23 points, because it's better to have 1 extra gun up at all times, and you can just juggle around that ball, play it, reset it, do whatever you want with it, but not let Lahazi actually grab onto it. So far, not working all too well for Among Us. Lahazi, they're back on top of things. That's a full team wipe and a lot of free time already bought for them. So Lahazi edging their way closer and closer to tying this up. Now, the pressure for Among Us is starting to mount.
Indeed it is. So we start to sweat a little bit because it was going so well, and Brainiac gets the camo, and all of a sudden now we're closing in on time / being behind. So Slayer's gone out the window now. This is no holds barred. Got to be absolutely as aggressive as possible, which consequently does lean itself towards the blue team and how they've been playing right now, and they have taken the lead. This is the last push. There is no space for error. Whoever gets this push will potentially win the game, and there's so many red pips so far away, a sense of urgency needs to happen, and Brainiac finds himself on the receiving end of that push.
4 more seconds. Sunrise does take a little bit of damage, but it's not enough, and it doesn't pack enough lethality, just narrowly getting away, not by the skin of his teeth, but by some pretty significant margins right there. Lahazi able to turn things around towards the very end. And that is our final round of Oddball locked in. So Lahazi, they do get away with another map underneath their belt. And that easily was the closest of the first of all 3 rounds of Oddball that we saw. Both of the other 2, they were won by some pretty hefty margins. That one went a little bit more down to the wire.
It did indeed. And wow, just thinking about the effect of that tech pause right there. Across the board, you know, the performance from all players in that round was fairly even. It'd be great to see the whole stats, but obviously we can't do that. I think Desire was playing, you know, that scoreline doesn't really pay dividends to what he did for his team over the course of that game there. Bit of a rough last round, but just, you know, we're going into CTF on Origin now, and that is very similar to Aquarius Bomb.
Yeah.
And we saw how that went at the start of the series. So right now, these teams really need to be thinking about, you know, how are we going to use what we've learned to play around the formation of the other team. Are we going to continue to play the 3+1? Or are we going to really hard shove one side of the map and get that cave spawn and rotate the flag through? These are decisions that we have to figure out as we go.
Yeah, exactly. It's not really something that you can prepare for. I mean, you can definitely go into each map and specifically a game like Origin CTF with a plan, but it's Halo at the end of the day. It's way too fast-paced to try to stick to things consistently because a spanner can be thrown into the works of your own preparations, and just like that, you have to make split-second adaptations. But as long as you're able to maintain primarily that S7 as well as Spanker, you will technically have a much more solid chance of running those flags. But also we've seen plenty of occasions where you kind of just don't pay attention to what's kind of going on in the map, you just run the flag. And we've seen instances, the two of us, at least in other HCS qualifiers and tournaments, where teams are able to score 2 points within the span of maybe about a minute and a half. So there's a lot of different factors to consider, a lot of different play styles that could both be employed over here. And I'm curious to see exactly what kind of mixture of chaos we're going to have here.
Bodies start to fall to the ground as the chaos begins. I think we got a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher in hand. I think Among Us did pick up one of them, but Mose was the last player alive there. Not fully sure where all the toys are. Sniper rifle's still on the pedestal. Bastos wants it for his team. And the rocket launcher is unaccounted for. Not sure if it got picked up and dropped. I think Knuckles has it, maybe? Trying to work out the silhouette. No, he doesn't, so he's unaccounted for at this point, too. So anyone could have that. And that is dangerous for either team to not know where that is right now.
Yeah.
And the cave starts to become more and more important as Ninja finds himself the last player alive. And there we go. Surprise! Rocket launcher was indeed in the hands of the blue team.
Yeah, both of those power weapons in the hands of Lahazi, and despite the fact that they were staring down the barrel of a full team wipe, they're unable to really push all the way through and get that flag out of the base in only a couple of meters, actually. And that's not exactly what Lahazi needs. So despite the fact that they had a brilliant start right there, kills underneath their belts, both toys to work with, and Sunrise going on an absolute heater, finding a nice little triple sequence as well. Now we're finally going to see this flag start to get pulled. So Sunrise is going to be the first to start running it all the way through, but he's got Desire to worry about, and that's not a gunfight. He's going to be walking away from healthily.
Double
They were definitely banking on the cave respawns there, and Sunrise being just crouched behind elbow really was unexpected for. You could tell by how he reacted to that. And that positioning or respawn, not sure which one happened there. It's critical to preventing that flag from moving forward. The support from the rest of Among Us not available at that time. So great idea there, but positioning of the enemy team completely stopped it, and it really shows how important the elbow or cave respawn choice is so impactful to that flag being run.
Yeah, 100%. I could tell if we were to see Sunrise's face, it would be one of shock, probably. And confusion, primarily. Like, you saw how slowly he turned around with his controller, and he was just, like, stuck trying to register and process exactly why on earth is Desire right here? I'm supposed to be running the flag. We're supposed to have flipped the spawns, but it didn't quite pan out. So, I fully get that. But still, Lahazi able to slightly stabilize in this instance. Knuckles is trying to run the flag, and he's doing a damn good job of doing so before being shut down by Mose. So, they try to make the best out of a bad situation. They still try to make a decent omelet with the exit they've cracked. And that flag yet to be reset, but I don't think they're going to stand a chance to grab this one and continue this conquest. Nope.
The rocket launcher did get graphed off screen as well, and I was very aware and waiting for the overcommit from a team, because when the rocket launcher's up and you end up in a scenario like that where that entire map is focused in one base, if you lose that fight and the rocket launcher's available, that is a counter cap written all over it. And I mean, fortunately for the likes of both teams, it nullified and neither of them got anything there, but that was a super volatile situation, and it was well handled by the defending team there to prevent the counter cap scenario from occurring.
Brainiac running that flag, looking to potentially secure a miracle for Lahazi, but the coverage just really wasn't there. Zove shuts him down, and now Sunrise with the S7. Decisions to make, shots to connect, and doesn't deliver on either aspect, unfortunately. Bastos now moving onwards and upwards towards that S7 spawn, but he's got Among Us to worry about. They're looking to try to press the issue in this instance. They do get that flag up in motion here.
just as it ends up on the ground. Once again, oh, nice little ankle clip there, but the flag's still moving, and I don't think anyone from the likes of Hazy got the space to get there, and they haven't. Among Us, with 2 players alive on the map, get past that threshold, and they lock in that first flag of this game 4. So, potential for game 5, question mark? I don't know, I don't want to count it too early, but that's going to make them feel good with 7 minutes left on the clock.
And that was their only flagpole as well. Lahazi, they've had 3 attempts thus far, and not one of them was able to actually find any purchase. That's probably the most infuriating thing that they have to think about, or at least it will be at the back of their brains, thinking, how can Among Us get away with such a minute effort compared to ours? But that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's just sometimes how the Halo gets haloed from time to time. And you gotta put it in the rearview mirror and just get back to work on things. Bastos as well, able to finally get the trade onto Ninja as well. It's a 2v2 actively on the map. And both teams now licking their wounds as the Spanker starts to come online. Guardian Angel secured, so that could potentially clear up the avenue for Lahazi to get the Spanker.
Yeah, the pickup on Zove there was pivotal, and that may set a tone for the next 30 seconds or so. Sniper rifle will be up. They are alternating spawns right now. Last rocket in the chamber. 3 down. Zove finds himself last man alive. This is where you get in position. All the red Spartans now respawning in the back of the base. The pinch could come through if Brainiac can hold out the other side. Sunrise does go down. This is a good hold on the elbow. Again, it won't play like that. There is time here too, though. There's time for them to be able to get another kill and potentially pull the flag here, but Ninja puts a stop to it, picking him up. Not sure loads of confusion in that elbow corner this game. People kind of double taking as they go around, and as I said, Sniper's looking 10. So Hazy needs to make sure they keep bodies on the ground. They're only going to have 3 players up for that Sniper now. So Among Us may have the opportunity here to snowball what potentially could be their second flag pull of the game. And they're going to do exactly that. They're going to have the snipe, they're going to have the flag. This needed a little more situational awareness before the commit happened from Lahazi. They're on the back foot here.
Yeah, definitely so. And now Lahazi forced the duel down range. The S7 is online. We will have Zove unfortunately fall to the wayside, but that's completely fine. The response from Among Us, it is as brutal as it is swift. That was 3 players down, now just freshly coming back off the respawn screens, and they're trying to mobilize rapidly to stop and bring a halt to this flag run, but it's not really going to happen. Zove to secure it, to lock in a second point as well for Among Us, and that is just criminal coming out from them. Lahazi, they seem to be leading almost every single aspect, but now the Slay department, it looks to be bleeding red.
That reversal perfect for that triple kill, that was disgusting. That literally stopped the counter cap. Among Us had to spend everything for that capture, and I was super concerned that the counter cap was going to come through, but it didn't, because Clutch was engaged and Ninja just being like, nope, get off my flag, get perfected, that's my triple kill, that's my flag. Fantastic from him, and Hazy might get this flag in anyway, but my god, that perfect there, that was masterclass level.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for a better individual performance from anyone in this server. 1 flag will be clawed back by Lahazi. 4.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of Halo to potentially be played, but given how this CTF has gone thus far, Among Us, they have the potential to flip much more on a dime and to a much more drastic extent than Lahazi. Bastos, dueling all on his lonesome, will shut down Ninja, punished for his previous crimes. But Lahazi, they definitely need a lot more than just a few kills, a few singular duels. They really need some of that Among Us magic, it seems like.
They do indeed. And we still have 4 minutes of padding here left for another flag cap to come through either way. Among Us will finish and take us to game 5 if they get it, but Hazy with 1 will take us to sudden death. And the blue flag does come off the podium here. Mo's playing very aggressively, momentarily. 3 players down. Both teams pulling the flag here. This is super dangerous territory. This is super volatile. And the full send. Knuckles wants to equalize for his team. With 2 players on, but the Zove comes in and stops that right in its tracks. Both teams now playing with fire.
Good instincts coming out from Knuckles, but just didn't have the HP to justify that engagement either. Now Zove left to try to stave off the aggression. Narrowly finds another kill, but that flag is still very much up and alive. It will be touched, it will be grabbed and moved just a little bit more forward, and now it's down to Bastos to try to continue driving this through all the way up home. Takes a couple of shots, but it's not enough to halt his progression at all. This should be another point secured for Lahazi, and now we are really going down to the wires. We have less than 3 minutes of active play left.
That was a great run. I mean, I'm not saying they chose to go elbow side, but because of the way the respawns were coming in, that meant his team was either going to spawn on him and help out, or spawn in the cave and stop the enemy push. So there was no losing scenario for Lahazi there. The timing was great, worked out in their favor, got the flag in, and with 2 minutes left, we're either going to sudden death, or someone's going to score. It's golden flag either way.
Yeah. It's just a matter of how much additional time we may or may not have once these next 2 minutes and 20 seconds are all said and done. Ninj assisting for one, Zove credited with that one, and things are going to crawl to a bit of a halt right here. The calm before the storm, and Ninj trying to take matters into his own hands. A 1v2 is ill-advised, my friend. The Spanker is likely going to fall to the side of Lahazi, as it's all down to Zove in his own base, and he can definitely start to feel the heat.
Killing
Cheeky.
spree.
Rockets from afar, love it.
On another. Oh, they don't
Make it
even
a
know he's
third.
there.
Get in there.
Oh,
What a sequence coming out from Bastos as well, and he's going to pull that flag in as well. That is 3 dead. You've got so much time, so much space. Just get the job done.
what a sequence. Just Bastos there with the curb slide over, throwing the flag over the map. They deserve to win that. That last flag pull there, they just absolutely just ran that home. That was a great final sequence to really finish off that series there. So Lahazi take it 3-1. Bastos with the huge flag pull, movement tech, flying over the top of the map. Great showing from him. Among Us really, really took them the full distance there. Look at all the scorelines. Among Us took the first game, 43 and 50, and then both the objective game types were super close as well.
Yeah, round of applause going out to Bastos for his individual performance overall in that CTF and towards the very end. Didn't miss a single rocket, did not make a single mistake. He delivered at every single aspect, secured that nice little triple, ran the flag as well, and it just seemed as if all the stars aligned perfectly for him. And Lahazi gonna see all the benefits from it as well. Among Us, if we're just gonna quickly ignore the actual end scoreline of 1-3, you could definitely make a very decent argument that they played just slightly underneath that level of Lahazi because they were able to make this a very close and competitive affair through and through. Live Fire Oddball, especially after we finished those initial 2 rounds and we got to the 3rd round, it looked as if Among Us was going to win it. It could have very much been now moving on towards Streets for a game of Slayer as well. That's how damn close the series was overall.
Absolutely. So credit to Among Us there, really, really put the work in, but fortunately for them, you know, even though Ninj had that awesome fight towards the end where he got the triple kill, got the reversal perfect, it didn't convert really. They ended up scoring anyway, and then Bastos just put that final nail in the coffin with his very opportunistic but very efficient run. So great series, lots to think about there, definitely VOD review worthy, but Lahazi take it.
Yeah, exactly. And that does mean that right now, obviously, the side of Lahazi, they're going to be able to sit pretty for a little bit longer in that upper bracket before the rest of everyone else is able to catch up with them. We're not exactly sure if we do have some lower bracket action to show for you, but in case if we don't, then that means that we'll be hopping to a short little break. But you wouldn't want to go anywhere else because the action is going to be coming up relatively quick afterwards. We'll see you guys very soon.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spoil you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Double kill.
I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white,
Welcome back, everyone. It's EHL Winter Finals, and I am Hell Monkey Man. We had to let Adam go. He's got things to study for and to apparently not drink, and that's good on him. But it's going to be myself as well as Tudors as we get into this Winners Final. Tudor, it's so good to be back in the booth with you. It's been a long of time, but you guys got to see some awesome action just a second ago. Momentum for Blah, as they've been perfect on the day, but Lahazi with a great comeback just a moment ago.
Yeah, indeed. That series from Lahazi, despite the fact that it ended off 3-1, it was an extraordinarily close and tight-knit affair between their competition Among Us, who is now dropped into the lower bracket to face off against Rock Eagle to see who might still potentially have a chance at sweet, sweet revenge later on. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into our short little map veto between Blah and Lahazi. We're going to be starting things off with King of the Hill, Lattice, Slayer, Live Fire. Then we will have Strongholds, Recharge, and everything after that is optional should we need it.
A Fortress Flag and an Origin Slayer. Color me with absolute envy. If we are able to go the distance on this one, some of my favorite map mode combos together. But Lattice as a starter kit, especially with the King of the Hill, this is actually delivered quite a few times in previous matchups, not just for these Winter Opens, but as well just for general European Halo. Very well practiced, very fast, and very executable, because this opening play, this opening ice is where we will see where these teams decide to take priority. You're going to drop for that S7, or you're going to go to the hill and try and get some time?
Yeah, I think at this certain point, the map has been it's been released for long enough to the point that we can strip its status, that label of a new experimental playing field, and we already kind of know exactly what the gist is going to be with the majority of the modes that we see play on Lattice in particular. Obviously, there is still quite some... I think the best word that I can use for this is uncomfortable. It's sort of the opposite of claustrophobic. It's the fear of big spaces that people tend to have on Lattice overall, and that's sort of the trickiest thing when it comes to navigating and playing this map effectively.
Just like me going out in the front yard, trying to just put the garbage out on the corner when I forgot my jacket. I feel cold, I'm nippy, and I need to be comfy back in my house. They go for the hill, they find that S7 first. Blah will get feet and boots on the rock, as Lahazi will try to now incur from outside of it. This is actually the most uncomfortable hill, but we've talked about it a few different times. This little iceberg in front of you, actually very defensible, and it may just immediately go over to Blah.
Iceberg? Lettuce? Are we onto something here?
It's me on the diet.
That's it, just straight iceberg lettuce out of the bag, nothing else.
Oh, it's suffering, but it's real.
It's better than a bowl of ice water, you know?
That's with a fork, so you're just sipping. Oh, well, so far, Lahazi's able to at least sip some extra hydration, as this S7 is in the hands of Knuckles, goes from high to low, down into sewer, and Blah took at least 2/3 of this hill before Lahazi started really kind of rolling up the sleeves and getting back to work.
S7 out cold on the ground, still one more round left in its magazine, so that could potentially be beneficial and put to good use. It is currently in the hands of Alex Shock, and Blah just moments away from being able to close off this first hill in their favor. At this certain point, yeah, just see it done. There's not much that Lahazi can do to try to contest this, and woo! Okay, the second nade was necessary, because I was going to say, if Alec can get away with capping that hill, left on a sliver of HP, that would have been criminal.
Really would have been. Good splash on the nades, but they've also not really put themselves too dedicated onto this hill. And this is burning some time and positioning, especially off of these spawns. Blah knows that they can basically get this hill in a moment's notice. Lahazi has to fight for so much of it. That's a great two-man sprint to be able to take down one. You go three-man down, and that clears the field. Great positioning, good map awareness by Blah. They finish off hill number 1. They're already set for number 2.
Yeah, indeed. They've got already, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, boots and feet for some reason on the hill currently. And they're going to start racking up a little bit of progression. Quantum Translocator desperately wanting to be picked up, but no one on the side of Lahazi can quite yet commit to it. Zed Mighties, he does have basically the entire Overwatch. And he's already tagging up a whole bunch of players as they are spawning on through, and he's contesting. This guy can basically do it all.
You can even get the Hill Guardian, because why not? You get an assist every single time you tag someone, and And this hill is sprinted away. Brainiac is trying for one late contest, but it's just not going to happen. Mighty's is definitely the Swiss Army knife and trying to just to make sure that everyone has to go through their tool set. So that QT will be picked up eventually, but they know that someone also has spawned out towards ice, so they want to put some bullets into that Spartan. Just as they roll in, you face off into a 1v2, quick trade. Brainiac still falls out, but Blah has taken a 2-hill lead very quickly. 2 doors. I mean, it's so far just good execution, not letting Lahazi be uncomfortable at all.
No, that's really the thing. They're doing a brilliant job of being able to isolate a lot of these duels. They're catching Lahazi, not in pairs, but just in singular entities, and that's kind of where everything starts to really crumble for what it technically would have been this primarily French roster as well. And that's kind of just the rough thing to sort of witness, that Blah are doing a brilliant job of isolating their prey before Lahazi even kind of recognize what's really going on. They're just being caught in uncomfortable positions after very awkward gunfights, and you kind of just think to yourself, okay, how do I rectify this situation? And I'm dead.
Well, Knuckles is trying to preserve this S7 as well, not give it over to Blah, as they had gotten a pretty substantial amount of time here on hill number 3. Unfortunately, they lose that duel, so that means that that power weapon is going to drop into enemy territory. 10 kills and 5 deaths is Alex Shuck, by the way, as Bastos is trying to also keep his team limping towards, could be at least presumed, an attempt at the finish line. They go 2-1, try to rush it in, use that final bullet in the chamber. So this one continues on for Lahazi. They might be able to get a hill.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lahazi, they don't regain control of that S7. It definitely would have helped them, but at the very least, getting themselves on the board is even better in this instance. Sunrise won't live to fight another day following that engagement. Mighties will take down Knuckles as well, who has been seeing better performances over the course of today's festivities. Alex Shock as well, now the first and only person to be contesting this particular hill. Arguably the toughest hill to contest in this entire rotation.
It's a tough one up on that big bridge where that S7 spawn comes from, and very exposed. I mean, you want to talk about exposure when it comes to this map. This one, you have to just grin and bear it. Those Arctic winds will be chipping at your lips as well as your shoulders, but still, Mighties will hold from the opposite side of the spawn. That's exactly what Blah wants to do. Keep Lahazi onto the other side of the map, force them to come from red side, see if they can walk straight into them. So they keep their head on a swivel, and Lahazi may see this one become a 3 very, very quickly. They have to go underneath, go to the sewer side, try to contest. Sunrise will find another one, 6-13. Still, though, they then get caught from behind as Alex Shock is just adding bodies to the score total.
Yeah, he's kicking so much ass, he's completely forgetting to take their names as well. 15-2. No, now make that 16. Tallied up already. Gonna start planting both of those boots onto the hill and potentially pick up the S7. But no, it's Bastos that's going to be able to get the turn on instead. And he is going to grab the S7 all to himself. Now it's down to Mighties to try to contest, but his shields are stripped, so he's going to rely on someone else to start making Bastos a bit more uncomfortable.
Mighty's quick rotation out. They know that everyone's going to start streaming in from mid. One man pops up. Knuckles is stuck behind a weird position and caught between 2 separate red Spartans. Now that's at least half the team down for Blob temporarily, but 3 go down for Lahazi. No one is making progress. The timer is not really a factor just yet, but we are over that halfway of the neutral time here for both squads. Lahazi trying to go up from the stair side. Brainiac sees one man, but turns him into a ghost. And it's going to be SLG off the rock. Oh, the S7 found its mark. Eventually, the trade comes through. Lahazi is getting just these small moments of time, but it's not really stacked up yet.
No, that's really the thing. Building up that time consistently as opposed to just sporadic chunks and strings in between really doesn't exactly translate to point conversions, but maybe that's about to change right now. Lahazi doing a decent job of, well, maintaining control of what is arguably, like we established, one of the worst hills in this entire rotation. Sunrise trying to stick it to Alex. Knuckles credited with that kill, but Glory is going to find a perfect instead. And he narrowly just finds Knuckles as well as he was trying to dodge and bob and weave his way out of harm's way. Glory now from underneath might look to try to ruin this Lahazi party.
100 seconds approaching, and this timer now becomes a little bit more of a factor, especially as it looks like Hill 3 will finally be in the hands of Blah. But that's a very short window all the time. As soon as you think you have at least time to sit onto this hill, it goes away. Lahazi sees that one as an issue because they still need to tie up this current game. Brainiac underneath, just nading it out, seeing what they can find as Mighty's sticks for as long as they can up onto that top side of the bridge. Sunrise back and forth. Where in the world did he go? He's being tracked down all the way into sewer, and eventually he is cut down by Alex Shock. You have 2 men from Lahazi. They're going to try and fight it against SLG, but as soon as they're looking towards Alex Shock, you have too many people to deal with. The 3rd point on the board. You got 82 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Ring Around the Rosie wasn't exactly the name of the game when it comes to King of the Hill, but still, that is a 3rd and very crucial point secured for Lahazi. That could have been their opportunity, and I don't think they will have any other better opportunities, nor in past or future, to have potentially tied things up, because now the Hills are just going to get a lot more easy to capture compared to that one, and both teams were so damn close, edging their way towards grabbing it. That's Mighty's credited with the double kill off screen as well. Lahazi, all 4 players dead. This is free progress right now for Blah, and there is nothing more that they would rather have.
There was 3 players that were directly on that hill, and as soon as you had that, they could just basically squeeze from either side, from green and from outside and the sewer side. So this hill progress, I feel like it's unstoppable. This is a tough one to be able to get away from Cargo, and then that we go right back to Ring Around the Rosie, just like you mentioned. Bastos wants to try and win this fight. Get rid of SLG. Bastos will sit onto hill. Glory wants to fight literally anything that moves, be it Mouse or be it Mjolnir. Lahazi finding it tough to get in, but I feel like this is the last one they're going to be seeing get out in front of them. Only seconds remain.
Yeah, this doesn't exactly seem like it was well thought out or executed by Lahazi at all when it came to that hill. How many times did we see one particular player that was trying to defend the hill go down only to then be substituted by someone else that was hiding within green? It seemed like the overall map control and establishment of positioning on that very, very last hill from Lahazi was just not up to the standard that we would have expected. We saw when the script was flipped and instead it was the side of Blah maintaining control over the hill. There was 1 player, no more than 1, on that very, very last hill, and the rest of them were on that outside area towards the iceberg and everything, rather than being indoors so they could quickly act and react towards any oncoming aggression. For Lahazi, it was kind of just them individually going down one by one as flies, and just like that, the last hill very easily converted. Thus, the map as a whole, 4-1 taken in the favor of Blah.
I mean, you see the kill spread. Bastos at 23 and 20, trying to drag this team kicking and screaming. You had several assists that was happening from the squad as well. So we'll see if some of that will translate forward and everyone settles down. The problem with King of the Hill, a lot of rotation. Who has to be sacrificed as the lamb to stay on the hill while everyone then sets up to try and protect them? And if the shepherds aren't there to protect their sheep, well, then the flock of wolves from Blah will come forward and eat them up. Good news, everyone is a wolf now, as we go over into Slayer on live fire.
Everyone's the president in this case.
Get down! Or get up.
Get down, Mr. President!
But who's going to be the MVP, though? Who's going to be able to come out and make some big fights? Because Lahazi needs it. Blah has been perfect on the day, and they're going to try and continue being that.
So if you're the MVP, are you like most valuable president or like the most vice president of the entire president collection?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to be vice president. Being president is a lot, you know. I don't want to be that.
Yeah,
I
it's
want
a
to
bit
be the
much.
guy. Yeah, it's technically first fall guy, but I don't mind. Let the other guy make the mistakes. Let's let that happen. Yeah.
Exactly. Active camo is up and it will be pocketed by Sunrise. Going to be slapped onto his chest momentarily. Alex Shock finds one onto Knuckles, and Brainiac has got the S7 as well. That's a lot of information being fed and relayed back to Lahazi, but Sunrise, I think his days might be numbered. Does get spotted out, narrowly gets away with the kill onto Alex Shock, and does dip back into the shadows only for a second, sniffed out by the wolf that is Mighty's.
9-4 though, great start for this perhaps shock and awe campaign out of Lahazi. They cannot allow Blah to snowball this situation, and Bastos knows that they have to get the power weapons in their hands. They grab that S7 from off of a dead Blob body. They'll hang out by this key door. Very clever position. They do not connect, but they will at least find that one trade. That weapon still has some extra bullets in it. Now Alex Shock Nuso. Oh my goodness, great connection. He no scopes just before getting chopped down.
Yeah, I imagine if he could have chambered that second one in quick succession and potentially found a double. But I also kind of feel like my eyes deceived me. Was that the last round in PS7? It was, yeah. No chance in getting the second one after that. But Mighty's with a #1 perfect onto Brainiac doesn't quite find the second, as it's all down to Knuckles, as everyone else is slowly making their way back off the respawn screens.
Equalized right now, and Alex Shaw continuing to be the menace that he is. Just like this a game ago, and so far has continued to just be the main slayer for this squad out of Blah. Utility around everyone. And Glory's on baguette watch, but it doesn't matter when Alex Shaw is still finding those from down in distance. Now the good news for Lahazi, there's still 5 kills ahead. A nice perfect, as you're seeing half the team go down for Blah, and now the stagger out is allowing Lahazi to exist, but Knuckles gets caught from behind. Still though, we're in kind of those moderate parts of this halfway mark of the game.
Glory in a very tricky position. Doesn't quite prevent the active camo from being picked up by Bastos and loses his life in the process as well. This is big coming out from Bastos. QT will save the skin of SLG, a name that we haven't really said too often since the start of the series. He's kind of just been in and around, not exactly putting up the most meaningful contributions, but not necessarily underperforming either. Just kind of having a very normal and, well, mediocre performance thus far. But Bastos still has quite a decent chunk of time on this active camo. Walks away with the S7, a frag onto Glory, and he's looking for Alex. Oh, it's a bit messy, but the Bandit will get the job done.
One of the chest, one of the face right afterwards, and that's exactly why Bastos was kind of mid-hunting with this camo, seeing if he can be able to get that spawn off. That spike grenade's gonna go well past him. He's still got 5 more bullets left with this sniper. Eventually the camo does bleed away. So that is paying off both utility as well as weaponry. He's going to go from high to low, just basically rotating this tower. He knows where the spawn is coming from. Remote det by Glory. Does at least get something onto the kill feed. But they are now 7 behind Lahazi, who has not succeeded any of this lead.
No, they're about to surpass the halfway mark of this round, and sure, they have been trailing, but it can quickly be recovered. Brainiac does go down at the hands of Glory. Melee, unfortunately, doesn't connect. He was expecting the lunge to have saved his skin, or at least secure the trade, but doesn't quite pan out, unfortunately enough. Mighty's the next to fall, and Lahazi, well, kind of defying all expectations in this Slayer, as they find themselves 15 frags away. Knuckles does go down. Will be Alex credited with that particular kill. Blah potentially finding their footing over here. Bastos tries to join in on the fun. Does get traded off as well. So Blah slowly starting to stem the bleeding a bit.
Still, even with 3 falling, you see half the team of Blah go down. And Lahazi can have the leniency right now to let chunks of their team go away. Got the QT up. They get the stick just before they do so, so becoming a Danny Phantom and on the other side of the nether, we'll realize that they got at least that kill. And now Mighty's going right back in. There's a chance to bring this one back, but you have to be very meticulous. You cannot just dive into these open trades. Finding them from behind, that's a good squeeze by Blah, as they will narrow the gap to 4.
Yeah, you want to force Lahazi to dive completely blind into positions where they eventually find themselves, or rather where they don't want to find themselves in. Mighty's now with the active camo has the opportunity to go positive in terms of KD ratio. Alex Shock, top fragger, does get eventually traded off, and Mighty's now looking to sow chaos into the camp of Lahazi, but he does get snuffed out. Will be forced to tuck his tail between his legs and try to head for the hills, but no, he converts it into a beautiful triple sequence instead. What technically should have been right out of the frying pan into the fire? No. He was the one that was manipulating everything to begin with.
A 4-kill run right now by Mighty's. Going from 9-11 and finding that triple, making the best out of this camo, which finally dissipated. They now have a 2-kill lead because of those extra efforts. What was, I believe, up to 9 of Lahazi over Blah. Now Lahazi has to be able to keep their nerve and hold their guard. That's going to be Bastos being splashed away. They eventually do find the trade from off of that scoreboard. Blah has a chance to do the funniest thing, and that's make Lahazi hurt in the headspace, because all of this has just gone absolutely wrong. The S7 does not get picked up by Mighty's. It will stay on the spawn stick, but that means it's also bait.
It is definitely, that's what you want to do. Once again, we mentioned it earlier, isolate some of these gunfights, isolate the individuals, and that's exactly what they're doing. The trades are not coming through for Lahazi. SLG will no-scope to confirm the final frag onto Lahazi, and it came so damn close. Only 2 kills splitting these two teams towards the very end of it, even though it really didn't feel like it at all. Lahazi in the driver's seat for so very long, but then a little guy named Mighties, he kind of just happened.
Always does on this map. The first time I ever saw Mighties play, it was a live fire slayer, and I was like, that dude is magic. And to look at it, it was 37-30 at one point, folks, and then 20 kills in a row to the 11 that was happening in opposite of them. Lahazi sees this one stripped from their hands, and it was one thing that I was going to be mentioning is that Sunrise was having such a better map. The previous one, I mean, you're having to deal with basically sacrificing yourself onto the hill. I think they went like 14 and 23. This time around, they were at the time, I think they were positive. They were like 12 and 10, going 12 and 14, and you see everything just taken away from you. That might be wind out of the sails there, Tudor. Now, especially because they have to go to recharge.
Yeah, definitely so. A very close affair as Lahazi are unfortunately able to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and we definitely do realize that this isn't sort of an instance where they choked in a world where the Heimlich maneuver doesn't quite exist just yet. It was very damn close at the end of the day, and it definitely should have been a map that they parked, or at least hypothetically, they should have parked the bus on that one, having, as you mentioned, a 7-point lead, and now we are looking at a potential 3-0 sweep to send Lahazi packing into that lower bracket. Strongholds recharge. Let's jump right into it.
Be nothing new today for Blah to simply 3-0 someone. But it was not simple in the faculty that they had to get it done. A hero had to rise, and it was in the form of Mighties. Shock rifle with glory. Both those players in particular, you give them a one-snap headshot weapon, and it will do exactly like that. Knuckles on the receiving end, and so is Brainiac. Oh my goodness, what a wizard.
Fading away as he finds connection with that shock rifle in both instances, pre-firing as well. Maybe a third one on the docket onto Knuckles, but no, he's gonna get needed out of existence. Still, he does his job with that shock rifle. Contestation still on coming through, and the hill conversion isn't confirmed by Lahazi. No, Mighties joins in at just the last moment. At the 11th hour to secure that conversion and retain B for Blah.
The way that the hills, or rather these sites are currently going, it may take 11 hours for us to get through the strongholds. As everything continues to flip between A and C, B will stay in open clutches by Blah as they prioritize getting back over to this platter. So Mighty's swinging around Tarzan style to see anyone that wants to contest them. And now we've got a trip cap, double points, and it's sprinting.
Clean engagement coming on through from Alec. Converted into a perfect, and he's going to turn his attention over towards that battery side as well. Both Law, I should say Alec, and I think that's Glory's. No, Mighty's actually now looking to amplify this pressure over towards A, but they're going to be staved off by a couple of nades. Just look at the red silhouettes moving cohesively as a unit towards that A side. It's very scary, and the Lahazi defense falters and falls, and so does the A side along with it.
Double kill.
Now, I may have been a bit too ambitious saying that this would take a long time. Triple kill here now for Alex Shock as they found 2-man rotations by Lahazi on either side of the map. Triple cap continues to stack up, and we're going to hit 100 points. Lickety split. Alex Shock is already at least protecting from the backside of Seaside, and it is a funnel point right now. Lahazi continues to just be fish and a barrel, and Blah has tons of spears. A killing frenzy. He has not died yet since the beginning of this game.
Nope, he definitely hasn't. Lahazi potentially stabilizing just a little bit right now. They do have A and B. That is something to brag about, but the kills not quite backing up the individuality of their performances just yet. Alex Shock, he's been on an absolute heater, consistently putting up high numbers over the course of this series, and it is Mighty's the only guy I think they all trust to hold on to this active combo, because he can just work some magic and potentially also, you know, benefit Blah with divine intervention when necessary. That's this man's ability.
Divine blessing over to him. Consistently addressed by the heavens like you shall be our arbiter. But, you know, that means different things slightly in this game. Either way, Blah, with Alex Shock at 13-0, man's about to go on a running ride. If he can be able to survive this next shot. Does have shock rifle. Oh, can't quite land that one in time. And at this point, we're just loving seeing the numbers stack up in fluidity. Bastos is going to try and infect over towards C. Can't quite get at least around the danger zone as Alex Shock will reposition the low side blue pipes. And it's 130 points to 17. Reign of Tyranny will be ended for Alex Shock.
Unfortunately, it will punish for his previous crimes, and his kill streak's found up until this point in time. He did go down with the grapple hook, which I believe has been picked up. Bastos finds a nice little connection as well onto the batteries player. So that means Blah, they still are able to retain both A and B. Lahazi, despite finally starting to get chugging along, not really finding all too much success as they still are trailing by over 120 points.
Won't go down. So a chance for Lahazi to at least establish some semblance of control. They'll go to the elevator side to force the trip cap situation, but the good news for Blah is that their spawn should at least allow them to go and surge onto a couple of sites. They'll do that with both B and C. That's a wide stretch. That means they split 2 people in either direction, and because of that, Brainiac and the gang could isolate some of those fights. B will still flip, but they maintain point control at this point, and 2-door, they desperately needed that. Brainiac will stay alive backside of pipes. And now A under contest, you know that Lahazi cannot let those go for free. So they'll go up into mid, force their way around B into that elevator. But again, it's Blah that's bracking and stacking. They're going to be 100 points away from this one being a 3-0.
Oh, this is scary for Brainiac. I was about to touch on that active camo being determined and for how the rest of this map could potentially play out. And Blah was so quick to react to that. If I can't have these toys, then you can't either. That's kind of the motto for Blah. That's it. It might be super duper selfish, but hey, that gets the job done every once in a while. Good from Blah to shut down that active camo and 2 additional players from Lahazi currently. They maintain all 3. 2 points every single second unless Lahazi have something to do about it, but they just keep falling. One by one, there is contention towards A coming out. Bastos will secure that site all to himself. And the response from Alec, it's, well, not as clean as I would have imagined it to be. Somehow the Overwatch was good, and that's all 4 dead for Blah. Somehow everything's just shifted and flipped on a dime.
I mean, it's shifted for a second, but Blah has a chance to come back from a couple of these respawn points and still force Lahazi's hand. Lahazi is desperately trying to clutch onto the 2 sites that they found consistency with, but even then, it's just been whenever they can finally win some of these isolated moments. Still, Blah will fall out at least a couple. That means that Alex Shock is a lone survivor as SLG and Mighty's follow suit. And Lahazi has at least won a few. They will force the C push. Last time that they did this, A and B fell. That means they're being very tedious about their spawns. You see both Knuckles as well as Brainiac staying back to elevator as well as top gold. That means with Blah winning those other fights against Sunrise and Bastos, these become the final team moments.
Yeah, definitely so. B will get flipped. C potentially to be converted as well. Yup, and the response is coming on through as well quite rapidly from Knuckles. Brainiac is just going to hold his own over towards this side. Let's see how long they can maintain this 3-site control for the time being. Sunrise is about to be waved goodbye to as well. Does manage to walk away with a trade as well. And at this certain point, if you're able to walk away with even exchanges, you're breaking even on your duels, or you're getting the majority in terms of 1 to 2 trades, that's kind of all you really need to maintain for Lahazi, at least for a little bit longer. That gap stood at about 120 at a certain point. Now it's within 60 points. This is still very much recoverable.
Biggest thing about triple caps is being able to then see where the opponent is coming from. They have to go for a site, and you know that you can go right back over to him. You have this active camo. They deny it from B. This is a chance for Lahazi to actually get all the way dead even with Blah, but is it all for the content? Is it all of a misnomer? Does Blah have this in spades at the end of the game? SLG waiting on trying to be a Ghostbuster.
no.
They just have to land a melee. Still A and B in control of Lahazi as C is flipped. Bassos is going to try and deny that one. They don't want to let him get any more points, but Blah is starting to cook.
A tragic sequence of events for Lahazi in that instance. The trade unsecured by the active camo player, and then just individual duels gone awry. This is exactly what Blah would have wanted to see, what it would have wanted to have happen, though, so they can start securing the lead again. Less than 30 points necessary for them to close things off, and yeah, now they're back into the swing of things. And you've got Mighty solo aggressing over towards A as well, and this is just to ruin Lahazi's day. They don't even really need the conversions, they just need to ensure that they're constantly contesting things. Lahazi, they've got to rapidly come up with a response, they got to rapidly contest if they have any hopes of potentially seeing a fourth map, and I don't know if it's going to happen. For now, it does. They're hanging on by a thread, a lifeline provided and secured.
They got to go and get C-Plat, or they got to contest over the B. It feels like there's too many hurt Spartans ending up in places where they don't need to be. Lahazi does at least keep B and C. Blah is kicked out. They've at least called on themselves to try and get this map under control. They're going to force themselves back over to A. Alex will clear it out. It's 5 seconds left. Lahazi's in a desperate moment, and it's going to call for desperate measures that just will not manifest. 3-0 for Blah. They continue to be perfect, even when they play it close, two doors. And that means they'll be going to the grand finals, waiting for who survives the lower side of the bracket.
Indeed, Lahazi potentially had a chance to force the issue even further, but unfortunately, it just was not meant to be on live fire, nor was it meant to be on recharge, because it seemed as if we were just approaching, bit by bit, a foregone conclusion. Towards the very end, within Blah being 10 points away from victory, there were already 3 dead, and that's just 10 free points for the side of Blah to secure for themselves. So Lahazi, they will unfortunately be knocked down to face off against the winner of From Foe to Friends versus Among Us, and Blah, they kind of just get to chill around for a little bit as they wait in the upper bracket for a little bit longer.
Yep, we're going to see the lower semifinals. This will be From Foe to Friends versus Among Us. The winner of that faces off against Lahazi, and then whoever gets through that gauntlet, well, they have to get through the double-up gauntlet against Blah, because Blah will have the golden ticket for a bracket reset necessary to try and take them down. So I believe, let's see, they have been 9-0 on the day. That's a pretty stellar way to spin it. But we are also going to kick directly over into From Foe to Friends versus Among Us. You thought there was a break?
No.
We're straight into it.
I think we're just going to be overworked like me tonight, Monkey Man.
That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. My voice box itself needs continuous stimuli, you know?
That's what I tell myself whenever I continue yelling at anything. My
Pixels
goodness,
on a screen.
Go Pixels! Make other Pixels, not Pixels! Trying to chop them down. An elusive double kill, as they at least find a couple of Spartans, and this is just swiftly putting Among Us in the bag. This is going to be a first flag pickup here from Foe to Friends.
Yeah, let's see if they can run this all the way on through. Zove and Ninja, they are down. TK2 with the S7 is going to find a decent little trade. I'm not exactly sure if he exhausted all the rounds in that power weapon, but it does seem as if Among Us are going to try to confirm this flag return.
Kill.
That's a nice 2-piece coming in from Ninja. And now that the flag's been returned, let's just go ahead and briefly take a moment to calm down and catch our breaths, because obviously this is the first map, Origin CTF, within lower round 4. Following this, we have Aquarius Slayer. Then we will be going towards Lattice Oddball, Live Fire Strongholds, and Recharge Slayer as our final and ultimate map within this particular series, should it go the very distance. But it's still early days, yet to see any flag caps. Don't know which way this one could go.
This also feels like one of those series that can go a long way, at minimum 4 games.
Oh,
just
yeah.
With the kind of mix-up that we have for Baxter Suspense, TK, as well as Snipe Drone. And then on the other side, Zove, Ninja, Desire, and Mose. a lot of these vets here in the European scene have seen each other a lot. Blah feels like a very powerful kind of super pro team, whereas both these feels like a big mix-up skirmish style squad. Bax is going to get caught from the top rope by Ninja as he wants to at least recoup and recover. It's only been a couple minutes here into the CTF as no one really has been able to control this map. We've had some big pulls, both from Foe and Friends and Among Us, but no one can progress past this lower ditch.
No, but obviously that's not going to last forever either. Nothing truly does at one certain point. We're going to have to see a flag get captured, and that's exactly what Zove is aiming to accomplish right here. He was just a few seconds away from getting, like, back-smacked by Bax as well. That would have been a very, very scary transition towards the very end. But luckily, not this particular reality that we're dealing with. Instead, it's Bax himself who's looking to respond with a flag cap of his own. Question is, where's the rest of the team's support? Well, now they've got the flag and they've capped it. Yeah.
It just took an extra second. They were there. They were just, you know, off in the wings, off in the audience, seeing, if they could just clap them along and let them have all the glory. But this time around, from Foe and Friends, now that's the problem, is that both teams are getting caught in the spawn spin cycle, is that you'll come up just enough, get the flag, everyone gets dropped, and then guess what? A flag in turn. So Among Us will find themselves back in the lead, and with only one flag to go before this one's done.
Desire with the S7 doesn't find a connection just yet, but he is going to start, feeling very claustrophobic. That is a lot of rounds exhausted from the S7. Only one more goes down, unfortunately enough, but it doesn't necessarily matter all too much. I'd rather see an empty magazine die in my cold, dead hands than it fall to the enemy. I think every single Halo player shares that sentiment as well. TK2 was narrowly left to his own devices to defend, as Suspense does pull the flag, so it could be an attempt to equalize from Foe to Friends, but not quite manifesting or materializing just yet.
Trying to get that pull out just so they can get this one all knotted up together. This one ends up pausing?
Uh-oh.
Okay. Disconnection. Okay. So it was 2-1 in favor of Among Us.
Yeah.
So we'll be waiting this one out for everyone to kind of reconnect and get back into lobby. This one happened very quickly. So shout out over to our Proud, by the way, with Drax able to keep track as we were on main line with the upper bracket and then immediately shot over into our lower finals. As well as Infinity has been able to put everything in y'all's face space to view. So unfortunately, it looks like that we did at least have one drop. I think it was from the side of Foe and Friends. So,
Yeah, I
Foe
believe
2
so.
Friends. Yeah. So, but so it feels like this is kind of almost a blessing for them, considering that even though they had the red flag out of Among Us's base, they were still struggling to kind of have general control of that side of the map. So things went a little bit sideways for them.
We're going to also quickly show some replays of the previous series, in case if you are just tuning in as well, because I do believe we did have a decent influx from a raid come on through, so that's just to get you guys up to speed. It was Blah that did win a series versus Lazi 3-0, and they will be patiently waiting in the grand finals for their following opponents, while meanwhile we still have to get one more additional player back into our lobby for our lower round 4? Lower round, if I'm not mistaken? Lower round 4?
Yeah, we're in the, the lower semifinal, lower round 4.
Seems like Baxter is back, yeah.
Yeah. The back and backs. Backs and back.
Bax is back?
Bax is back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to Bax?
Back. Yeah. Back to back. I'm trying to say basics, but it'd be like backsics. I don't know if that would work.
That
work?
works? No, I don't think that really works. No.
Backs Boys 2. Backs
to back.
Yeah.
Triple kill.
Backs.
Yes. Backs. Welcome Backs Cotter. None of you know. Some of you don't know that show. It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know of that show. No.
Yeah,
First time I'm hearing about it.
Yeah, it's welcome. It's I learned it from my mom, I guess. So yeah. Okay. We're nearly in there. Moe's just has to wiggle their way upwards, and then we'll get right back into game number 1, which they'll have to also reset all those those moments. And also considering that they will be resetting, here's the rub, because they got the 2-1 in favor of Among Us. This game can be decided in the first minute of this reset in a dead sprint based on the S7 and the rocks.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, this is also a 2-1 scoreline currently right now. So technically speaking, for the side of Among Us, all they really need is that one flag cap, and then they will be able to win things overall. From Foe to Friends, they do get the benefit of having this brief little reset so they can try to get back into the swing of things, and it looks like we are just moments away from being able to hop right back into the action as well. So fret not, ladies and gents, we will be restarting things back off as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Monkey Man, because some time ago, it's been a while since I've like sort of kept up and actually, you know, read the detailed patch notes of anything and everything related to Halo, but I do believe that we actually have the possibility to actually input scores for a reset now, don't we?
I believe so.
Yeah.
We don't get to go back to whatever the game state was at that time, but we can actually put in the stats. So you'll see, I believe, a 2-1, or these teams will simply know that someone is up by 1, whichever way that they want to do it. Either way is very cool. This is something that all developers need to know. Make it easy for your private games to be modified in such an administrative way. It helps out the esports scene, it helps out the community and casual scene. It's cool. It took 10 years for Rocket League to allow us to pause.
Damn.
10 years! Damn. It's not hard. They were allowing admins to do it for freezy. Just 10 years. We go back into the game.
Yeah. Indeed, we go back, and it is going to be Snipe Drone, credited with the first kill of the restart. He does get away with the S7. Oh, just narrowly thrown off his zoom. He would have gotten away with that frag onto Zove, and that was such a brief moment of opportunity for Zove to get away with the rockets as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Trying for him. Oh my goodness. Okay, so with all of Among Us down, this is, well, you did at least have half the squad down from Foe to Friends as well. So everyone basically is going all in to try and make that opening minute as perilous as possible. Now, the key thing is that from Foe to Friends is also seeing Moe's knocking at their door. That splash nade should be able to take care of business. TK2, though, will be living it out. So reinforcements from Snipe Drone and Baxter. Moe's is all of a pesky ne'er-do-well at the backside corner, and them and Desire go down at the same time. Might present an opportunity for Foe to Friends to start extending this map.
Definitely so. Snipe Drone, nades tossed out, Zove found, but the kill, it's a little bit messy. Eventually they do both get traded off one way or another. And now we're going to be hopping on with Desire, who looks to be circling his way through the belly of the beast to find some action. Doesn't quite exactly spot out TK2, who's kind of just chilling, taking things very slowly, waiting for the right moment to pounce, and I believe there's suspense as well. Catches Desire with his pants around his ankles. Mose does the exact same thing onto 2 players. A very clean and easy 2-piece collected for him.
Inch falling out. You have 2 in the back lane. Zove going down as well. So this is a chance for them to actually get that pull. TK2 will eventually get dropped by Mose. And Mose knows that they cannot go too far back, or else this entire map becomes a sprint fest from Foe to Friends if they get that grab. So they kept themselves just at that top mid and making things difficult, especially as you're sending maybe 1 and 2 at a time here from these blue Spartans. Now Among Us have a chance to make the funniest thing happen. They get a killing spree. You get a man that basically turns into nothing off of that next shot. And Snipe Drone is getting caught on the spawn cycle. And because of that perfect just a moment ago, you might be able to move this flag, but it's only temporary as 3/4 of Among Us are gone.
Yeah, they all get stuck in the vents, unfortunately enough, and one by one they get picked off. From Foe to Friends, now looking to stem the bleeding and stabilize a little bit. There's still an insurmountable mountain for them to climb as well, but it definitely still is doable. It's not an impossible task. There's a triple locked in by TK2, and he's got enough space to go for this flagpole right now, although locking horns with Zove doesn't exactly spell success, nor does it translate into a successful flagpole.
They don't have a predetermined kind of lane set up that they want to go for any of these. They're just going off of whatever reaction. It's because they're sending in 1 man, the rest fall down. and seeing if they can heroically turn a corner or otherwise. I like this setup. Suspense is having to thread the needle, though, and eventually they do get pressured by Ninja, and that flag, though, is still moving. Snipe Drone gets
Double
caught.
kill.
Ninja doing absolute work, a load-bearing Spartan, to say the least, as they take down not only the overwatching sniper, but as well as the flag man himself. Should be able to return it, doing everything, the triple crown of effort right here, especially because they're adding more bodies to the bag.
Damn. Ninja saving the world all on his lonesome, it seems like, as well. Shuts down, as you mentioned, the S7, the flagpolar, and then some afterwards. That is an individual sequence that you just cannot write off. So much value found with a few clicks of a controller, a few clicks of the mouse, and that flagpole is just moments away from being potentially capped and confirmed as a final point. But no, instead it's going to be from foe to friends to actually go for a flagpole of their own. They returned their own flag, and what could have potentially been a premature ending is now a lifeline on the side of F to F.
What? Okay. That flag was on basically next to the table. I know that people were coming up from Vote of Friends, but I feel like it was not communicated how close that flag was between teammates on Among Us. Go make a grab, try to hit the table. By the time that they thought to that, a cave fight had occurred, and now we've gone back to equal status. It's still 2-1 in favor of Among Us. That was a huge fumble. Depending on how the rest of this game goes, from Foe to Friends has been given a lifeline, a goal line stand to occur. Baxter's going to try and insert themselves underneath from basement, but they're winning a fight on two different scales as Suspense is being backed up all the way to elevator. So they get knocked down by Ninja, and all of Ninja's efforts just a moment ago might have been all for naught.
Yeah, indeed. Ninja, though, does find out Bax traded off, though. Should have potentially found an extra brief moment for himself to let those shields recharge a bit more. Baxter as well, now getting pressured by Mo, starting to feel the heat, but combination of that plasma from behind deals enough damage, and he does secure a kill. Spanker is up. Zove, the only point of immediate resistance, now taken care of, and Bax gets away with the rockets. This could be massive.
They're expecting the rotation from this ramp side. So do you commit to what you know? You don't have any other teammates to really back you up. Oh, and that one doesn't get the first kill. So that means that one extra rocket is left behind. And I think that was found by an Among Us player. So that means that ends up as a turning point. That might be a stick. No. That's going to be at least one man surviving. Desire takes out TK2. They're very low. So they will fall to the table and go face first into the dinner plate. From Foe to Friends is losing players in an inexhaustible form, but still Among Us, as much as they poke beyond the doorway, from Foe to Friends is not giving up this final flag. A double kill by Suspense will keep them competitive.
Yeah, definitely so. A lot of players ragdolling across the map right now. The respawn's coming on through yet again, and it still feels as if we're in the same stalemate that we found ourselves after the restart 6 minutes ago, basically, at this point. Neither team really seeming to budge. From Foe to Friends, not quite tying things up, and Among Us not really sealing things off either just yet. Both 4 players dead on the side of From Foe to Friends. This could be Among Us' opportunity. Moes is certainly going to try to make something happen, try to work some of his classic Moes magic into this. The S7 does find some purchase. TK2 credited with 2 of his own before being traded off by Ninja. Suspends, gets away, breaking even on that engagement, but the flag has been pulled by Among Us, and it's down to Snipe Drone to see if he can stem the bleeding. They have been able to shut out Among Us. They've headed for the hills, and it doesn't seem as if this is going cleanly either way.
Everyone keeps filing in. You see one answer for another. One Spartan falls. One man comes back from spawn. Among Us has to make this long stretch. The flag is getting pulled. And so far, the good news for Among Us is they've been able to at least keep Foe to Friends from really phoning in another big call to get that next big flagpole. Now they're setting up for it. Looks like everyone is basically towards that S7 spawn side, and Ninja has been told that someone is trying to sneak in the form of TK2, who has been such a pesky, sneaky Spartan. Now, the biggest boon in favor of Foe to Friends, this clock also got reset. Yep. So along with all this, they were basically given 12 fresh minutes. Rockets in the hands of Snipe Drone. This could be a big play.
Let's see what he can do with these rockets. There's one more. At least a kill to be found. Indeed. Ideally, he would want him to get 2, but You can only sort of work with what you have in front of you. That's going to be a flagpole, though. That's the thing that matters the most right now for Foe to Friends. Snipe drone, little resistance. Among Us, they really need to act fast and they need to pounce on this before this point is confirmed. He gets through the worst of it all, through the trenches. He runs, and Snipe Drones does bag it in just within the nick of time. 3.5 minutes left to go, and it's still entirely up in the air.
Suddenly, one big Rockets play, and of course you get online with Snipe Drone. This is the reason why this guy was recruited in the first place into the big leagues. And now you see this one dead even. Among Us has been losing the war of attrition. No matter how many times they go knocking at the door from Foe to Friends, it looks like from Foe to Friends still is able to fight. 24 and 14 since the reset. They are trying to cover the retreat of Suspense. Zove goes down. Everyone from Among Us is down. That flag just needs to make it from out of base. They do come back in. Of course it's Ninja, defending as best as he can.
Ninja was asleep at the wheel at the start of this map. At the start of this series, but he has come back into his own rhythm. He's activated once again, and he's been delivering some very impactful performances since then. Baxter as well, a nice little two-piece found. He's still got an entire magazine to work with in that S7, potentially trying to get this flag in motion, but it has been reset and returned to the Among Us base. Now TK2 does unfortunately fall. Baxter unable to provide the coverage that is necessary, and an S7 with 3 more rounds chambered does fall. The Spanker is a few moments away from going online. Desire wins that crucial gunfight, but he's left all on his lonesome. Now, with the S7 online, question is who's going to grab it first?
You basically have played nearly an 18-minute CTF here on Origin because of the reset and coming back over into this map. So, with extra time, Foe to Friends have bled them dry. Don't fumble the bag now. This one back in the hands of Suspense. They are being shot from behind. This one makes it out to mid-yard. Does not drop in the ditch. Desire is trying to come back up and deny them at least another big pickup. They have to take it from this elevator side, but they get blasted. Is there anyone there to stop them? The Rockets doing work. That one might have just cleared the way. Still, this flag has to move.
That's all the space they need. Snipe Drone is creating so many windows of opportunity, buying his team so much additional time, and that should be it. Baxter secures it at the very, very last tail end of this opening map. A lot of CTF has been played, close to 20 minutes of it, it feels like at this certain point, and we can eventually and finally crown our winner of what is literally just our first map, dude. It's insane.
One map down. Maybe several more to go. Do you feel like the reset provided some level of assist? The 3-2, it was a 2-1 before then. 12 extra minutes. 12 extra added to this reset portion. Felt like Among Us had plenty of opportunities to really pin from Foe to Friends back and maybe steal this for themselves.
Yeah, definitely so. They had the opportunity to close it off on numerous occasions, as we mentioned, as we established, as we have just witnessed as well. But to let it somehow slip through your fingers like coarse sand and let from Foe to Friends get away with 2 flag caps in the space of, what technically was not, a very short amount of time. It was within the space of maybe 6 minutes, something like that. It feels like there was something that just criminally broke down within the Among Us camp.
Well, good to see if anything like that will be changing up, because right now we have all of a single map, and it looks like that we're going to be getting another map in just all of a moment. What's the next one on the docket? What's our next rotation? I think it's Street. No, it's Aqua Slayer. So you go back to literally just like Bandit Evo play. Just what's kind of is straight up in your hands. You're gonna have the active camo. You're gonna have just how good can rotations be. Also, hello everyone. I know it's been a while since you saw us. Thank you for being with us here for the EHL Winter Open Cup Finals. And I love that all of you have been here, by the way. More events will be happening as the turn of 2026 is forthcoming. But feels like this one might have gotten out of sorts for Among Us. You feel Among Us bounces back big into this next slate.
Yeah, I do really hope that they have the possibility to do so. The slaying is there, right? The individual performances, they definitely are there. It just kind of seems that maybe at the very least within that CTF match, because we can definitely grab it and treat it as its own isolated incident that they just kind of falter. But other than that, I didn't really see too many glaring issues in terms of composition, play style, and overall cohesion of the team. So it shouldn't necessarily be like the biggest cause for concern moving into Aqua Slayer over here, but still, when you are going up against a team such as Among Us with a lot of valuable experience underneath their belts and just the overall stature of everyone within this lobby overall, you should never necessarily just write it off as a potential easy win. We just saw that. It's going to be a close game either way.
Photo Friends kept it close against Blah earlier on, even with it being a 3-0. Somewhat similar from what we saw from them having to do it into the winners final.
Double
So
kill.
maybe someone will be able to break through. For right now, from Photo Friends, they felt the gut check, giving themselves a freebie as they go over into this Slayer. A nice 3-set start here from Desire as we go over to Slayer Aqua, trying to be able to get that clip highlight feed and still gets a backsplash. Now with the camo in the hands of Mose, Among Us starting really well.
Definitely so. Mose finally confirms the frag onto TK2. He can grab himself a breath of fresh air and continue searching for some of these blue silhouettes, relay that information, and then join in on the 2 versus 1 pounds. And that's kind of what you want to be doing the most when you're an active camo player, as well as finding the occasional freebie like that one onto Bax, who was caught all on his lonesome. And that's kind of what you don't want to be doing in Slayer as well. If you're just offering yourself up as an easy exchange rather than teaming up for a 2v1 gunfight, then you're kind of just dooming your own squad.
Good news, though, is that we got plenty of information, and basically that they're stuck in the cycle here of this yellow portion of utility, fighting their way out in a fist fight. Is from Photo Friends, still down 4. Early portions here of the first minute and a half, as we've already gotten 25 kills, but spread between both these squads. And Among Us has ended up on the better end of that for the most part. Baxter being caught from behind, left on baguette notice, as they got 5 deaths right now. Bax caught from the back. Unfortunately,
Let's not start that up again, okay? That was weird.
You know, unfortunately, it rhymes. Baxter now from the front as they try to be able to take on this fight. And Mose, well, they come out 6-2, 7-2 now, as that one was from the grave, and this is a nice 7-kill spread in favor of Among Us.
I'm trying to really like fight it because you just said 6-2, 7-2 as well.
Don't do it.
Fun little piece of trivia. There actually was a period in the Rainbow Six Siege scene where the team G2 was winning all of their maps at a 6-2 scoreline. So 6-2 was an actual meme within esports well before this whole 6-7 thing even caught popularity. This was like 4 years ago or something like that. Small little bit of trivia that I imagine nobody cares about because this is Halo, but still.
I mean, it's somewhat relevant. It's esports. I like that.
Esports. It's people doing things with pixels on screens and shouting and everything. Yeah,
and it's also an 11-kill lead for Among Us. So took
mental.
that previous loss pretty personal, Michael Jordan.jpg. So from Photo Friends is seeing this one go absolutely sideways. They have been caught tons of times in the funnel of damage and death. Baxter eventually will get rid of the phantom that is Zove, but still, double-digit lead is nothing to rest your laurels on because we've already seen such leads like this fall before, but Among Us seem to be on a different Richter scale right now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it potentially a little bit earlier on with one of the previous series, in which we did have Lahazi unfortunately squanch their own lead of 7 kills on a Slayer game as well at the hands of Blah, but this is an entirely different caliber. But I don't know exactly if we will see that potential for a massive comeback swing from the side of From Foe to Friends. They do seem to be struggling a lot more in this one when it comes to raw slayability compared to that CTF that we just witnessed. Among Us, it seems as if they found their footing.
Just tiniest bit. Actually, massive bit. 15 kills in front of From Foe to Friends. Quick reload and Snipe Drone nearly went down immediately to Desire. Everyone is in the negative scales. We're looking at From Foe to Friends. Apparently, if you narrow the map just a little bit and don't allow power weapons nor an objective to be in their face, Among Us are the absolute sweatiest slayers that exist. They will be holding onto this for what is a presumable future. I don't think that we'll end up with a stake especially with that one added to the scale. From Photo Friends can fight their way out of this one, but I feel like there's just too many open trades available for Among Us.
Yeah, that's quite literally all of that it boils down to, and mathematically, even if you are just breaking even on your trades as well, Among Us, they still walk away because they've just been doing everything correctly in the build-up to this. All they need is a full team wipe, and they will take this Slayer relatively easily with minimal resistance. Bax goes down. Desire is going to drop back into the comfort of, well, just some cover in general. Zove is going to find one TK2, backsmacked from above, and Snipe Drone, the last player alive. No, does somehow manage to get away with that one, but not for much longer. Most credited with the final kill, and Among Us will take a very, very commanding victory. A commanding response as well to that opening CTF game. So it's all even Steven.
That's the kind of game that you want if you're Among Us. After that CTF, it had that tech issue, had the reset, and then you see the flag taken out from you. That it felt like it was the waves beating against the cliffside at the end portion of that first game of CTF, and then eventually from Photo Friends had a breakout moment, Snipe Drone being a hero and being able to find this. But this is the consistency that we saw from Among Us throughout the opening portion of the first set of CTF on Origin, and then that translated very well into a passionate response to then even us up into the series. So we go into game number 3, guaranteeing ourselves 4, as we will go over into Lattice Oddball. Now, Oddball over here do be strange. It do be tough, and often you'll see those vertical pipeworks outside of Ice and Red spawn be where much of this travels. So get ready for it to be in the same spot over and over and over again. Although, if it's either going to be there or top bridge where the S7 spawn.
I imagine it would kind of be over towards top bridge, but that's just kind of like a personal preference when I'm thinking about the natural flow state of how Oddball plays out as well, just because you want to really try to be within arm's reach. Quite literally speaking of every single fun little plaything that you can find on Lettuce in general, and you don't really want to try to or put yourself in a position where you are forced to run for miles to actually get something. Keep in mind, this map is much, much larger than, say, a live fire. There are larger gaps that you need to close off in order to get things like a sniper rifle, an active camo, a quantum translocator as well. Now, it definitely can be done, but also that's kind of just the beauty of playing on Lattice as well. There are simply a few more factors that you have to be mindful of and acknowledge if you want to play a perfect game of Oddball.
And to the same merit, it's also a good reset point. You toss it over the wall, and you're able to force the team to kind of chase after you. It basically feels like a recharge in that capacity of playing Oddball on it. So forcing those long lines of chasing after wherever your possession is going to go. It's either a hard level defense using those top walls, especially to window that vertical pipe, for just if you have to stay interior of the map, or all right, we toss it, we reset it, and force you to come to us. It's a BO3 inside of the BO5. One of these teams is going to be on match point, walking over into the possibility of getting into the lower finals, where of course one of our squads in the form of Lahazi will be waiting it out. So, again, all of this for the Winter Open Finals, and looking forward to what comes up into the 2026. Everyone behind the scenes here of European Halo League has actually been doing a lot of work as to what comes next, especially with HCS taking its nap time and seeing what might be forthcoming. I've been hearing a lot of things about maybe Bazaar coming back around. I don't know. So some OG Infinite, if there is such a thing to be said, or at least some aberrations and variables to come about. So as we get to that as well, I appreciate that you guys, if you have been watching us, make sure to follow this channel as well as anything with EHL to hang out with us and make sure that everything stays steady and kosher. I've been playing some Halo Infinite. I got a new monitor for it. It looks prettier on my OLED. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty good.
I feel like I'm also long overdue a monitor upgrade. I've been using like the same 240 hertz Zowie monitor as my primary thing. Dude, this thing is ancient. I think it initially came out in like 2015. It hit markets for the first time, so it feels like I've been using the same monitor for almost a decade at this point. Yeah.
I mean, same thing. I was doing the same thing whenever I had like one of my 144s. It is crazy what 360 does to a man. It also is crazy how this game sometimes can't handle it. You apparently have too much FPS, so make sure you get your upgrades while you can. And if you can't, you know what? Just look at it on our screen. Enjoy what you get to see with Oddball Lattice. We'll be starting all in a moment to make sure that everyone weren't having any graphical nor connection issues as we get into game number 3. Do you think that response by Among Us is enough to take general control of this game, considering how much you gotta get slaying to have control of this ball?
Part of me wants to say yeah, and then the other part of me is like, absolutely the heck not. But what I will always say is that whenever it comes to obviously slayability, it should give you some kind of inkling as to what kind of performance you can expect. And the main reason why it's especially the case with Oddball is because if you have someone who's very comfortable at juggling the Oddball and dropping it to say re-engage, it's something that you can do a lot more naturally at any single point throughout the game, because you're not focusing on, let's say, a chunk of territory or a piece of real estate, a plot of land that is dedicating half of your brain attention towards. That's why for some of these players it can definitely go a little bit more natural, and with Among Us having finally woken up and now being able to fire on all cylinders, that potential definitely is there. But it's Halo. We can never jump to conclusions, because if you do, it feels like you're committing cardinal sin, because it's just that unpredictable as a game overall.
Well, first grab of the rock is by Suspense, who's got QT. He's got all the goodies except for the S7.
Yeah.
So that will be rested into other players' palms. And actually, this is now an insert into the fight where you're going to be seeing this one happen a lot. They use that QT just as they have possession to also kind of reverse course, but they were stuck just as they came back into red. So opening points over to Foe and Friends. Still, though, the exposure of this map does not really ever allow this Oddball to be too safe.
No, that's really the case. Like, before you know it, because of just how action-packed this map is, you can very quickly find yourself all alone on an island like Zove is right now, and the only person and the only thing he could befriend is that skull. Call it Wilson, for example, and then just wait until your mates are off the respawn screen. And you can see just the progression of score alone as well. It's also at a snail's pace. Only 8 points have been nabbed thus far by the boys in blue from Foe to Friends, and it's just really, really hard to sort of find a moment to actually catch your damn breath and start racking up chunks of points, because the nature of this map often doesn't permit it.
Trying to leave it in an awkward spot and leave just enough points for it to be an extended possession and hold of the ball that will occur, at least by, I believe, Moe's. They come up just short of finding a lead, but that's really not the issue at this point in time. They're trying to force the reset of spawns. They're trying to get the entirety of either Among Us or from Foe to Friends to be on an awkward corner of the map and then spawn trap them while they go to the other side and keep it onto red. Good flank here from Baxter at 4 and 3. Now we'll get right back to now scoring some extra points, as the first couple of minutes, pretty prototypical to see that one be heavily slay central. Baxter will throw this one more towards that S7 side bridge. The Zove and Snipe Drone exists back over towards those Canex boxes. But looks like we're seeing the turn of the tide, as Among Us will get now back to hands on the skull.
Yeah, they're going to rack up points. It's all even Steven now, 15 all, but they will surpass that scoreline just by 1. And now the Suspense is looking to take matters into his own hands, but instead receives hands. Not exactly the outcome he would have wanted in that particular case. QT is online. Snipe Drone is going to grab it himself. Actually, he hovered over it, but he didn't actually grab it. Huh?
Might have had another utility. Maybe he had a repulsor or something, or maybe just didn't go and grab it. Either way, Among Us has now taken general control, as this is what I was talking about. This particular side defensively is very strong because you have so many escape corridors to go through, as well as just hard walls that you can both clamber and protect yourself within and around.
There's a lot of cover to work with. Only downside is you don't have the opportunity to reset the oddball, and then you also get into awkward situations like that exchange right there. But that's completely fine. Among Us, they still maintain quite a hefty lead for the time being. Snipe Drone with stripped shields now needs to avoid Zove and actually has TK2 to bail him out instead. decent bit of teamwork coming out from foe to friends, and now they can look to potentially rack up a few more points of their own. Snipe Drone catches a very
Double
chunky
kill.
grenade to the face right there as Desire locks in the double.
That was a nice find. Just getting the timing off the bounce and then clearing the entirety of the ice. Baxter will be cleaned up as well by Ninja. Remember, we saw Ninja do some stellar work defensively as well, just overall on the map when it came to Origin CTF. And I feel like that is influential now here to Oddball, as they have to basically play the same kind of game.
Yeah.
S7 in the hands of Zove wants to provide some support as both Baxter and now Snipe Drone are going to go and bully out Moze. They get at least one snipe.
Double
Going to turn
kill.
right back around and get a double kill. Expecting anyone to come through. Can't find the connection on the 50 cal. They waste through the rest of that magazine. They're going to stay to this upper rafter, and they may actually get sneaky and try and just find an outside position as this rock will move.
Snipes are few and far between right now for Zove. He's got 2 more shots to work with. The first misses, the second needs to be loaded in, but at the very least, Among Us, they're enjoying the benefits of having, well, a lot less blue silhouettes to really worry about for the time being, at least for a few moments. That's going to translate into some substantial points collected as well. 70 points and counting right now. Suspense does find Moze. That's 1 kill to claw back slowly in their favor, but from foe to friends need to act fast and in a jiffy if they don't want this first round to end just now.
This is exactly the spawn situation that From Foe to Friends was trying to get against Among Us earlier on, but Among Us was able to take benefit from it now from the last, I think, about minute and a half or so. And that's exactly the amount of time they have left on the neutral clock before things start getting a little bit more dicey into a round number 2 situation. Foe to Friends begins to gather some points. Moze from this upper side of ramp will take down Snipe Drone. That's the guy that you need alive if From Foe to Friends is going to stick it into this game. Desire clears out the pest that is TK2, and now Among Us, they have a semblance of control, especially with the QT man dropping out to maybe burn some of this extra clock. This is where the debate begins. Do you simply run out the scoreline? They have about 10 points forthcoming for this one to go to round 2.
Pretty insane. Let's see if From Foe to Friends can mount up some kind of offensive, some kind of response. Backs, oblivious to what is in front of him, unfortunately.
Double
A
kill.
double piece secure towards the tail end for Ninja. And that is round number 1 going in the favor of Among Us. And to briefly touch on that question that you asked us and the entire broadcast a little bit earlier. Would that performance from map 1, from map 2, have carried over into Oddball for Among Us because they were so damn good on that Slayer? I think the answer is yes, now that we've seen how this first round of Oddball has actually played out, because the kill count is just well and surpassing what From Foe to Friends have been able to put up thus far in that first round. They're just getting out-dueled, out-killed, out-fragged, whatever you want to call it.
It also was a big build-up because the early portion, even though it was basically a skirmishy Slayer for the first couple of minutes, was in favor of From Foe to Friends. But Among Us just never let those spawns get out of sorts. In fact, they prioritized stretching the lane of the map to make sure that when they then fought them at those doorways, they would push forward in From Foe to Friends territory, and so that didn't let them trap them. So now, after that, it feels like they were just doing the same thing that they were on CTF, but finding better connections. So Among Us will go 3 down, and this is looking fairly similar and standard from what we started in round 1 down to round 2.
Tricky gunfight from Ninja, somehow gets away with it, but not with the second kill. At the very least, he's able to be tamed and put underneath control. Snipe Drone, last player alive, traded off. Skull grabbed by Moze, and Among Us definitely not letting off the gas pedal at all.
Double up in their points. They're going to let some of this extra clock bleed, but they're going to go for even more in the back. Desire being shot from the back by Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone sees a QT forthcoming in about 20 seconds, and the rest of their teammates are directly getting around the Oddball. They got the repulsor, maybe just to keep them at bay, but they'll be squeezing them down. So, a lot better looks here from Foe to Friends. They cannot let this one get out of sorts early. Feels like if they allow Among Us to take this game, they may be seeing themselves in sordid affairs going into game number 4. Oh, daring are we, Zove? Oh my goodness. As soon as he had no shields, he's still like, hey, come down here, fight me.
Double dipping? Sure. I can definitely write that off sometimes, but triple dipping? It takes a special kind of silly to be able to pull off something like that. Don't get me wrong.
And his rock has moved. It's over towards green room. So trying to flip the script is from Foe to Friends is tired of living in the same spaces. And that actually catches Among Us off guard. Everyone went underneath into that sewer side to trying to go from ice and then curl back around to the ramp of red. And now because they have flipped this map around, Among Us is in even more awkward spaces.
Yeah, exactly. They're in control of the spawns right now just because they've got Wilson, they've got the skull. They are dictating the pace themselves right now, and they're actually kind of undecided as to what they want to do with it. They're tossing it down into that sewer side. Maybe they're privy to something that the two of us just don't quite understand just yet. Potentially it was just hard resetting that oddball because there was no way to actually play the ball off the map. And now Among Us, they've been able to grab it themselves, and they're slowly but surely responding by just finding these pickoffs one by one. Zove's the next to potentially go. Ninja and Mo's already dead. S7 chucked off the map. And from Foe to Friends, it seems like their master plan is starting to unravel only just in their favor.
This is the sisterhood of the traveling skull, wherever it wants to be, I guess. Yeah. It was on the ice, it went up the ramp, and now it's hanging out on topside bridge. Ninja's gonna, well, the S7 is gone, so might as well pick up the thing that gets you points and maybe gets you the win. Finally, after 67 points, Foe to Friends witnesses Among Us now kind of trapped in a corner. This is an awkward spot for them to have to hang onto this rock, so you either can work some of the extra oddball timer and see if you can just forcibly reset it to top mid again, or you start going into these fights. Baxter on the wiggles has one man underneath him. Cat and mouse. Zove will get the cheese.
Tricky gunfight. TK2 does fall. Zove credited with that one, and still Among Us overall mathematically leading the charge in terms of kills. They do manage to get themselves control of the skull, despite from Foe to Friends having a really great start off, reaching 67 points up until this point. It's been a bit of a snooze for them, unfortunately, since that point in time. Just struggling to reestablish some level of control because Among Us, they're once again clicking back into gear right now. QT is online and up. It's going to be picked up by, I believe, someone on the side of Among Us. And they're just getting kills left, right, and center at this certain point. From Foe to Friends, lingering just a little bit.
This benefits from Foe to Friends a lot if you're able to at least turn this into a slayer in the latter minutes of round number 2. Yeah, considering that they do have that 20-point lead. A nice killing spree, though, by Moe's, as they do move the ball, but it's stuck in a weird spot. You get the QT. They don't get to take it with them. A little back tap and a nice double kill here by Moe's as they go right back from whence we came and where we basically have majoritively been. From Foe to Friends, try to field trip travel this ball around the map and confuse Among Us, but Among Us has brought it back to kosher, and they're within 10 points of taking the lead.
I'm not exactly sure what happened on the side of from Foe to Friends, but something very, very small has gone awry, and they need to lock themselves back in. Now the lead is entirely gone. Just by 1 point, Among Us, they can definitely build this up a little bit more just for the sake of having that additional safety net. Oh, that is just dirty coming out from TK2. Credited with a 2-piece as well. Snipe drone caught between a rock and a hard place. Does receive a parting gift as well. And as the dust settles, it will be suspense to hold on to the skull. So from Foe to Friends, they finally, after quite some damn time, finally get their hands on this skull.
Might be able to get us all the way to a round number 3. They have 15 points forthcoming before that becomes a reality. And they're trying to hyper-focus all the extra fighting here into bottom mid if they can. Still, though, tough to do as 4 go down from Foe to Friends, so they're going to re-establish control. Possession in the hands of Ninja as Moe's will go cavorting and rotating here from where everyone has to funnel into. You see all 4 players there from Foe to Friends. They're going to have to push up either from mid-side or go through the green room. Moe's getting some extra information, but he's also dying when doing so. Justin tied up a triple kill by suspense. Can you find one extra target to get the 4-bagger? Still, this one's tied, and we got a minute forthcoming, Tudor.
It's absolutely crazy that one single gunfight can unravel into absolute devastation. Zove fell, and that's why Suspense has this S7, and he's just ripping and tearing his way through these red silhouettes. Ninja narrowly found by the sniper rifle, but guess what? It matters not. Because what does count is the fact that we have everything tied up. From Photo Friends, they find their own round of oddball, and we're pushing it all the way to a third and final.
A sneaky way to travel and traverse, and they really combined those together, around Lattice. It's trying to just get clever, force Among Us to play a different game, and not just go the exact same way all the time, but it will start off the same way here for round number 3. Photo Friends trying to steal away this, not just oddball, but this match point available if they're able to do so. Baxter jet streaming himself directly into the waiting arms of Ninja, and that's gonna be Snipe Drone with a triple kill. He sees Mose. Does he go for the OV? He will get it in death, but not able to get the medal.
Fortunately not. No matter which way you slice and dice it, it's impossible to predict who's going to ultimately walk out with the lead after this next round of oddball in the series count. Zove does find TK2, but the kill is not there. Unfortunately, it's him on the receiving end. And he goes down, but that's 2 traded back off screen for Among Us. Skull still cold for the time being, as from Photo Friends, they do retain a lead of 26 points. Snipe Drone has to get out of harm's way, clearing a path with nades, and he does manage to live this fight another day, but it's very quiet right now is what we're seeing on Lettuce.
26 points, that's a solid near 30 seconds here from Photo Friends to hang on to that possession, and now they can just work directly into some Slayer. Especially with this ball in an awkward spot, all the way towards green room. But now they're just clearing the board. Zove with a great couple of moments of coverage, and this will allow Desire to just now walk away from the moment. Snipe Drone, trying to keep it clever and keep it pesky. Ooh. Does not keep track of where Zove is traversing, and Baxter eventually gets caught as well, so that should fully reset from Photo Friends, especially with TK2 probably about to drop out and does so, and Ninja's not going to let them be any wiser where he is. And he gets them just on the fadeaway, being blasted by that nade. They're on the reset spire for this portion of where the oddball is, and they're just trying to get as many points as they can before they have to toss it out.
Tell you what, this series is about as clear as a pint of Guinness. You just really don't know which way it's going to go. We've seen individual performances, we've seen mistakes, we've kind of seen a little bit of everything just being dished out and slowly but surely spoon-fed to us. And it's been appetizing, it's been entertaining, but still, this last round of oddball, it feels like it's progressing so much more unpredictably and a lot more slowly than the other two. It doesn't seem as if both or either of these teams are able to really pull ahead and find themselves a sequestered moment where they can just rack up chunks of points, because the pressure, it's constant, and eventually it's going to have to boil over.
A very stealthy way to just be into that corner, and even with all the chase that Among Us was trying to replicate much from what Phone Friends was doing. Oh, double beatdown, not going to happen, as they at least tag him one time with the skull. It is Photo Friends that now at least puts a 10-point lead up temporarily. S7 tags into the body of Zove. Snipe Drone is trying to at least keep the entire map within his reticle, but he does drop it. That means that that power weapon is available for pickup. So we go into about the halfway mark of round number 3. We're at the midway of the midway.
Yep.
Photo Friends holding a thin lead over Among Us, and Among Us has decided they're going to fight this one on thin ice.
Could start to break and crumble right beneath them if mistakes, too many of them, would be made. It's an even 2v2. Mose does get away with the skull. He's currently the top fragger within the server, 43. It's a bit of a crazy number to be looking at, I'm not going to lie to you. Ninja does find a nice little perfect. And I think that could be the S7 recovered as well. Indeed it is. So he's got some additional toys to play. 4 potential frags to be found with this if everything lines up perfectly. There's one onto TK2, Desire credited with that one, and at the end of the day, all of this just translates into more points, more progress. That's what Among Us need.
20+ points in a row now for Among Us. They've taken the lead, and they've done it by 20 at this point. From Foe to Friends, sees this one very much being ripped and stripped away. Among Us goes 3 down. Zove, the only one surviving, as Suspense is trying to just at least get some extra information. No one's coming through the corridors, so they should be able to at least rest on their laurels for all of an extra second. Mose is being shot at, but not shot down. We're trying to at least use the repulsor to skip that nade forward. Now every one of Among Us goes down. So we may have 30 points one way for Among Us and a chance from Foe to Friends to try and at least narrow the gap and overtake it again.
Seems to be nearly realized at this point. There's 55 and counting. Suspense looking over towards this ice side as well, maintaining Overwatch. Baxter about to lock horns. Oh, somehow gets away with that. That's dirty onto Ninja. I think he was purposefully taking a couple of steps back to prevent the lunge come through with the melee, and that's just really annoying. Like, you've ever had those moments when you're playing Halo Infinite and you press the melee button, but you don't, like, lunge forward? Yeah. It's annoying. Hate it.
It is relative to personal forward momentum, though. You don't get to automatically lunge / magnetize. You have to be able to get like a little lurch forward, and then it will surge you up.
It takes you the rest of the way, you know.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I hope is worked on. I feel like melees need some assistance. Suspense will cast them out. They actually threw a plasma, hoping they'd be able to get him on the stick, but the rope-a-dope doesn't work. Mose will stay alive. 82 points for Foe to Friends. Can they be able to finish this one out? Snipe Drone and Mose will take each other out. It means Among Us is left with very few options and very little time. A minute to go. Baxter wants to stay up as long as possible to make it as difficult as possible for Among Us to get the rock.
Yeah, seeing the time expire could very well be a possibility before we see 100 points actually hit from Foe to Friends. Could potentially just want to speed run this and try to get the job done. A pull of the skull, unfortunately, ends in 2 dead, so maybe not the wisest decision right there, but still they've got a sufficiently large buffer to work with, and that's kind of what matters. But now Among Us, it's time for them to act within these next 40 seconds. They just need to try to establish some kind of control. They're finding kills, yes, but we need to get hands on those skulls as well.
45 seconds will be what it takes to try and at least get this here. Maybe 10 seconds less than that if you just want to be able to get one over. Among Us has to control these entryways from Foe to Friends. They have one last spawn before this one becomes too awkward. They're being caught on the other side of the map. Baxter and Suspense have to surge in. Among Us might have been able to thieve their way to a victory if this one stands. Suspense has to expose themselves from the top side of pipes. Snipe Drone is trying to go for that QT. Half the team down for Among Us. From Foe to Friends, 25 seconds left. 8 points separate them, and now from Foe to Friends could just bleed out the clock.
Yeah, a sea of blue silhouettes starts to swarm our screens. Among Us, they might have the upper hand. Snipe Drone tries to meet them halfway down below. 10 seconds, that timer. It's starting to flash red, and now they might be able to find some kind of purchase. Mose gets his hands on the skull. 5 seconds, and it's flashing. They need to hold on just for a little bit longer, then they can drop that skull. Ninja needs to provide coverage. Bax is challenging, and he shuts down Mose. The skull needs to be picked up by absolutely no one but from Foe to Friends, and they don't get the chance to do so. Among Us held on for just the right amount of time. It came down to the wire, and 1 point defines it all. 86 to 85, and just like that, a map slips from within the clutches of From Foe to Friends.
Wow. You have the CTF on Origin. That reset that happened from Foe to Friends, able to take it back off of a heroic effort. An absolute slapper of a Slayer on Aquarius. And then a Lattice that goes to a round number 3 and to time and to a final single point. Among Us keeping themselves steady, knowing that they just did not need to give up. The last team fight from Foe to Friends had cornered themselves off that low side of red ramp, and they had TK2 that was on the upper side of that window, trying to just kind of provide Overwatch. A lot of damage from them, as well as Mose, who had 51 kills across those 3 rounds. Stellar job and performance by literally everyone. Getting that ball at that last possible moment, Among Us able to just steal it away. Can they do that with this final perhaps final game in the series forthcoming.
Double kill.
All will be answered very, very shortly, and I could not be more excited for it. The next game that we have up on the docket will be Live Fire Strongholds. And that will be the very last objective game that we see. So it could all very well end in this next game, or we could potentially see from Foe to Friends locking their bootstraps and push us all the way to a Slayer on recharge should we ultimately get there. Part of me feels like we might potentially need it because it's been very damn close, and it doesn't necessarily boil down to any one particular nitpicky mistake or anything like that. But I do have to give credit where credit is due if we're going to be recognizing and acknowledging some level of superiority, and that, as you mentioned, came from Mose because he just put up the numbers and delivered where it matters the most. Yes, we also saw brilliance coming out from people like TK2, from Snipe Drone, and Suspense. Everyone is doing their own thing. Everyone is contributing to the action, to the intrigue. But for the sake of From Foe to Friends, we need a little bit more of that cohesion, because individuality can only get you so far.
And they had it at times. It just felt like they had to make last-second efforts for some of these setups, and sometimes they were just vulnerable. That happens, though, when you go that deep the entire timer into a round 3 oddball. It's not going to be the prettiest, and it's not going to be the cleanest, and everyone is going to be just trying to find a way through. So big performers will have the big numbers, but that doesn't always mean that they were the biggest in the lobby. Wow! Love the jump shot from out of Baxter. Gets that repulsor, sends himself skyward, and then Skyscraper chops down a player. So Among Us go 4 down, as BNC will be held by From Foe to Friends.
Active Camo going to be grabbed as well by TK2. Such a gorgeous shot coming out from Baxter. And he will take a little bit of damage in response as well from Ninja, so he does lose out on that S7, but at the very least he does have one amazing kill that he can post on the Twitter feed, obviously. Snipe Drone with the Quantum Translocator will translocate himself out of harm's way. Live to fight another day while his shields are getting back up. C is going to be flipped as well. A is still being hotly contested. And all that From Foe to Friends have to hold on to is B right now, and they do still have a lead to brag about.
So far, so good in favor of From Foe to Friends, and they probably looking at that previous map and realizing what went just a little bit sideways, trying to keep themselves calm, especially as they can fight around a lot of these rotations. Good sniping at this point by Suspense, who has not died, 6-0. An extra little bit of assist on the back end as well, as they will keep from this side of green. Double points. Ninja's very hurt.
Yeah.
Connects just behind the headspace of that helmet, and this is becoming a lot more telegraphed as to what has to happen for Among Us. They need to go over to the C plat. They have to stop the scoring, but so far the double scoring keeps going. We're at 104 and climbing.
Yeah, just for some reason, the kills really aren't panning out in their favor. Zove is the only person that isn't sat on a breadstick. That's not really something that we should be accustomed to seeing, especially not after the series that we have witnessed thus far. From Foe to Friends seemingly having a very on-rails experience. They've surpassed the halfway point. They're moving back towards A to reclaim control of it. This is working out so damn nicely. Bax fades onto Mose as well. It just seems as if nothing can really be done wrong.
That's a red flag pop if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
What could go wrong? Well, 153. Good camo. Nice back smack. Can they get the extra? Yes, they do. A double kill and the killing spree from off of Baxter. Well, you know, sometimes I see it as a red, but this time it's green. Green flag is good go. 9-2 is Baxter. Maybe adding to the double kill here forthcoming, but it ends up being Mose that will get rid of their life force for the moment. So finally getting some extra scoring to occur is Among Us. Live Fire going absolutely the way of From Foe to Friends. And they didn't have to phone in a friend. They've just all been able to find the marks on against Among Us. And that first trip cap really paying dividends.
Yeah, it really did. It just seemed as if Among Us being victim to Murphy's Law was never really going to end, but at least now we've been able to stabilize for a little bit. They do have BNC. They can start racking up a couple of points. That's nasty coming out from Suspense, as we're all down to Desire, as he's waiting all by himself for the rest of the squad to get off the respawn screen. Suspense narrowly decapitates him. That S7 trail Well, it looked closer than I believe it was.
The only one left in TK2 in the gang. They're going to re-establish control of green. That's pretty much where most of this map lives. Oh, and A getting unflipped.
Ooh.
That's actually big. That was being under threat by Among Us from off of their spawn side, but Suspense recognized that. He's 3.0 KD, by the way. Pretty nice. 202. This one could be done quickly for a Slayer at the end of this series.
Starting to get a little bit nervous right now for Among Us. Zove goes down. Quantum Translocator picked up by Suspense. So he can basically just... yeah. Move between the map at any certain points in the blink of an eye. He has left it by B as a quick response should it start to get flipped, but his gunplay is on point as well, and there's not really much else that From Photo Friends need to do. Not much that Among Us can do either. A might be contested, but it's not nearly enough for Among Us to continue this fight on Strongholds. That was a confident performance coming out from Photo Friends. This is the version of Photo Friends that we ideally would have wanted to see in a couple of other maps, but this is certainly not the version of Among Us that we want to see move into the last map of the series.
Yeah, they got caught in the spin cycle in an absolutely vicious way. Suspense 15 and 5. Just monstrous. That's what you got to get as a crackback. Not every map, not every mode, and not every combo therein is going to be in your favor. And if you can confidently stroll back into a series just like what we saw from Photo Friends, then you see a team with absolutely competitiveness still in their hands. So we go to Recharge Slayer, game number 5. Winner is able to move forward into the lower finals, and loser simply gets to watch on from the Twitch chat. Shout out to all of you hanging out with us for today for the EHL Winter Open Finals. Apparently these two teams are delivering, and also I am not surprised to see these teams taking cracks at their strongest map mode combos here, two doors. Yeah. We saw it on Slayer a little bit ago on Aquarius when there was no power weapons. Does it happen again whenever we go into this Slayer of Recharge? Photo Friends got to be hyper focused about that shock rifle as well as that active camo when we eventually get onto the map.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a couple more pieces of the a couple more things to actually factor into the equation compared to what we saw a little bit earlier on Aquarius, which does by comparison lend itself to be a much more bare bones map. That's not really that's kind of just fact at this point as well when we're going to be comparing the two Slayers as well. But quickly to also just highlight the absolute dominance and decimation that we saw from Photo Friends put on. This was just them. This is their own world, and Among Us had the misfortune of living within it, specifically in this fourth map as well. Like I said, Murphy's Law really hit Among Us hard. Every single person ended off negative. From Photo Friends, they were just on top of it. Left, right, and center. Baxter as well putting up numbers. Everyone performing, everyone contributing. Among Us looked hopelessly lost in this last map, and I really do hope that they're able to put that in the rearview mirror and come back into this next one, not only entirely fresh-faced, but with the gloves off.
They're going to have to kind of bloody knuckle their way through, but both these teams have really been putting on a heck of a performance. It might be exhausting as well because they're going to go into a Lahazi that has been witnessing it all. This is still just the lower semifinals, y'all. We have Lahazi waiting in the lower finals, and blah, can anyone put a dirty mark on to their currently perfect record to see if anyone finds the gods to bleed? Blah is snoozing. They're waiting. Yeah. And momentum actually might carry one of these squads forward, but we've also seen teams having to go through the ringers, especially through some of these resets, through some of these lobbies, find themselves, it's like, all right, having to find a breath, a moment of rest. And it's tough. I mean, you're going to go into a Recharge Slayer that you cannot get caught out. And we all know it's a dead sprint to the opening active camo. Who's going to grab it first?
Yeah, good that you mentioned the dead sprint as well, because the only kind of way to make it an undead sprint is if you get the shroud screen or the smoke, or whatever you really want to refer to it as, drop it there, and then you kind of just have to go in there with and have a blind knuckle brawl with someone from the opposing side to get away with that active camo at the center. A lot of interesting little nuances when it comes to this map, and I guess that's also kind of why ever since, because this is a vanilla map, we've been seeing this map be played out for years. It will always hold a very special place in my heart, just because there's a couple more, you know, fun things to think about, like that grapple hook. Combine it together with the shock rifle in the hands of somebody like a Desire, for example. Or, yeah, someone like, you know, a Baxter, or technically even a TK2, because I think TK2's been having some of the more interesting moments in this series overall. You put these peanut butter and jelly weapons combinations in someone's hands, and then before you know that, you can go from a snooze fest, a resident sleeper map, to something that's truly exciting.
Ooh, all right. We're already getting the excitement as they get the toss-off. Snipe Drone is going to have both camo as well as shock rifle, and every one of Among Us is like, I'm staying in the elevator. I ain't going to go that way. Unfortunately for them, it's not their choice. Mose is going to be nearby. Ninja's going to become a casualty, and Mose will launch the same. It is, simply put, Snipe Drone casting magic.
Indeed. With his lightning bolt casts, he manages to get away with only 2. It could have been a couple more, but sometimes that is all that you are able to find for your own performance. 2 is still nothing to sneeze at, but what you technically could sneeze or cough at is the fact that the shock rifle is now out in the cold. Not exactly sure if someone has also picked that up in the meantime, but it hasn't been completely exhausted, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, though, it is from Photo Friends off with a brilliant start, immediately dictating the pace, and Zove will respond with one of his own, but we're gonna need more than just a couple of melees and a couple of beatdowns, because this is the final map. Both teams technically with their backs against the wall. If you lose, you're out. You're done.
Just imagine two teams on the same wall, their backs against it, sideways punching each other. Or a very narrow room.
Yeah. A very narrow room, and it's like you're just barely reaching the person with your own back against the wall. It's like the punches are just like you're scraping their eyelashes at best.
Oh my goodness. Everyone's just in the Harry Potter closet and trying to see who comes out. From foe to friends, 13-13 all. Double kill picked up by Mose. Half the squad's down. This is an absolute fiesta without it having the random assortment of weapons. TK2 might find first purchase, but look at the cross that's set up. Zove is very well aware that that's a trap. Suspense shows themselves. TK2 will show them as well, but Desire wants to get in the midst of that. Unfortunately, looks like they come out a little bit negative towards it. So from Photo Friends, we'll have the thinnest of leads as this one calms down for all of a second.
Yeah, it's a little bit messy back and forth, but only 2 kills separate these two. TK2 does manage to get away with the active camo, interestingly enough, and he's got the grapple hook as well. So this, it's very, very scary, but I was going to say, not for him, technically speaking. He gets blown to smithereens as a mortar of frag grenades just blow him sky high.
20 points on the board in the first 3 minutes here from Foe to Friends. An awkward position for pretty much everyone, but Among Us has extra friends that show up to support Mose. Desire is chasing after Suspense, green gunning him down. It ends up becoming a trade. Okay, so they at least get one. Actually, no, sorry. Suspense went dead by themselves. Sorry, Suspense. You didn't get to have anything. Foe to Friends, they do at least catch a couple. This one, a much more competitive Slayer. Remember the sprint away that we got out of Among Us whenever they just took that 150 to 35. Feels like this one is not going to be anywhere near that.
It's not going to be nowhere near as easily said and done. Ooh. From Foe to Friends, tag team duo is just running amok on recharge. The support that they're being able to give each other, they're not taking any kind of dual solo, and that's kind of the beautiful thing, but that does leave them privy and exposed to instances like that where you have 2 birds get knocked down with 1 stone. That could not have gone any better for Among Us, but despite the mistakes from Foe to Friends, they're able to still stay within the lead. Not only that, they're extending it.
From all the way to 5, and now just slow climbs here from Foe to Friends, but we've seen these gone at least a little bit chaotic and criminal before. 3/4 out for Among Us as a late-term fourth now goes down. Still a 6-point lead here from Foe to Friends. Stop counting for all of a second because there is that medium time from Foe to Friends to be able to keep this one kosher. Snipe Drone is prepping for the shock rifle. Again, dangerous man to hold that weapon. He sees 2 of his teammates go down. This one, I think, did we freeze? Okay, we're good. We're back. Yay. Okay.
And in the moment during that freeze, we somehow saw 3 people die, bar Snipe Drone as well, who eventually gets felled. So that's the shock rifle now also lost in Among Us. They're starting to close off that gap. So yeah, blink once and I guess you miss it, folks.
2 pixels and suddenly 7 deaths. Craziness.
Yeah.
3 kills up is from Foe to Friends. It has been a lead, but it's been a tedious and meticulous one. Zove at 11 and 7. Trying to get everyone coached in to just not give up their lives. And Zove then adding Baxter to the pile. Keeping within down and distance. Still, they eventually hunt down Zove as well as Mose. This is swiftly becoming in favor of not just Foe to Friends throughout the logistic portion of this game, but maybe within the final 10, they might be able to punch their way into the lower finals.
Oh, the Commando not really delivering as suspense would have wanted. He is going to have to maneuver his way back around to see if he can find some more contributions. And speaking of that, TK2 with the active camo does net himself a double, but eventually will be taken from behind. So at the very least, he does manage to add more, contribute more to Foe to Friends' overall score in this. Shock rifle a few seconds out from being once again online, and I do think it is going to go into the hands of Among Us this time around from Foe to Friends. They do not really want to peek out because they are much substantially further from, well, further away in terms of score.
Got the old stopwatch. They know when that one's going to be coming up and also when they need to go and fight. Up by 6. They can have the trades, and they can eat them too. They're doing that. Baxter at 11 and 10. Everyone positive for the most part from Foe to Friends. Ninja's getting caught offside, and that is going to be a flank that pays off in a big way. Among Us, they might see themselves after what was a blistering strongholds just a little bit ago and a tight oddball just before, find this one out of sorts.
That's the benefit of playing so close with one another. If you die, you've got another teammate within 10 seconds that can easily take up that gunfight. That's what Snipe Drone was communicating to TK2, but this time it's Ninja to throw a spanner in the works. Only 2 deaths required for Among Us. And they need to somehow claw 9 back into their favor. I don't really see it happening. In fact, all we see are those blue names pop up in the kill feed. And that will be the end of this series, as we will have from Foe to Friends be able to claw back not 1 but 2 maps in their favor towards the very tail end. And Among Us, unfortunately, they no longer have the option of calling in an emergency meeting because it's all said and done. The crew have lost.
And jettisoned into space. Among Us, no more. From Foe to Friends, GG's in the chat. They'll be moving on into a fist fight with Lahazi in the lower finals. This one was so close, Tudors. We went with so many different back and forth momentum shifts that CTF was kind of thievery on the reset by from Foe to Friends. Then you had a Slapper Slayer, a To the Wire and Timer round 3 oddball, and then an absolute kickback by Foe to Friends onto that live fire stronghold. This one, very good in terms of overall entertainment for this Halo matchup.
Yeah, definitely one of the closer series that we have seen over the course of today's festivities. It just kind of felt like, you know, this Slayer wasn't as bombastic as we would have wanted. It kind of felt like it wasn't the conclusion we deserved for a series that was as exciting as this. But at the very least, we have more series on the way, because naturally now we will get to see this side of from Foe to Friends go up against Lahazi, and the winner of that will go up against Blau. Only 3 teams remain in this Winter Open.
Good to find out who will survive. You got to be with us. Make sure to follow EHL, especially make sure to check out all their socials and hang out with us for a little bit longer. After this short break, we'll have the lower finals here for the Winter Open right after this.
Empty threats, empty promises. You pull my thread, and my being happy, don't know if I even was. I think you'll be happy the moment that I am empty.
Double kill.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Fed up, but trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try.
Triple kill. No
Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Caught up and trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Fed up, we're trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds? Lose our minds. Look between the lines, because you bent the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused.
double kill.
Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try.
No scope.
Sending us before we try. Caught up and trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Fed up, but trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try.
Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the EHL Winter Open Finals. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Two Doors. Two Doors, did you stand up? Did you just stand up just now?
I did stand up. Actually, at the start of the previous series, I stood up. It's kind of crazy.
Okay, all right. Well, all of you should be standing up, or at least getting comfortable and excited, because we're going to our lower finals. Lahazi, like all of us, got to witness a comeback as well as just a steady resiliency from foe to friends. Two Doors, this matchup, it's either going to be a big wash, or it might just be as feisty as what From Foe to Friends did a moment ago.
I think we are going to get the first couple of maps. The first two maps are going to be feisty. Then afterwards is going to be a wash in the favor of Lahazi. But honestly, what the hell do I know? There's a reason why I don't play the video game and I instead provide very mediocre commentary over it. It's because I'm just really bad at making predictions. But you know, still plenty of talent within these within the lobby over the course of these 8 players that we've got. So I can't necessarily count anyone out. But let's just go ahead and dive quickly into this map veto that we have right here. It's going to be Koth, Recharge to kick things off, Street Slayer, CTF on Forbidden. Then we'll move over towards Skull, Live Fire, Oddball, and then close things off with Slayer on Solitude should we need it.
No matter what, we're getting a CTF, and especially onto that Forbidden, that could be the linchpin of success or failure, especially for both these squads, and it's going to be done on game number 3. But let's talk about it. Nothing can ever be wrong with a good old King of the Hill. It is one of my favorite mode types, as well as to any map really that you attach it to. Feels like some positioning and some little nuances here and there change up where, how you defend a lot of these positions. Otherwise, I'm a big Recharge King of the Hill fan. Get the shock rifle, get batteries, and get working.
Just get all the fun stuff. Yeah. Click on heads. That's really it.
Just win. W.
Yeah, literally. The more that you start to think about it, the more you realize Halo is just a very complex point-and-click adventure game.
Yeah, this is basically Nancy Drew. The mystery is who gets who first.
And speaking of which, it is going to be TK2 that gets Sunrise, and the trades, they're happening left, right, center, back and forth, but it is going to be From Foe to Friends that emerge from it a little bit worse for wear. Brainiac, though, does have all the good stuff. He's got all the shiny toys, the shock rifle, the grapple, the camo. What doesn't this man have?
Oh, right now, just make sure that the hill gets done. Oh my goodness, trying to run it in through C-Plat. You get so much bonus time, especially with this shock rifle and this camo together, and provided coverage by your team. Lahazi knew that they had to take care of business From Foe to Friends and not let them have any level of momentum. Resting onto this hill for so long, about 80% of it the way done. Shock rifle eventually will drop into sight, and you do have this resurgence that From Foe to Friends likes to have. They just don't let themselves get trapped on spawn, and when they do, they take their time to be able to win those few corridor fights, and then they burst out. But Lahazi is taking care of business. They have 2 intruders from the backside of gold.
See, even though it's been already about 20 seconds, I'm not exactly sure if you're in the same boat as me, where I don't necessarily agree with having Brainiac on the camo and the shock rifle kind of just hide behind batteries. I feel like he definitely should have been a lot more mobile around. I think he could have accomplished more if he was, you know, flying about.
That might be a circumstance of spawn as well, because you definitely want him to kind of off-flank slay. That's where they find the most value. This first hill will go over to Lahazi, but I can agree to a point. I feel like it might have just been, all right, where is everyone else when I have these utilities in this weapon? Oops, they're on the other side of the map. Well, let me just hold it.
Yeah. I mean, even if they're on the other side of the map, he could have challenged maybe a little bit more. He has the shock rifle for those long-range duels, but we just kind of saw him take a back seat, and should they have lost control, I guess he would have been sort of the fallback to continue maintaining progress, which is all well and good, just not the call that I would have made personally. But back into the swing of things as well, hopping on with the man, the subject at matter. Brainiac finds himself a kill onto Suspense as well, and now he's dueling, but loses the duel at the hands of Bax, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Let's find them from that top rafter position, just over towards a little bit of shock rifle. Camo being threatened to be picked up, but it does not get used. Chance to find it. Snipe drone does so with the grapple. So now they become a ghosty boy. They are sighted out immediately, but hey, no extra utility to continue running up into this hill. So a double kill from Alpha Baxter. He's Gonna challenge it for some hill time. He gets a triple kill from off of that one and gets a late term Ovi, I think, but doesn't quite get the rest of that metal added to the collection. So Suspense and company finally begin eking up that little meter in their favor. Brainiac with another shock rifle to try and defend themselves with the Veil.
This is some valuable progress being mounted up. The only thing that could really deal damage to him is grenades, and I didn't see any really chucked out his way. That's a brilliant find onto Brainiac as well. And he's not really got a whole lot to worry about, but as I say that, he's going to start taking some damage from both Sunrise and Bastos that maneuvered themselves pretty cleverly around, but Baxter is back to challenge as well. From Foe to Friends, they want to lock this hill all to themselves. Knuckles, the last player alive to potentially try and contest. Snipe Drone, just see this one out, mate. It's all yours.
This is about to be into the hands of From Foe to Friends. They actually let
back.
one roll off. Interesting to finish one off, but they did get the comms call that someone was filling in behind them. So Snipe Drone left hill for all of an extra second, and they got themselves a chance to go and start slaying and start rotating again. Everyone caught in the cycle. Can they be able to get rid of Sunrise? Sunrise will retreat. Doesn't want any of Snipe Drone's hands.
No, not at all. Snipe Drone, a dangerous player to tango with. And he will trade himself out in that exchange as well. Brainiac, now the next player to get peppered up. Suspense, credited with that frag as well. From Foe to Friends, on this third hill, only for a split second, but Lahazi, obviously a team of their stature. This is scary, this is spooky, the Suspense. Yeah, gets that one entirely for free. Sunriz had no idea what hit him.
I'd say the Suspense was killing him, but eventually, the Suspense was foiled as they were thinned out, going back over to this Whirlpool side. Now this one does at least get opened up again, as From Foe to Friends have to find themselves expanding from this hill. Third hill, where the majority of the time often gets bled off of the King of the Hill map mode combo. Just trying to extend it. Oh, green is not going to do you any favors. You've got a lot of blue players over towards this elevator side, but they cannot chop them down. Snipe Drone now going to be working in cohabitation with TK2. See if they can just kind of splash nade them. I think they have one that's right behind them, and they're just sprinting from side to side, looking like gerbils on a wheel that has been slapped sideways. Lahazi, though, still boiling time as they look for the second hill in their scorecard.
Narrowly there as well. The contestation coming from Foe to Friends isn't exactly on the money. However, somehow the very messy and all over the place response from Lahazi. It seems to be getting the job done. They're remaining mobile. They're kind of bobbing, they're weaving their way through, as we see Knuckles demonstrate there through the service tunnels, being able to, well, catch out these players, and just like that, there was enough progress. He gets 2 feet planted on the hill, bada bing, bada boom. Point number 2, secured and scored.
Those pre-nading, at least trying to get some level of kind of POV from Foe to Friends looking his way. Just maybe all the distractions, see if he can catch them looking and maybe overextending from a defensive standpoint. Gets a little bit of that. In fact, gets a ton of attention as they get stuck, but half of from Foe to Friends goes down. Acting from this frag spawn side, Sunrise will be sunset. And 3 go down as well for Lahazi, so C under 0 people's control. And in fact, that shock rifle just got ripped away. So,
yeah,
chance maybe to tie this up at hill number 4.
Knuckles has 2 nades. Time to start tossing them out, potentially getting some splash damage onto those hill players. And he's going to opt to re-engage right now. It does take a little bit of damage from that shock rifle as well. He's going to go back down into the tunnels. He does catch out Snipe Drone, who's really struggling to tame those lightning bolts. But for the time being, this hill still largely contested from Foe to Friends. They've got the most progress on it, and Lahazi yet to really find any contention themselves.
Not ready for the push out by Suspense. Suspense doing exactly what you got to do if you're trying to control this site. You just don't have everyone directly onto that hill. You go, you fight, you see if you can be able to put some damage, and you do. Lahazi is going to have to fight for a different hill and for a different day, and it looks like that's what maybe they're going to surrender, especially with the Shroud up. This one will be Dunskies. We're 2 apiece. We're at 97 seconds to go. Camo Hill, Pit right now. This is a difficult one to obtain.
The hill, sure. The active camo, not for Baxter, apparently.
True.
He gets that one completely scot-free, and he's going to hide himself by the edge of this hill. Those nades entirely different postcodes compared to him. So he's got the opportunity to really sow chaos, but he's been snuffed out by Sunrise. They trade themselves off. This is about the last thing you would have wanted if you're in the shoes of Bax.
Sunrise was like, wait a minute, I saw a pixel do something squirrely. There's no way that that thing is supposed to do that thing, and so I know that that thing is wrong. So
Yeah, because squirrels do squirrely things, you know?
yeah, that was not a squirrel. That was a pseudo squirrel. Sherlock Holmesing his way to victory, and all 4 down from foe to friends. So Lahazi will be working here on hill number 5. Which, when you look at that thin timer, there's a chance that we could actually still hit time. And this has been a pretty moderate, balanced pace between both these squads as they take over some of these hillside fights. And this is one that's gone pretty quiet as Foe to Friends has been kind of skirted around the perimeter, extending their away from the pit. And from Foe to Friends knows that they got to be able to go to contest, especially taking down Lahazi, who has been resting this entire time.
Down goes Bastos. Lahazi still struggling with this 5th hill for the time being. Snipe Drone is quickly going to secure that particular frag as well. Nice little 360 coming on through, but yeah, these last couple of exchanges have been more than messy, more than cluster-wucky, I guess is the word that I'm going to use to describe this particular instance, and that's just kind of what you expect from this hill down by Action Camo as well. It's always just such a headache for both squads. Time ever the more starting to become a factor as well. Less than 50 seconds left to go, and Lahazi finally managing to build up a little bit of additional progress themselves.
Well, this might be a headache, but I think Lahazi found some Tylenol as this one's starting to dissipate for them. Still though, oh, nice find. Might be able to do it again. Trying to be able to win that fight. Snipe Drone from up on top of that platter. Sees this one ripped away. Okay, we go back to batteries. 48 seconds. If you're Lahazi, you have the leniency to play a lot more Slayer now if you want to just simply deny from Foe to Friends to get to sight.
Exactly. Slayer or just go back to the OBJ, because this was the first hill that they captured, and they did so quite swiftly as well. They're no strangers to both playstyles. That's a messy exchange that I could have sworn should have gone to Baxter's favor, but no. Instead it doesn't, and neither does the active camo. Quickly shut down though as well. Brainiac thought he had the jump on that, but quickly stripped away from his chest just as quickly as he slapped it. Bastos as well from up above, about to receive a world of hurt from those red players flooding in through the service tunnels. Brainiac exchanging and trading from behind as well. Finds a 2-piece, but then once again shut down. The suspense is the last player alive to try to hold on to this. It is from Foe to Friends with the most amount of progress on this hill, but they need to see it through, and they got 20 seconds to get the job done.
They need to pause Kronos. They need to make Father Time take a dirt nap and chill, because Foe to Friends needs this hill if they want to take map number 1 at least into a tie. 10 seconds to go. Lahazi and Snipe Drone, everyone has to be able to collectively get together and find this fight. Knuckles from off center. They do have a man on site. They want to be able to protect him if they can. Do you set up for blue pipe? Sunrise is already to the backside of Hydro. They can't let him die. One man gets on the hill. Seconds remaining. Now none. Foe to Friends goes 4 down. Lahazi comes out the winner. 3-2. What a blistering pace we've already stricken a spark with here, Two Doors.
Insane. This is a powder keg of a series, and I think we've just started to set it aflame, but not quite ablaze just yet. There's still plenty more Halo to be played in this lower bracket final overall as well. That was just map number 1, and there's still so much more action on the way. The kill split's relatively even. It looks as if both of these two teams, they're just about as on par with one another as you would have expected. Sure, Baxter maybe having a little bit of an off game, but that doesn't necessarily speak too much to the volumes of the overall conclusion, because it was really, really damn close overall. Next up on the docket, it's going to be, if I'm not entirely mistaken, Streets Slayer as our second map.
Yeah, right there. Street Slayer.
Yep.
I think anyone ever comes here to try and actually take the tram anymore? Is it too expensive to take public transit? Maybe?
I think so, yeah. At least like where I'm from, they're at the turn of the new year, they're raising the prices by about like 12%.
Oh my goodness. Is that like like $1? Like how much is 12%? I don't know. Well,
depending on the distance, it could be like a few euro cents. Otherwise, it could be a few euros.
Ooh, those are more than the $1. Goodness gracious! Wow, and you guys rely on that. Holy cow. All right, well, while everyone sees the economy going sideways, Lahazi's going to try and get big bank off of big bones that they need to put down to the ground. Street Slayer, live and online. We already got Red Gun in the hands of Brainiac. He's going to try and find some heads to roll. From Foe to Friends, saw that one slide out of the tips of their fingers and couldn't get to it. Camo to be stolen. Only some big peppering happening, so they get seasoned. I don't think they got that camo off.
No, I don't think so either, so it should still be cold and alive on the map. No, it actually is Suspense to slap it on his chest, so he gets away with that. And he has an opportunity to maybe do something a bit creative, you know, get a couple of frags, you know, potentially a few headshots, feed some intel, you know, easy stuff. But right now, it's just going to be the #1 kill on Bastos to kick things off and immediately shut down by the Red Gun.
That are good with a Red Gun are crazy.
Yeah.
I can't use that thing to save my own life. Can't use that thing. Just weird buttons entirely.
It just doesn't make too
Also,
much sense. No.
It's just it's so red. Like just be like purple. I don't know. Big find right now by TK2, who's tossing every spike in the world, looking like he's playing with a nail gun instead of a real gun. Trying to find one, gets an assist off of that, and from Foe to Friends, we'll have a 5-kill lead.
Moving as an absolute unit. TK2, and I believe that might be Snipe Drone behind him. Nope, never mind. Then it would be Suspense, and they do spot out 2 players. That's already the first gone down. Knuckles bites the dust, and the Suspense chimes in with one of his own Repulsor, so he can buy himself a little bit of extra time. Those shields might come back, indeed they do, so now he can re-engage, but no one's on the receiving end. Knuckles, though, from afar, does try to contest, and he will get taken down. From backs, with love. And a kill found by Suspense as well onto Bastos. This is smooth sailing from Foe to Friends.
So far, so great from Foe to Friends. We saw some of that, especially into the Slayer at the end of that previous semifinal series. So a lot of this is translating very well, and it's not like they weren't slaying out when it came to that previous King of the Hill on recharge. Now, trying to find at least one, they have a spike grenade planted behind Knuckles, and that will force him from out of Cafe. So good looks to at least make your life even more worth it, as they're up by 11. Yeah, it's not like these have not been surrendered before. Lahazi, though, it seems like they've kind of lost sense of the map. A lot of players just in kind of wrong positions, and only 3 deaths apiece, save 1 for Snipe Drone, who just had their 4th, but he's at 9 and 4. Everyone looking really solid, especially with yet another camo paying off here for TK2.
That was Bastos with 2 kills off screen as well, so decent efforts to sort of claw their way back into this on the side of Lahazi. Bastos with the big red gun. He's got repulsors as well, so that should add to his maneuverability, and he can also protect himself from incoming mortars, incoming grenades. Sunrise off-screen finds 1. Suspense is going to trade things off as well, and now the red gun finding some contact, but no purchase, unfortunately enough. The overwatch is good, though, from Bastos, so he does clean up TK2, and he will steadily just move his attention towards Snipe Drone, read like a book, and he will shut that one down, put it back into the shelves.
Fantastic work. The muscle memory and immediacy of response as well by Bastos to just shove that plasma from off of the repulsor. It's just baked. It's just baked into his soul. It's wild. Trying to find another one. They're being trapped over into this cafe side. Immediately throwing out that nade. They knew it was coming. The sixth sense is spiking. Bastos is at 12 and 7.
And that's going to be 12 and 8. I actually wonder, so if you immediately throw a grenade and then repulsor it, like, you know, a millisecond or 2 later, does it actually cause it to travel faster?
Yes.
Then
yep.
just
it immediately just throws it out. That's the
whole
wombo
point.
combo.
Yeah. I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love that. Imagine if you were to do that with like the throwing speeds of grenades, like let's say with Halo Combat Evolved. That would be wild because grenades would be so slow in CE.
You turn into Otani. You'd just be killing people with fastballs, no explosions.
Insane stuff. And insane is how we can describe Bastos' performance, let's be fair. He's off his heater now just a little bit, but Lahazi, they are starting to slowly claw their way back into this. 6 skills separate these two teams, and from foe to friends, they continue to just rip and tear their way through. TK2 narrowly gets away with that active camo. That's huge.
Turns the corner, but now you see all of Lahazi. They are staying inside of Tram, knowing that they need to slow this game down. The next fight is going to be very pivotal. A two-man swing up, and especially because you can't see the next one, they bait and switch. Very cleverly so. Should be a back tap. Should at least be a kill. No, will not be so. They understood the entire assignment. Still up by 6 and maybe by more, as From Foe to Friends aims to run out the rest of the score.
Yeah. Snipe Drone, though, the living embodiment of, I get it now. I get it. He's just right there. He is immediately responding to every positive and negative thing that Foe to Friends is experiencing as well. Bad trades, he's right there to clean it up. And 14 kills to his name, 9 deaths. That should really have all to say over his performance as well. Bastos might need to be the difference maker right here. He's the only person that Lahazi can seemingly rely on if they want to try to get 2 maps uncontested. But from Foe to Friends, all they need is 5 more. And you can see this is just devolving in terms of pace. And it might start to ramp up yet again. That is a mistake. That's a 2-piece from TK2. Massive, massive contributions from this individual. A triple kill. Get the over locked in as well. 49 to 45. And he wants to get this job done himself. Snipe Drone, though, will claim the final kill, but still from Foe to Friends activating at the very last possible moment when they got tired of the quiets.
TK2 on the flow state to get that OV. Job well done. It was a 2-kill differential at one point, and then as soon as they found the second one, the man knew just to go primal instinct. Finish off those last touches, and then get the man in the window. Great overkill by TK2, and as well as from Foe to Friends to not let that late resurgence by Lahazi catch him scared. 18 and 10 with 11 assists. TK2 not only putting them to bed, but also sharing the love.
Indeed. Contributing where he can, finding the damage, setting up easy cleanup kills for the rest of the squad. This man has done everything in this second map of Slayer as well, but now we're going to be shifting gears because we've got a very interesting capture the flag ahead of us on Forbidden, and this one can still go either way. The entire series can still go either way as we still have Blah patiently waiting in that grand final spot. This could take a while. I do think we're going to be here a while, Monkey Man, and you know what? I'm all for it. It's been some quality Halo thus far.
It really has been. Honestly, today and throughout the entirety of our opens from 1 and 2 over into today's finals has been very stellar showcases here by the EU community, and this is what I live for. It's good Halo. Just players just throwing down the gauntlet and seeing what sticks. We do see a Forbidden and a CTF, and it's a tale as old as time. Who hits the sewers, or we're going to change up where some of these fights happen. Big sniper duels can occur. We got the OS, that's top mid-bridge, and who's going to be able to execute better. If there was ever a map mode and combination, and this CTF in particular, that has the craziest of at least comebacks, I mean, this is definitely probably number 1 in my books.
Oh, 100%. Even though I have had the displeasure of not seeing enough of Forbidden in play, I really wish I would get the chance to watch a lot more, especially when it comes to Tier 1 competition. Every single time I see this map, it's something a little bit different. It's unpredictable, it's chaotic. There's just a lot of fun to be had, and that's why I personally really love it. Speaking of fun, Bastos, 2 kills to his name already, and there is an active S7 in the opposing camp that he wants to try to keep out of the enemy's hands. He's got the right tool to do it as well. Knuckles might be under some heavy fire, does eventually go down. 2 kills in the favor of Foe from Friends, but Bastos, this man's on it.
The sniper is still yet to be picked up. Knuckles and Brainiac were trying to give a lot of extra information as they want to get this flagpole. He's going to cover his retreat as... Oh, I believe that was Baxter that wants to at least deny them. They go to that suicide rush. That flag eventually will force them to have to come out. So they're going to reposition for all of an extra moment. They can't find him initially. Big movement to stay alive. It's a killing spree to start things off here for Bastos. He's going to grab a double kill, and he may actually get a chance to use the Dynamos. Can't use that to move that flag, though. Unfortunately, they will fall, but Lahazi still has a chance to go pick this one up from Sewer, and Knuckles has stolen the opponent's S7.
Yeah, narrowly gonna duck his way back to safety, but does get caught off at the very last possible moment. Frag grenades come on through a little bit too deep, and Baxter, he will eventually get traded off, but not before that flag can get returned. Now hopping on with Brainiac, he's caught himself in a bit of a sticky situation and is forced back downstairs into the bog. His own swamp, no one's allowed inside, and from up above, we will have TK2 really start to stick it to the opposition. There's the S7 starting to once again let a howl just roar through the map, but no solid connections found just yet coming out from Suspense. Never mind.
Kill.
Ask or state, and ye shall receive. They know they didn't kill the man that was over towards this spawn side corner, and so that means that the majority of Lahazi will be coming from there. This flagpole should be able to go the distance. They connect one time, and Brainiac will be ruined the rest of the way. And this will be the first cap on the board. Hold that thought. They do have a momentary goal line defense, but it eventually gets onto the board here from foe to friends.
Yeah, in this instance, we don't even really need to get the video-assisted referee now, do we? It's all said and done. That's the first point from foe to friends. Lahazi struggling just a little bit, but it's still very early days. We've only been playing for, what, maybe about 3 minutes? This one is far from over. Lovely positioning coming out from Snipe Drone, but doesn't quite land the frag onto Knuckles, whose shields are completely stripped. Sunriz, though, has pulled the flag as well and is edging his way closely to that base, but can't bring it further past the staircase. So, still out in the open, ready to be picked up. Question is, what is the immediate response coming through from foe to friends?
Short flag off is happening right now as both are out in open waters. We're going to go back online. 9-4 is Bastos, as he provided a lot of protection. Oh, just send him to his maker. Guardian Angel award coming up in the biggest way. I think he just missed out on being able to get that flag, though. So that one's a tough situation for him, as you do see from Photo Friends going for their second cap. They probably will be able to get it. Have too many players to have to get through, so that will be a 2-0 from Photo Friends. Just in the last moments,
yeah.
You saw Bastos trying to drop onto that flag, couldn't quite get there.
I feel bad for him because there's nothing you could have done differently. Either you get the kill as rapidly as you can, which he did, or you just bolted in the hopes of maybe getting onto the flag at that certain point. It could have also been out of your reach anyway. Can't really do anything about it right now. Lahazi, they just have to recollect themselves and see what they can do in this instance. Going down in your own base, though, not exactly a recommended treatment for being in a 2-0 deficit at this stage. Sunriz struggling as well. Suspense claims him. He's going to let his shields come back. Brainiac is really trying to take matters into his own hands, but something's happened in the Lahazi camp. This is a little bit tough to watch at times.
When it comes to CTF, you're often caught having to kind of go for 1 point, again, basically trapped and just hunted away for so many of those efforts. Brainiac and Sunrise haven't really been able to exist very well, especially it feels like Brainiac is just consistently being put to the heel. Yeah. I say that, they at least got one. They're the lone survivor in the back of their own, at least, fortress, and it's no longer of solitude, as Snipe Drone will get rid of them. So this flagpole goes out towards Sewer side. They have a chance to give it over to her teammate, but they want to go hunting yet again. 11-5, make it a 12th, 2.0 KD. Might be able to improve that as well as that. So this is just one last extra extension away from being put right back to camp. Can they be able to get this grab? They do so. What was assumed as an inevitability was not.
No. I was gonna say, Snipe Drone, you can't keep getting away with this, but eventually his antics are brought to an unceremonious end. Suspense gonna drop on through. Sunrise does find one off-screen box as well, finding one into Bastos. Lahazi still struggling as we are about to surpass the halfway mark on the timer alone, but it doesn't feel like we'll be playing for much longer. I don't know, I've just got a suspicion at this point. Suspense? Yikes.
Yeah. Perilous cliffside to have to deal with. Also, look at the rotation we're getting from Lahazi. You got Sunrise all the way to back quarter, but Snipe Drone has been given the comms that that's happening. But they're actually surging up every single lane. Wow. TK2 being alive is actually insane. Snipe drone takes care of business not just once but twice. Couple of snipes. That's some jet streams that you're not exactly comfy with seeing in your face.
Not that close to my melon, absolutely not. There's one. Can a second be found right now for TK2? He does get away with the trade. And that could potentially blow this door wide open from foe to friends to really start inching their way closer into enemy territory.
15 and 6 out of Snipe Drone. Continues to just be that monster that we know him to be.
Easy.
Oh, 3 players from Lahazi hoping to extend outwards from their flag side of the map. But look at this. Snipe Drone holding mid-bridge. Doesn't have the timing. Might have to actually just look up and pray. See if a 50 cal bullet will be what works. They will stay around this low side pillar. And they actually get the jump. Hear those footsteps, they do. And then in combination with their teammate, they should be able to take safety up in top mid again.
Now, it's unfortunate for Sunrise that he couldn't quite commit to chasing down Snipe Drone in that instance. Could have been a very different game of CTF if that decision were done differently. But for now, still very, very slow. Sunrise getting away by the skin of his teeth, and he doesn't even quite know it. But this should be an easy contribution for Snipe Drone. Does find one, calls out the second. He's going to go chasing as well, down to Sunrise as well. TK2 eventually does walk away with that frag all to himself, and I think at this certain point from foe to friends, you know, they also don't really necessarily mind just taking a chill pill for the next few minutes or so. Let Lahazi really start to grow annoyed, let them start to grow nervous, because they don't really have to do anything.
Yeah, no, this has just been a lot of very formulaic, methodical zoning by Snipe Drone, using all of the dynamo grenades is just repositioning from off of that mid-bridge. Now you're gonna have the toss out. Knuckles and Bastos are behind enemy line here in red base. Knuckles does drop, so that means a lot of heavy lifting might need to be provided by Bastos. Baxter, lone man on the totem pole, as Lahazi is starting to find some footing. They do so with a mad dash. So this is going to be a good grip and should be able to slip them at least into a single cap, splitting the lead difference from foe to friends. They've been playing kind of that midline defense of this map, and Lahazi has tried thrice to get this. Finally gets one, but they have 3 minutes to go.
I'm hearing something from the stethoscope. It's heartbeat. It's a sign of life coming out from Lahazi, but we need a little bit more than that, and there's not a lot of time to actually get the job done. We have seen miracles. We've seen some crazy CTF runs as well, where you can somehow find 2 flags capped within the span of 90 seconds. I'm not sure if that's in store right now, but I can definitely tell you one thing. I don't think we're going to end things off on time alone. It doesn't feel like it's that kind of game.
One last heroic effort, one way or the other. Might be foe to friends playing some stellar defense, or Lahazi trying to get one last pull. Oh, they don't quite get Bastos. They know where he's going to reposition to, so in support, Suspense is going to be with their teammate. See if they can be able to land a haymaker. Bastos is taking on 2 separate angles, but eventually they're caught from behind, so the commando rifle will come up. 3 go down from foe to friends. That allows Lahazi to extend this map. They're going to squeeze that space. It's about 3 more seconds before from foe to friends starts spawning back in. TK2 is getting landed on by a nade, and now they have at least 2 players on top of them as Sunrise and company are here. So Lahazi has a big chance. This is going to be all the buildup, maybe for all the marbles, to try and be able to get this one tied.
Exactly, and doesn't seem as if the opportunity to pounce has quite presented itself from foe to friends. They keep respawning just closer to their own flag, but Sunrise, bold attempt, tries to pull, and it really doesn't work out. He gets shut down so damn quickly, and this attempt is starting to crumble before the eyes of Lahazi. It's not exactly what you want to see. And there's 80 seconds now for them to try to scrape something together. Flag will be reset. Brainiac making moves as well. Knuckles, the first to get shut down. But the trades, they're a little bit too strong. Sunrise does find one all to himself. It's an even 3v3 as Knuckles will eventually join us, but from afar. And it's just, it's grotesque almost at this certain point. Both teams are trying to force the issue. Actually, just Lahazi are trying to force the issue, but it's slow. It's so... it's what's the word that I'm looking for? It's like gruesomely slow and labored.
It's definitely a it's definitely a tough and methodical way to be, because you're just stretching it away. It's a war of attrition, but
It's like trench warfare, you know?
Yeah, it is. You just take one line, and the next line gets surrendered. Tie it up within seconds. Lahazi just has to get this over the line. Bastos with no one to stop him, even with desperate nades. This one from down and distance. 20 seconds. We might have ourselves an overtime. It doesn't feel like anyone's going to pie chart us just yet. From Photo Friends trying for one late surge. Bastos might be able to do it as well. He just wants to deny anyone from having a safety space to try and bring this one back.
Definitely. The word I was looking for was begrudging. It just didn't really come to me. Begrudging. It was a begrudging effort. And this one's a heroic one coming out from Snipe Drone as well. At the very last moment, sudden death now kicking into full effect. And he's got to run this. Do not look back at all whatsoever. This could potentially be the biggest upset that Lahazi could have never within their wildest dreams have imagined. From Photo Friends, Snipe Drone alone himself somehow just pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
Goodness gracious. At the last possible moment, point some seconds, and they saw the 0, said bet, got the flag, and rushed it down. Just when you thought defensively that they were home free, then all of a sudden you get this one stolen from out from underneath you. Lahazi fought to the final wire, had themselves tied. From Photo Friends, were not about that overtime life.
No, they just pulled the rug straight out from underneath the feet of Lahazi. Snipe Drone specifically himself. What? I mean, I would love to go back and sort of freeze frame it exactly when he pulled the flag, but I can guarantee you that there shouldn't have been more than 2 seconds on that timer whatsoever. This was sort of like, it felt like a DLC to the map that we just witnessed, because it seemed as if we were basically settled on going towards an overtime and then having a proper sudden death, one cap to win them all. But no, we just are skipping that entire portion of the script, and we're moving straight into map 4, which could potentially be the last one that Lahazi played tonight.
Well, shout out over to chat with especially Argno. Grueling.
Grueling is a great
least.
word, yeah.
It really is, but also it's you're being feasted with gruel if you are Lahazi, because this feels like it should have been you on match point, and now you have to go to an oddball, a long match and map mode game type, especially onto live fire. Depending on how it goes, the resets are aplenty, and they are often available. Green, tower, wherever you are. S7 will be available. You got camo forthcoming. Look at the push-up by Lahazi. They want to take advantage of this corner immediately.
Yeah, that's insane coming out from Sunrise and Co as well. Credited with a second kill all to himself. He does get away with the sniper rifle, and also not necessarily with the active camo, I'm pretty sure, but I do really like this kind of dive bomb. We saw them send it down towards the green side, curl back around through mid, basically backstab one player and then narrowly get away with a second frag. It's not something that we see all too often as a start of game tactic, and a joy to watch, not gonna lie. But it will be suspense with the active camo for the time being, and this is where the difference could start to be made. Baxter does have that oddball, can start racking up points in suspense. He's got the freedom to kind of do whatever the hell he wants here.
Especially get some information for his team. Where the rotation is going to come from Lahazi. Yeah, one man going down. Oh, you knew one was close quarters, but he took the long distance fight, and you win them both with perfects. Suspense will be given the double gold star. Especially just making the best use out of that camo, and they make sure that Lahazi doesn't get a free lane to work with on the opposite side of the map.
Active camo expires. Suspense will be forced to reveal himself, but doesn't quite get away with another kill. Just those 2 perfects. That still contributes, that still counts, on top of the rest of the intel that he's able to feed his squad. Down below, the skull will be dropped by Brainiac, and he nets himself 1 kill. It's going to be rotated out. And Lahazi, they're just quickly waking up to the fact that there is a very, very large gap that they have to close off. 34 more points until they tie things up. And it will be suspense to single-handedly beat down 1, 2, maybe number 3 as well. It's a perfect onto Brainiac, and he is on a heater right now. He's getting fired up.
He's a player that has done it before, is going to try and do it again. Big pickup to try and go back to tower side, and Lahazi is very well aware that they got to play defense on tower. trade will allow them to move on up, and Sunrise falling out. From Photo Friends has played long oddballs before. We saw it on Lattice. We've seen things go slippery and sideways for them. But still, it didn't matter.
No.
As From Photo Friends now takes away from Lahazi, denies them the easy repeats. Still, in some of these individual fights, you're just seeing trades. This Rock getting stuck on the backside of Tower because they did not reset it. Lahazi has a turn by being the damsel up in the castle.
Distress, but Bastos able to alleviate some of that tension for now as well. The rest of the squad also contributing, as From Photo Friends are starting to spawn underneath and towards that active camo and the dummies. They're going to try to start ascending this particular tower, but they're kind of just getting swatted down before they can even really climb up. Lahazi now, they've started to establish some kind of form. It's starting to look really, really good. They've got the S7 as well, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So they are realistically holding on to all of the cards right now. The inevitability of tying up the score line, it's about to come to fruition. Question is, how much further can they take it now?
I think they'll be able to get 1 point above, maybe get the toss. They literally just escape. Okay, decide not to reset it.
No.
Maybe they didn't have their team in the right spot and everyone was kind of streaming this direction. That might go against them. Sunrise, Sunset, he ends up falling out, and then it does eventually get reset.
Yeah.
So they get all of Lahazi baited up, and they get their toys.
Oh, how the turns have tabled. Damn. A living nightmare right now for Lahazi. They've lost everything. The skull, the S7, all of the toys, as you mentioned, the positioning as well. They're now forced to fight from the back foot to rework and regain all of this territory, all of this progress. The S7 doesn't find any connections. The last shot exhausted, and now a hailstorm of nades coming towards that skull. It does successfully get reset as the fourth and final player from Photo Friends does bite the dust, but Lahazi quick to act, quick to gain control of this skull, so it's not all said and done just yet. They should be able to comfortably tie this one up now.
They also split spawn because they decidedly went for the reset. Someone was already available for Lahazi to go to that midpoint of, at least underneath the mid-map. Oh, that should be a stick. I think they QT'd out of that. TK2 will be alive. Still, this is continuing to gain ground. Oh, that was so close. They used the QT to try and get back. As soon as they saw that the spawn was coming through, the camo is also being taken up. I believe Brainiac and company might have been able to become ghosts, but they go right back to holding the oddball. 80 seconds, rather, 80 points, and only about 20 seconds to go as they retreat back towards tower.
Exactly. Suspense is going to have to drop that skull, if only for a moment. Bastos is going to pick it back up, and guess what? Scoreline once again tied up and surpassed. So this is really starting to become squeaky bum time for either side. And with 2.5 minutes left on the actual timer itself, there still could potentially be a lot more left to be played. Now it's all tied up in a blood-soaked bow from Photo Friends. Just confirm that 85th, and you can drop it. Brainiac will get caught out, snuffed out with that active camo, which will no longer be a contribution from Photo Friends, though, looking to just close off this particular affair and see it all the way through. Knuckles is forced to respond to come up with some kind of reaction, but it's not quite there. Skull goes down, if only for a brief second. Suspense should pick this one up and lock in the final points. And there you have it. Round number 1 finally comes to a conclusion, and we did not get there smoothly at all, and we have to run it back again.
15-7 out of Suspense due to slaying. He's being everywhere that his team needs it to be. You have split differentials between Baxter and TK2 holding on to that ball. Whereas a lot of time by Bastos was on ball and he was not allowed to really be a true slayer that his team needs him to be. So knowing that he basically has to control the pace. Oh, wow, okay. Cut him down high. Brainiac with big connections. Their team wants to run towards A this time.
Yeah, it looks to be the case as well, and we're going to start to see some mobilization back towards that dummy side, or I think they've changed their minds actually by the looks of it. Back towards the tower does the pilgrimage begin. And from Photo Friends, they do narrowly catch them with their pants around their ankles. The Quantum Translocator does manage to get one out of harm's way, but they can quickly rejoin combat at a moment's notice.
Just waiting for the shields to come on back, and everyone is looking at that portal, especially because this ball is right next to it.
Cheeky.
That was funny. Okay, waiting at key door, seeing they have a quick teleport and be able to take on 2. Instead, this eventually comes back towards A. So from foe to friends, we'll set up shop and defense here from big door and scoreboard. Right around the back end of it, Lahazi sees 3 players that are about to come up and see if they can put their names on the board, but instead, they're being posterized from foe to friends.
4 dead as silence falls on the Lahazi camp, looking to regather themselves. Try to regather this lead as well from foe to friends, really in their elements now at this certain stage. Team fights are going absolutely splendidly. They have the skull. What more could you ask for? It's looking very, very good and very, very clean at this stage in the second round, which could potentially be the last that we see to close off the series 3-1. Lahazi, they really need to lock back into this.
A lot of work left to be done, though. Only 32 points, so from foe to friends, as much as they were able to rotate it, Lahazi didn't let them gain much. So they've gotten them now about 10 more just after that. Lahazi squeaking those wheels as they're trying to get themselves oiled up and faster against from foe to friends. Losing a couple of those big fights that allow themselves some efforts to move up into the scoreboard side yet again. This is where the ball has been sitting for the majority of round number 2. Oh, waiting on that QT. They saw the portal out, so turning that one reindeer and chucking them over the roof. Still, this rock continues to have no points gathered.
Not exactly a great visualization for the Christmas spirit, that. No.
Yeah, Rudolph being just chucked over a, guardrail.
Yeah, yikes. Before he's even allowed to actually, like, activate his flying. I don't understand how that would even work in, just like, because you're mid-air and everything.
I think the aerons in the antlers allow them to get like jet stream, and then I think there's literally just a jet engine in their butt. That's the only thing I can think of.
Probably.
No magic, just science.
Yeah, just pure empirically proven science.
Science is that the math is at least mathing for 10 points in favor from foe to friends, but this has become a slayer.
I was really curious to see where you were going to take that.
There was nothing else.
I was thinking to myself, okay, I could maybe say, there's no empirically methodological way to see who's going to potentially be the better two. No, your thing was better. Your thing was totally better than mine.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Empirical science says more number go up, big number, best number. Yeah.
Exactly. We're so cooked.
Unless you're golf. Less number, best number. Brainiac's gonna make love to a pillar as he prays that no one can come and get him, and in fact, he survives that fight.
Wow.
3 go down from foe to friends, and Lahazi has plenty of personnel to start punctuating the scoreboard again.
Oh, this is sneaky from suspense. He's got the sniper rifle. Easy. Threading the needle. That's the skull secured. And he knows there's one person towards that active camo. He's kind of thinking about being selfish, but that person's dead. That's all 4 actually kissing the ground on the side of Lahazi, at least momentarily. 3 points to be secured right now for suspense as well. And he's going to try to trade past that ball, I should say, because he wants to grab a few more kills. Potentially 1 more with this S7, but the timing just really isn't there, unfortunately enough. He gets taken down, but still, a decent little sequence translates to points.
It's about 30 up, but that's Lahazi that wants to rotate away. They know they cannot safely do so. In fact, this entire lane has been just completely dangerous for anyone that wants to traverse over the dirt and beyond the score. So Lahazi, hold it for the time being. Keep it at window. They're going to force from foe to friends to take the same trek that they had to all the way from backside tower. And this actually may allot them the ability to get a lead. Trying to be able to win this fight. Doing so, Brainiac, big brain. See if they can find another one. They do. Camo in the hands of Knuckles. Feels like this is an opportune moment, especially for them to finally take it beyond foe and friends. Get some extra information. They finally saw the pixels and they'll get a trade.
Yeah, trade, not all too bad given the circumstances, although ideally we want to see a bit more. And speaking of more, now Lahazi up to 66, 2 more than from Foe to Friends. And also, that's not how my name is typically pronounced, it's with a D, 2 door, not 2 more. But, I digress. Sniper Rifle will be picked up, and somehow, Bastos gets away with daylight robbery in that exchange.
Yeah, he turned and he clicked. And truly, that is sometimes the magic that most people just don't know how to do. Sunrise
Literally.
will pick it up and slap him down, my god.
Wow.
And a moment's notice, crosshairs on face, and you're gone.
Esports enjoyers when someone points and clicks. Holy hell, it's wonderful to see.
1 minute to go.
Oh, damn!
Goodness gracious. Just keep
it again.
heating up. That one eventually falls. It's got 2 bullets left. Lahazi trying to drain out a round 3 from this oddball. From Foe to Friends, want to eliminate them and move on to the winners finals for a rematch against Blah. From Foe to Friends, they are down by 1. We've got 40 seconds to go.
Okay, it's all down to Snipe Drone until those respawns come on through. He does find one, the nades for good measure being tossed out, but Sunrise will dodge them entirely. Brainiac, now holding onto the skull, is trying to build up that lead just a little bit more before comfortably dropping the skull. From Foe to Friends, they've got to make a last-ditch attempt. Some effort strung together to regain control, but Lahazi still retains their spot in that driver's seat. The skull is out cold, waiting to be picked up, but it's a triple being locked in from Bastos, nearly wiping the entirety of the Foes and Friends single-handedly. 10 seconds, and that timer is starting to flash red. And from Foe to Friends, they might be waving goodbye to their odds and their hopes and dreams of closing this one off in 2. And we will have to play another round of Oddball. We're going the full distance in this mini best of 3 within our best of 5.
From Foe to Friends has got to be tired of playing oddball.
Yeah.
So tired of playing dang oddball. 6 rounds possible of oddball between the previous and now. 6 rounds it shall be. QT in the hands of Bastos, who is at 30 and 23. Nearly matching them at 29 and 23 is suspense opposite of them from Foe and Friends. Ball will be picked up initially by Brainiac, who's turned into a pinata, and they get popped. Interesting to see the difference in the round 1 where everything was so focused on the reset point of tower, and then round 2 where this ball was stuck in open land near camo instead.
It just happens. It kind of just feels as if the moment that one team sort of like decides on what the strategy is going to be, the other team just has to follow suit with it, and then other times it's just sort of like the way that the game naturally evolves or devolves, and that's where the skull ends up being. I don't know what to make of it.
It's just a matter of circumstantial chaos.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, you know what? This is the plan. This is what we're gonna do. It's gonna be here, and we're gonna fight.
It's kind of just like, like for example, you're walking, like before you have your walkout for a football game, for example, and you've got both teams like lined up next to one another, and they're kind of chatting and everything like that. It's like, so you guys want to put it by dummies? Like, yeah, sounds good to me. We'll see you there.
It's just a head nod and a singular conversation.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. That's how wars start, and that's how this one continues. From Foe to Friends, 27 points unanswered so far here in the first 60 seconds. Finally, Lahazi gets themselves moving, and they're going to retreat over towards tower. They're going to take the safety route. From Foe to Friends had been living on a knife's edge on A side, and now Lahazi's taking their sweet time. They're also trying to see if they can bait from Foe to Friends to make that early rotation. But look how quickly they decided to flip this one on its head. They go towards green instead to just the other corner of the map.
I assume it was not your intention to have that rhyme.
Not all the time.
Yeah, that happens. I like Brainiac, though. I like what I'm seeing from this guy as well. Does manage to somehow hold his own, despite the odds being utterly stacked against him. Definitely contributing towards the Hazi's overall success. Running that ball through the basement himself, and then also meaningfully finding kills and getting assists on all of those individual duels. I like it.
It will now eclipse from Foe to Friends' early lead as they get 33 on entry points and climbing. They are in a dangerous spot as well from Photo Friends to have to answer because they have that reset point. They don't expend too many resources as they do have at least just one player go out and a couple that are on mid lane. Knowing that someone is nearby and Sunrise finally gets a visual onto them, whew, catching them with a forehead shot just as the whole explosion comes through and Baxter is aiming to retreat all the way into tower. Lahazi is wise to the game at this point though. From Photo Friends is not going to be given any extra space or a place to rest.
No room given to breathe at all in this case. TK2 does get taken down. Brainiac attempting to reset that oddball. I'm pretty sure he did also pick up the S7 and toss it off the map as well. If he can't have it, no one can. But from Photo Friends, they now have a new set of headaches and issues to deal with. Bastos and Knuckles down below. They've already escaped seemingly with the oddball. Knuckles finds one snipe drone off screen, did instigate an entirely new sequence of gunfights. And now the suspense trying to take matters into his own hands, but Knuckles delivering perfection right there.
Doubled up into the body bag. The one thing, though, that we've seen some great fights from Photo Friends to clear the board of the Lahazi players, but they've not been able to pick up the ball. No. Finally, what feels like forever. It was 46 or so points for a while. Oh, smacking them and splattering them against the wall. Still, you gained 3 points in that iteration. They are stuck in these cycles where Lahazi, no matter what, is harassing them. They're going to bring it towards green, have themselves a stellar reset available to be done. Knuckles sees the QT man, and it looks like they're going to have just enough and maybe toss this one over. Yeah, that's the play.
Yeah, and that, unlike how you do it in Mob of the Dead in Black Ops 2, for Halo Infinite, that's how you break the cycle. Shout out to anyone who knows that achievement. It's kind of a tough one to get. But still, Bastos now with the skull. Not a whole lot to actually worry about or deal with currently. This is just free progression for Lahazi, and they're going to enjoy every second of it. That seems like a bit of a mistake, but somehow Bastos gets away with it. He's the last player alive. He knows what he has to do. Go down with the ship, buddy. I salute you.
Everyone salute, just all for a moment. Make sure not to hurt your hand on your desk or anything. Just pop one up. 20-point lead right now by Lahazi. You got 2 minutes approaching here on neutral time. Knuckles is surviving, but TK2 at least gets rid of him, as this one is going to be picked off, at least from its middle respawn. So they go over towards the tower one more time. Photo Friends has not been comfy. This has been a very cold world for them to have to be frostbitten in. Lahazi consistently is chomping at the bit and nipping at their heels. They want to get this lead. Oh, but getting selfish to try and get that little extra point to maybe make it happen might bite them in the butt.
Yeah, constant thorn in the side and needle that they just seemingly can't really take out surgically. Oh, this is starting to get annoying as well, I can imagine, for them. Lahazi, 82 points in climbing. TK2 does manage to strip that oddball out of Bastos' cold dead hands, Knuckles', excuse me. But there's someone new, an entirely new face to ruin the party. That Sunrise does get grenaded out into oblivion, courtesy of Snipe Drone. They do now manage to get that ball and they're rotating it through. They have zero interest in playing it towards that Sniper Tower side, putting it in more familiar territory by the looks of things.
But it's in a weird spot, and we know that this spot takes and bleeds a lot of neutral clock. So if you're going to be playing it here, you got to be ready to go out and slay. Got to get some good frags, and they actually let one man survive. Brainiac is going to be that thorn. He eventually goes down. Still, neutral time, 80 seconds. This is when from Photo Friends has seen themselves fall. Bastos and company want to run it down. Sunrise with that sniper. He at least lands a shot, so it's going to weaken a Spartan. Bastos is stuck over towards window. He's trying to at least protect that entryway, and he does so. The sniper will change hands. 42 and 36 is Bastos. 10 points away. Everyone else is spawned on the other side of the map. That may have very well done it. Game 5 forthcoming from Photo Friends. Have a last desperate effort, but they're just not going to reach.
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
All right, buddy. All right.
Cheesin', Brainiac. All right. Slayer it is, Tudor.
Indeed. Slayer will be our decider for this series to see who will stand a chance and who will be able to be so fortunate as to have another opportunity at Blah, who is awaiting in the grand final. Solitude, they should be a fun one.
Solitude Slayer. 43, 36, and 16 is Bastos. Everyone coming out bruised and cruising. Shout out over to Snipe Drone, who actually had the best in the lobby. 46, 31, and 25 assists, by the way. So, through 3 rounds of Oddball, these numbers still are massive. But we've also witnessed from Photo Friends have to go this far. They did a Game 5 over Among Us. They've got to do a Game 5 over Lahazi. Lahazi would love to bounce back and try to take on Blah.
Yeah, definitely so. They're out for that little bit of revenge. Best served cold. But now they're the time for warming things up is been over for a couple of hours at this certain point in Lahazi. They should be running on all cylinders at this point. Moving into this final one. 50 kills is all that separates these two squads from one another. Separates them from having a shot at the grand final, potentially a reset as well, because they are coming through the lower bracket naturally, and just being eliminated overall. I'm really excited to get down into this one because we can completely disregard everything that we have seen over the last hour and a bit. Those 4 maps basically mean nothing at this point. It's a glorified best of 1.
Here from Photo Friends, does that completely run you sideways? Do you fall on your back? See yourself falter? Lahazi, you bounce back to take on Blah,
Double
who seems
kill.
like they want to go perfect on the day and get this entire Winter Open done. 2-2 as we go into the first set of this Slayer. For this Camel, there's so much fight over top mid.
Yeah.
And Lahazi immediately went towards blue to try and get the flank off.
Sunriz is mobilizing as well quite extensively. I like the movement coming out from him. Question is it enough to really catch from Photo Friends entirely by surprise? He's on point with the repulsor, but unfortunately he was staring down the barrel of what, at least 2 players. You're not walking out of that one completely unscathed. It is still Lahazi off to a much more brilliant start. 6 kills, now 7 is the lead. Baxter, all on his lonesome, the last player to go down. That's a full team wipe that from Photo Friends have just suffered.
13-4. What a sprint this has become in the last 30 seconds or so. Electricity straight into the dome. Bastos is delivering 8-0 right now. 2 more. We're going to be starting off with a frenzy. I have a lot more than he can possibly chew, and does so. So big bites, big gulps as well.
Yep.
As from Photo Friends is not stabilized.
No, not entirely just yet. It's still very touch and go. Brainiac does get traded off. Snipe Drone finds himself perfect as well. Sunrise now looking to try to escort Knuckles back to safety, ensuring that he doesn't get caught entirely on his own. Baxter finds himself in a tricky position, and kind of feel like that's one of the main struggles he's had this entire series up until this point. Just those 1v1s. Sometimes you have the odd shot that doesn't land, and that ruins everything for you. What can you do? Brainiac does eventually get traded off as well. Bastos flies seemingly out of nowhere. It's complete and utter chaos.
I don't know. I think I saw TK2 just like running through a war zone. They looked like a cameraman in World War II, just praying no one shoots them and actually observes the Geneva Convention. Wow. Okay, so for Photo Friends, it was an 11-point difference at one point. Now they've made it 4. Solitude has these surges and sprints of points at times, especially when it comes to Slayer. They've seen 3 go down for Lahazi, so it's not exactly clean. You can take advantage of these snowbally moments, especially as they begin fighting over the timer for the shock rifle. Brainiac wants to present a known threat, but the camo has already been used by Suspense as this shock is about to be picked up.
See what he can do with the shock rifle. Does find Snipe Drone, although no one on the other side of that barrel, so he can't really provide any kind of contribution to his ally, but he's going to go on the hunt instead. Predator mode activated. Brainiac will be found. Narrowly gets away with the 2. Wow, I thought he made a mistake there, I'm not going to lie, but he was able to string those 2 together on 1 shot. Does make it count. Now the shock rifle does find a little bit of contact, some purchase potentially, but it's really messy, some of these engagements.
Biggest thing that you can do in those moments is that transfer of targets. You don't get option paralysis. You just have to keep firing, and sometimes it pays off, especially with the way these guys re-engage. So taking over the lead now from Foe to Friends, being down at anywhere in by double digits, and now just forcing Lahazi back. 3 out again. Sunrise the only survivor. Baxter not exactly having his best game, but he's got 10 assists already at 5 and 8. So spreading the love and letting his teammates finish him off, and they've got a 4-point lead.
I shudder to think how much further from Foe to Friends could have been if they weren't down 11 points at the very, very start, because they just started off on the wrong foot. It could have been potentially closer to a stake if we started off on even footing. So Lahazi, they do have to thank themselves that they were swinging out of the gates with a very good early start, but it seems to have faltered since then. It's not looking good. They're barely scrapping away with some of these trades. As from Foe to Friends, they've regained their lost confidence.
5-point lead. We've seen these exact leads squandered before. Previous Slayers trying to simply just reposition. Good comms, letting them know a man was absolute going towards the window. Can only put a hand over the ledge and let them know that they're there. Lahazi, tons of their numbers are over towards the lift, and now you got active camo in the hands of Baxter. This is free 50 information for everyone. Double kill from off of Snipe Drone. You got 7 kills left before you eliminate Lahazi, and you get a rematch against Blah. Knuckles will fall. You're 10 kills up, and you're 5 kills away.
Everything seems to be going right now. Just a few more nails in the coffin is all that our foes and friends require. Snipe Drone, TK2, each locating and securing 1. Snipe Drone narrowly about to hit 20 kills himself. Baxter trying to prime some of these players for easy cleanups, waiting for the rest of the squad to just flood on through, and flood they do. Snipe Drone amassing 20 bodies over the course of this final Slayer that will send Lahazi packing out of the competition. From Foe to Friends, they have secured an opportunity to throw hands at Blah.
Oh man, from one end to the next, it's all about that slaying capability. Big turnaround, especially Snipe Drone. You got to see him for that CTF in the middle from that Forbidden. I felt like that map in particular, especially as that game number 3 was going to be so telling. Lahazi had times where it looked like they were in control. This one got all out of sorts. An early game of Slayer does not beget an in-game of Slayer. 28 and 8. Baxter holding it up with 16, or rather 13 assists, by the way. Really making sure that there's a ton of damage spread out.
Yeah, despite the fact that he's the only person on that team with a negative KD ratio, it really doesn't mean all that much, because the assists are there, the team shots are there, contributions were always there. And I do feel for Lahazi as well, because they got off to such a brilliant start, and the performance that we saw from them specifically on Live Fire, absolutely ridiculous. But now that the series is over, I do still feel like it almost seems like it's unfinished business, right? Because what happened on Forbidden CTF is not really anything that either of us could have actually predicted, with Snipe Drone at the very tail end just somehow magically stringing together a flag capture out of absolutely nowhere. It could have very well have gone the exact opposite direction, and this could have been Lahazi's win. But yeah, if I'm looking back on the most impactful moments, it would have to be that Snipe Drone flag capture towards the very end, within like the span of a few 15-20 seconds. That was probably the most defining thing.
Well, if we can get some more magic, it's going to have to happen twice, because they need to not only win this bracket over this grand final, but a bracket reset thereafter. We're going to take a short break. From Foe to Friends can then be formidable enough to take down Blah. You guys will get to see the EHL Winter Finals right after this.
Seek me out, hear me shout, come get it, don't you sit me down. Right now, want you acting like you in the wild. Don't stop, give me no doubts. Dum da 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 dum. Let me know what you want. Your dark desires and your thoughts. Yeah, you can hunt me like a sport now. I got a cold heart, but I'm running hot. I let you cut in that line if you want the spot when you're ready. Baby, come get it. You better work hard, what you waiting for? I'm not a domino boy, but I'll take the floor when you're ready. Oh, baby, come get it. Come, take it. I want you
Killing spree.
Found me right here. I'm running out of air. Coming up from the deep.
Overkill.
Drowning right here. But you're the one who cared. Showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back. And I am back like I never left. My
Welcome back, everyone. It's the EHL Winter Finals Grand Finals, and here with Hail Monkey Man as well as Two Doors, and we're going to be getting into this matchup. Lickety split. Blah has been perfect on the day, and in fact, I believe they've been perfect since the previous time that they won this. They went 3-0 through Rock Eagle Gaming, 3-0 through Silly Geese, 3-0 through Forbidden Enthusiasts, and then 3-0 to Silly Geese. Today, they've done it through Rock Eagle, from Foe to Friends, through Lahazi, and now it's a rematch of with Foe to Friends. We're gonna go immediately over to Aquarius. Let's get some flags.
So they have not dropped a singular map to your knowledge.
Nope, not between their open and here.
That is an insane record. To have that kind of clean sheet and potentially still maintain it. Oh. People dream of having that kind of record.
They may be making it a reality here, as they're currently 21-0 from open number 2 over to the finals. So can Blah be shown mortality? From Foe to Friends, they have, from what I remembered, our producer was saying it was a very close 3-0, but it's still a 3-0 all the same. You have a lot of relevancy to stock and veteranship out of SLG, Alex Shock, Mighties, and Glories. I'm not at all surprised to see them in control, and as well as with the camo and a flagpole.
Definitely so. Teams have poked and prodded around. Question is, do they actually and truly bleed? Right now, no signs of that nonsense whatsoever. First flagpole does start to get put in motion, but it doesn't really amount to anything. Glory does eventually shut down Snipe Drone. Not exactly too labored of a gunfight for him, as Mighty is going to try to get that flag out of harm's way. Glory immediately just throwing himself into the fray, taking one for the team, and even though both players had instantiated that flagpole are now dead, Alec is right there to just pick it up as well and see this potentially all the way through. Shields are low, so he's got to play this one very patiently, and that will be the first point locked in for Blah.
Yeah, 2 big pulls and the second one paid off this time around here for Blah. From Foe to Friends has not been able to extend Aquarius too far. And in fact, every time they peek beyond some of these hallways, they are getting shot. And Alex Shock is doing the one doling out damage. Now, going to receive some of his own as it does get dropped by TK2, who TK2 in his own right has been a monster at times. You got that overkill earlier on Streets. So, gotta be ready for him, but that's 4, make it rather 3 down, and Baxter the lone survivor right now as Blah begins to surge.
Tries to maybe prevent the flag from getting pulled, but his effort is all but for naught. TK2 does claw it back by 1 onto Glory, but that flag is already long gone and it's on the other side of the map. Mighty is about to lock this one in unless Suspense has something to say about it. He's still peppering him down. Gets the kill only after the fact, unfortunately. A triple locked in, but it's quite meaningless when you're already 2 points down.
Hey, getting to stagger out at least that next spawn is kind of pivotal for from Foe to Friends to be able to step up. I'd say it has some level, especially because they do have that next big flag pull. So, where it didn't count in a long string of things for denying the cap, they do have one returning in kind.
Let's see it done.
Kind of protecting what's there up on top of utility spawn. should be able to get this one turned in.
Yeah, there we
They
go.
do find their first points. I love the ricochet on that nade, by the way. They catch one from behind, and an overkill extermination just happened off screen.
Why does it feel like that's not real? What the heck?
I don't know. I didn't think everyone had died until they died.
Yeah. Neither.
Well,
It's a bit strange.
3.
Yeah.
11 and 6, by the way, is Glory's. And you're going to get another flagpole. I feel like Blah is in definite control at this point of Aquarius CTF.
Yeah, 3-1, potentially 4-1 in just a matter of a couple of moments. I'm not exactly sure what kind of response Foe and Friends can muster up for this one, but we are very much approaching that point in the map where we say that's all she wrote, and then quickly transition towards map number 2. What can you do at this point? What can Foe and Friends do? Foe to Friends do?
Trying to recognize some of these early, at least, pulls and see if they can be able to stop them in lane. The problem is that they have so much support and depth of where these players are that you never really get a chance to try and make the read early before you're already hitting the respawn timer. So, taking this one tough. Double kill here by Alex Shock, who hasn't really had to contribute too much into the actual kill column.
Nope.
And a lot into the flag side, though. SLG online with him as someone tries to go and traverse through the middle of the map, and then eventually killing out Baxter from there.
SLG, unfortunately, does get taken down. Perfect kill. Another one scored by Mighties this time around. The active camo is freshly online. Up for grabs. If Blah can get this, it will almost guarantee them a 5th and final flag cap, but I do believe it was actually suspense to activate it and then to get shut down as well. That's a nice little 2-piece being collected. Hopping on with T2K, does get away with the trade onto Mighties. It's all up to Glory until the respawns come on through. Things do start to quiet down just a little bit more. No immediate action really taking place in terms of flag pulls, but I feel like that is about to change quite imminently.
That camo is still literally unused up on that top side of near utility spawn. Just couldn't do anything from with it until they finally picked it up. So longest time everyone fighting over it. This has become a neutral battle. 6 more minutes. Blah has a substantial lead, and it's all about that last-ditch effort to get the turtle out of the shell before they finally cook him into a soup. All 3 is still surviving. They've trapped one in the fridge side corner.
Yeah.
Mighties wants to be able to use a trick jump and does so. It's going to be a flagpole. No. Gotta win that fight.
A flag tap, question mark? Either way, someone else is going to pull it. Not necessarily Mighties himself. TK2 does get taken down, but it is Glory to run it all the way down. Baxter needs to come up with some kind of response. The nades, they're not quite connecting. He's the only person advanced enough to have even done anything about the situation, and there's just nothing that he could have strung together in that instance. Way too much coverage coming out from Blah, and they were able to execute that last pull so fluidly without any resistance towards the very tail end. An easy, secure 5-1. Map number 1 is concluded in favor of Blah. And yeah, if it wasn't going to happen on CTF, then we will have to turn our attention towards Slayer Recharge. Could this be potentially the first map that Blah drop? I really don't know, but they've just been so incredibly dominant.
Yeah, that's especially when you look over to Aquarius, feels like from Foe to Friends needs to actuate off of more of a sand pit or sandbox rather style map. And so when we move over into Recharge Slayer, camo, shock rifle, what can they grab first? Can they deny that from getting in the hands of Glory or Mighties? That will be our first questions and our first looks if they're to crack back against Blah. Or does Blah simply go 24-0 between open number 2 and this grand final, and maybe just ending out our 2025 with an absolute blitz?
The more we speak about it, I think the more likely the latter is going to happen. That they just steamroll their way through this last grand final, and they just don't drop a single map. I do believe in that kind of manifestation.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got my cat Chief behind me, and he's trying to manifest a game 5. I don't know why he's trying to do that, Chief. Why are you doing that? Okay, he's just coming up here to meow. Fine.
I think he's manifested a tie by the looks of things.
Yeah, you got a tie.
Yeah.
Look at him, Chief Cam. Bring it up, Infinity. I know you can. Chief Cam.
He definitely can.
He's right there. Come on. Chief, did you fart? I bet you did. Cats fart, by the way. I don't know if any of you have cats. They do. But we're gonna go over to Recharge Slayer. We have seen a very competitive form from Foe to Friends on Slayers in general. So it's I feel like this must be the moment where they find a response. Otherwise, another oddball will be right in front of us, and that cannot be where Foe to Friends rest or rely upon coming back. Just their oddballs have gone the distance, and they've always gone sideways.
Yeah, they really have. That last series versus Lahazi, it could have genuinely gone either way as well, but they did have those Slayers locked down to an absolute T, and the more they played, the better those Slayers got. The first one was about like 50 to 45-ish. The one after that versus Lahazi, 50 to 36. They just get better the longer and longer these Slayers progress on as well. So if there's any time to really let your voice be heard, start shouting, yelling, and pounding your chest, and now is the time to do it versus Block. But they will concede the first opening 2 kills to none other than Alex Shock as well.
Alex Shock always runs that same kind of shock and awe campaign. That's the way that guy moves, the way that guy breathes. He wants to be fast, he wants to be quick, he wants to be up in your jib as quick as he can. So, Glory, you're waiting out all the spawn sides and wants to be able to get a remote dead to see if anyone gets caught within that blast radius. Quick trade here from Control Room. Still, it's Blah with an early lead through here of the first 10. Shock rifle in the hands of Mighties. Oh,
Nice coming out from Mighties as well. Clean as all hell. And he's gonna just move over towards Suspense, get right up in his jib as he mentioned, but before he can even pull the trigger, of nade basically just blows off his face.
Wait a minute, I hear someone. Oh, what? Okay, Spider-Man, what is happening?
Oh?
Mighty's like, okay, I'm going up. Elevator time. Shock rifle gets used. TK2. Like, alright, there's nothing left. Don't need that no more. 8 kills up already is Blah. Even with the Cirque du Soleil styles and antics between these two. Should be able to get a double kill. Does so. Maybe even a triple added to the tally. TK2, the monster, looking for the 4th.
Not going to be able to find the 4th in quick succession, unfortunately enough. Zed Mighty does get traded off, courtesy of Snipe Drone. And these individual performances are so damn great, but versus a team like Blah, sometimes it feels at the exact same time like you're shoveling snow in a damn blizzard. No matter your own contributions, it doesn't reflect the way that you wanted to in that score. The gap is still a 7 right now. That is not an impossible task to complete. To close off that gap and then establish a lead. We've seen it done before, but Foe to Friends, they've got to keep Blah in check. They've got to make sure that they're ganging up and getting these favorable team gunfights in their favor. I'm surprised that Shock didn't really stick.
I thought that one smacked off the old armor. Gonna get caught from behind, and honestly, the heater right now is on TK2, 9 and 3, 3.0 KD. As the opening volley had gone very much the way of Blah. Just trying to pre-fire the plasma pistol because reasons. That's awesome. They knew someone was going to be rotating down off of the comms from their teammates. SLG is directly under fire. He's going to be directly dead. And finally, the reign of tyranny from TK2 is done 10 and 4 on the output. Camo picked up by Baxter, and we're tied.
Baxter has an opportunity to, dodge that plasma grenade first, catch a breath, and then get back into the action of things. Finds SLG, peppers him down a little bit, but no kills found. Instead, Glory is going to shut him down and ruin his day and ruin that potential of the active camo. Gets away just narrowly, but TK2 is going to punish him. Instead, Alex Shock returns the favor in that exchange. It's all back and forth, and just before we, even before we knew it, now suddenly from Foe to Friends, they've got a gap of only 2 kills to worry about. It used to be closer to 8.
Yeah, it was a pretty substantial difference between these two, at least in the early portion of the game. But sliding uphill goes Mighties. Knows that someone's nearby.
Perfect.
Especially off the call out, and so that one will get the announcer to purr out a perfect, as Mighties will stick with this electrostatic discharge bolt gripped between his claws. So from foe to friends, everything has gone very quiet. They don't want to allow themselves to get caught immediately by Mighties and a follow-up to happen. Glories and SLG caught on off lanes, and now suddenly, even all by a singular point, foe to friends will have this minimal lead.
Minimal lead, still worth something, still counts. At this certain point, all you do is break even on kills, and boom, you've taken the Slayer out of Blah, and you ensure that they walk away with at least one map loss on their clean sheet, ruining it altogether. In theory, very, very easy, but against a team with the stature such as Blah, it's much easier said than done. The practicality of it can just get to you sometimes. SLG forced to tuck back to safety. He's got Alex Shock as well as a boot, so should anyone try to challenge the two of them, it's not going to go all too smooth. As I say that, there will be Blah that arise for the better in that exchange. 3 kills now separate these two.
This is going to be such a squeaker at the very end. 3 kills up. Foe to friends. Oh, overexposing themselves as Blah. They're just getting caught from some of these angles. Nice camo. Should be able to get a double kill and does so. Mighty's looking for the next. Good information from foe to friends, or rather from Blah. Gonna try and traverse up to mid stack and maybe go over to control room. Make sure that no one is rotating into that whirlpool side. So go back over to the hydro dam. They know that this elevator is where most of these spawns are gonna come in. They eventually get stuck. Still a 3-point lead. 5 from foe to friends to finally put a blemish into the perfect record of Blah.
They've nearly done it. Just a few more kills. A whole team wipe to secure it all. Glory gets taken down. That's 1. 3 more left in Blah. They've really got to play this a lot more conservatively. It wouldn't surprise me if they just grind this game to a halt, but foe to friends, they are really proving to be the aggressors in this case. Alex Shock is starting to get a little bit antsy, potentially paranoid and anxious. From foe to friends, so damn close to closing this one off, but that could potentially be a mistake. The shock rifle goes to the hands of Alex Shock. 3 more could easily be changed, and the course of this could be altered. Foe to friends just need to find 1, and that's the trade coming on through. Snipe Drone and Glory exchange lives, they exchange goodbyes, but it is from foe to friends that walk away with the Slayer, taking a map, one of the only, if not the only team in this entire Winter Open to take off a map from this Blah roster.
No matter what, even if they end up winning, the and 1 will have been found by from foe to friends. That and 1 they'll be looking at. But Blah has been given a response by from foe to friends. It is not going to be an easy washout. So they take the Aquarius CTF handedly, and they were up by a substantial margin for a good portion of that early half of Slayer. But it was the run-up by TK2 that really started things in the right direction for from foe to friends.
Because honestly, the start of this was super duper scary. Blah, they were ahead by a lot. It seemed like the kind of game that was just going to devolve into Stake by the very end of it, after all was said and done. At this certain point, TK2, immaculate triple kill to really start to stem the bleeding a little bit. And yeah, I might have been a bit critical about the fact that I was questioning, could that even actually be enough from foe to friends to start mounting some form of comeback? They proved me entirely wrong, and they were able to string it back together all themselves, to the point that it was here when we start to realize, hang on a second, this is going to be a lot closer of an affair than we initially thought it was.
This was that 30-point jump margin. Right around that score is when everything always either continues or turns. You look at the middle point of the road on the highway when you have to make a decision, are you in the exit lane or are you in the on-ramp? So, we go into game number 3. Luckily from foe to friends, they've earned themselves at least a moment of respite. Oddballs are tough for them, but they get at least a 4th map. So it will not be decided here, but match point will be grabbed one way or another. Trying to take them on right from the spawn. Suspense will take away the rock.
So the opening 15 seconds, give or take, quite the statement. Blah, basically all 4 of them were completely dead. They lost the oddball. They've lost all of the goodies. They lost all of the toys, bar that red gun. And they will get the active camo. I think that was Mighty's that was able to walk away with it. And SLG really showing us exactly why. He's the only person that deserves to be holding on to the stalker rifle, stalking his prey as well. Will be narrowly a 4th, found with the red gun right there as he dips back into PD. But still, now the rest of Blah, they're just brushing that dust off of their shoulders, and they're finally coming back into form.
A bit of a nade check just to keep them honest, but yeah, giving them that weapon and also having that extra camo on the hands of Mighties. This is a tough arsenal to have to walk your way into and out of. Tied at 20, wanting to get them from out of window, double kill and clearing the board from foe to friends. And the one unforgiving thing about Streets is that, I mean, you know, basically square it off where you're going to end up spawning out of, and you have to go through so much of the thickness of this map. And the perimeter is not at all something that is hard to, you know, basically decipher. Because from foe to friends, it has like 3 separate options, and all are very viewable from the defensive standpoint of Blah.
Tricky engagements. Neither Mighty's nor Snipe Drone walk away with something to actually brag about. Mighty's is going to double dip and promptly punished by Snipe Drone as well in that instance. Still, it is Blah with the point lead. The majority captured thus far, but from foe to friends, they're definitely wanting and willing to keep this one very, very close and tidy. Commando does find some purchase, but the trade-off is immediate yet again. Very few is actually separating these 2 teams at the time.
Trying to get to that 50-point mark, and we haven't even let a full minute until this point now of neutral time go away. Now this oddball goes right back over to the TK2, must have rotated over more towards that cafe side. A lot of teams end up kind of throwing it out top or out towards mid, just to let it be wrestled over between both squads, but they know where the spawn is coming from Blah, and they know that they could actually just wrestle that one back towards Tram if they wanted to. Gonna take the lead now by a point. Oh, they will meet some traffic. Great coverage. Nice assist by their teammates. Should be able to get at least a melee and drop that shield. This one is in a dangerous spot for anyone for Blah to come and grab it.
Had to get distracted there for a second. My apologies, but I'm back into things. Baxter. Finding death. Unfortunately, I was going to say kill, but he did not stick to the script. Still. Foe to friends, 50 points. Counting. Blah, not too far. They are trailing behind, however.
Enemy has the ball.
They try
I feel like this is going to go all 3 rounds, you know?
I mean, it has so far for foe to friends. They've gone 6 of the possible 6. 9 for 9. I feel like it's like getting the biggie bag from Wendy's. I don't know.
Never been able to experience that myself, unfortunately. Don't have Wendy's in the Netherlands.
It's pretty good. It's a little overhyped, but it's better than your usual stuff.
Okay, decent.
Yeah. 20 seconds to go, by the way. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Spooky.
Everyone from Blah has just been caught in these quarters, man. Every single time they run up as a plus some pack from foe to friends has been there to meet them.
Yeah, no, they've been right there to receive and welcome them kind of with open arms. It's almost like a, what's the best way to describe this? Sort of like luring them into a false sense of hope and comfort. And they're somehow getting away with it. That's the thing that really perplexes me at the most as well. From foe to friends now find themselves 6 points away, 5 technically, from being able to close off this first round. Blah, nowhere near enough to respond anymore at this certain point. And this is defying all expectations, Monkey Man. I was expecting Blah to have potentially been able to get their oddballs completely on lock, but no. That part has yet to potentially come from foe to friends, showing a lot of dominance early on.
I have a lot of expectations going into the second round, though. This is where from foe to friends struggle. They often have a pretty good grip of what they got to do rotationally going to the first round. Especially since they've had a lot of experience from the previous lower semifinal and lower final of having to play so much oddball. your mindset of how you want to rotate and how you want to hand off is already there. Obviously, it translates differently between some of these streets for the map, but Blah now is in the know. They're gonna try and they had early control. Now you have to take that one through the entirety of this map. Camo picked up by SLG, 11 and 8. Opposite of them, TK2 at 12 and 9. Both those guys continuing to have massive performances. Now you got to get information. You cannot be the invisible guy holding the rock.
No, definitely not. That doesn't really contribute as much as you want. You really want to have something actionable. You want to be able to take initiative in these kinds of instances. That's what we need to see a lot more from SLG, and I think that's exactly what is going through his mind and what's potentially going through the block comms as well. He's just going to let Alex rotate around or potentially try to bait some of these red silhouettes right into SLG's POV. But they don't seem to be taking that bait right now. He does call it out. Looking to potentially lock in this kill all to himself. Oh, it's messy. And he does manage to avoid that stick at the very least. But the skull does go down. It's cold, and it will be recovered quickly.
Does get caught, though. And a lot of the fighting towards the PD side of the map has been won by From Foe to Friends. They are very locked in, keyed in about where the rotations come from, and Blah is not surprising them. Great reads, should be able to take this early lead back. But Blah is just taking these very known avenues, everything telegraphed at this point from Window, from Pink Street. And now they're going to try and navigate this one over to Tram, but that is actually all of a trap. 4 go down from Foe to Friends. They don't want to bring it all the way back up into this Fortress of Solitude of Tram. They're going to keep it towards more of an open Pink Street and Cafe, so they can just kind of keep zigzagging between those two and A-Plat. But like from Foe to Friends, it felt like they had some pressure behind them. But it was kind of a misread because they went right into that nasty death pit right in front of the stair steps.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when those kinds of instances happen because you think to yourself, okay, I gotta sort of play at the mental level of my opposition, but sometimes things just really, you know, sort of devolve into a bit of a kerfuffle. You get lost in the sauce, so to speak, a little bit. It doesn't necessarily have much to do with misreading of situations, it's just how the action unfolds. Brilliant chaos at times, or imbrilliant, depending on which end of the, or which of the receiving ends you're on. Mighty's with the active camo, looking to potentially just find up some easy scraps right now. And this should be a very easy pickup with the oddball. As you mentioned a little bit earlier, you had a suspicion that round number 2 was going to be a drastically different story. And right now it certainly is. From Foe to Friends struggling very heavily.
Everything, and it was pretty tight for at least a while when that ball existed more towards that Cafe and A-Platter side. As soon as they wanted to rotate this one towards Tram, Blah was welcoming to it, and they've decided that the end game is that you're going to have to get through these walls. 20 points left. Alex Shock is just going to hang on to it, and that's actually a dangerous man to have to fight that thing from out of his mitts. With all of 15 seconds really left to go. I mean, round 3 looks nigh inevitable. I mean, even when he's got the skull that he has to babysit, this dude is dangerous.
There's nothing that Foe to Friends can do to keep this round alive for a little bit longer. So we're going to go to a third and final round of Oddball to see exactly who is going to maintain the lead moving into Lattice, King of the Hill after this. I can't call it. It's been really, really even, but if we're just going to be going off of kill counts alone, Blah has really been dictating the pace in the slaying department overall. They've been getting off to better starts more often than from Foe to Friends, but now I see a lot more red in the kill feed, and I see blue completely grayed out.
I need to... If we're going to see from Foe to Friends win, and you already see them doing it right here, this has got to be where they stick it. Either from here, or maybe just a little bit over towards Window. Do not let this ball get trapped to Tram or directly in PD. Blah is so good at setups that if you don't let this ball be fluid, you're just not winning it right. Trying to be able to take away that camo. Oh, they find them through the entire mist of the situation. Eventually getting bombed out themselves. That will at least get rid of a pesky phantom in the backline. I mean, just look at this situation because even SLG knows they need to throw that ball out towards mid. They cannot let From Foe to Friends just hold this corner.
No, they can't. As you mentioned, they need to let that ball sort of like hang around in more breathable spaces. ones that are less claustrophobic, because that means that they can, well, technically just not necessarily fall to nade spam, but also it just means they can pass it around and amongst each other a little bit more as well. But it is going to be Blah to try to find some form of control. For the first time in this third round, Mighty is holding on to the skull and racking up the points. Now, from Foe Friends, they're the ones that have to mobilize. Glory, first point of contact, will be cleaned up seemingly easily by Snipe Drone, who doesn't get away with another frag himself. It will just be the one that he's left to think about. Alex Shock, another, and that's all 4 dead from Foe Friends.
Yeah, easy rotate now back by Blah. They can bring this between A-plat, they can go over towards PD, really wherever they want to be, and it's kind of unthreatened, at least at this current mark. You have some extra contact happening through this arcade side, but they're going to rotate this one over towards that window and just keep it available for wherever they want to go. No force and no skirmish has really gone against them, and if you're talking about the slaying department, they definitely still hold quarter over from Foe Friends in favor of them. We're nearly a minute and a half of neutral time into round number 3 of this oddball, and again, for Foe Friends, their oddballs don't go their way. It's usually the follow-up round afterwards, though, that really goes well.
Yeah, now you don't really have the entire concept of another round to fall back on. It needs to be happening right here and right now. We do see them get control just a little bit. TK2 taking the brunt end of the spear. That bandit fire is going to force him to seek cover. Snipe Drone and him have got a nice little pincer going on through, but Glory doesn't quite fall for it. Instead, SLG shuts down TK2, and the oddball itself is going to be projectiled right off. This collapsed very quickly and very unceremoniously for Foe Friends.
When you got stuck by the plasma dropping off the wall, you're like, what? And just right on top of you.
Yeah.
50 seconds, or rather 50 points, now climbing here for Blah. They get just enough and they decide, you know what, go chase this. We got our rotation. But eventually it actually goes right over into from Foe Friends' hands, so they will try to bring this one back, but look at how they're defensively playing this one. They go up to that steps, they know they can immediately squeeze them. You caught from that window side spawn. Alex Shock will bring this one back up from arcade. This is a much more meticulous method by which Blah is playing this one. They're not allowing Foe Friends to have easy hooks into possessing this, and this is as standard as you want to get. They bring that right back up. They're like, hey, nah, we don't want that ball out there.
No. Just like that from Foe Friends, they do clap back. They did manage to get things started off with a nice little 2-piece, and then it just quickly ramped up in aggression towards there. They do have the oddball, but they're quickly going to lose control of it yet again. Mighty's finds one. Glory contributes with yet another frag himself. And you can see Baxter and Suspense sort of scrambling to try to rectify the situation, and it really doesn't work out in their favor at all either. From Foe Friends, really trying to get this one back under control, trying to steady the ship, and every single time that they do, Blah just once again like a hurricane comes sweeping through.
Step ahead. 16 points left for Blah to send this one through round 3 and into a game 4 with them at match point advantage. It looks like they'll be able to do that almost concernedly so. They have one man to follow up after their first guy dies. SLG should be able to run out the rest of this clock as everyone dies through the doorway of PD, and this will do it. Blah will be on match point, tournament point, Winter Open Finals point as we go over to Lattice King of the Hill.
Whew. It could all be said and done here, and even if that should be the case in our 4th map, we still can be, you know, ecstatic about the fact that Blah have indeed conceded a map in this entire competition overall. From Foe Friends, yeah, we did. I was not expecting them to take that opening round of oddball, and it was really brilliantly played as well, but the reality of the situation is that you're looking at a team that is basically equipped to the brim with tier 1 pros. When they want to make a slight little alteration to the strategy, kick things off a little bit differently, employ a different strategy, it happens like muscle memory, like it's a 6th nature to them. And those kinds of adjustments can be made so easily, and from Foe Friends, coming up with an appropriate response was a little bit more labored than it would be for other teams, you know?
see that. Whenever they kept it fast, they were benefiting. When you allowed there to be just a lot more thought to be brought into the process, it was being picked up by Blah too easily. We go over into what was Game 1, Map Mode 1, for the winners final of Blah versus Lahazi. They took this one, and I believe it was 3-2 fashion as they let the timer run out. Will that be the same sort of situation now that the entire tournament rests possibly with this map or the next? If you are from Foe to Friends, you got to be able to force a Game 5, and they've done so twice. They need to have it be thrice.
Quadrice, is that a thing?
Is that a thing?
I don't know, actually.
Twice. Quince. Sice?
No.
Is that just Sace?
No, Sice is mispronouncing cease, which is 6 in French.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. Go figure. Well, Open Ice already under control. S7 in the hands of SLG. And Blah trying to sprint for this first hill.
Ooh, that's quite nice.
That's also French.
Yeah. Although it's pronounced Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, French is weird, bro. I don't come up with the rules.
Sorry, Infamy. We don't mean it. We do.
We do. Oh! Nice little
Goodness.
tag and a cleanup coming out from Glory. This S7 in the hands of SLG has been quite menacing. Somehow that final round in the chamber doesn't find a connection, but he can't be too upset about his individual performance with that. Mighties as well. Collecting yet another as Blah. They collect an opening point in King of the Hill very quickly.
Already setting up for that next hill immediately as they got that first under control, got the Cypher, got the Shroud, got everything they really needed, wanted, and had to have. An interesting choice. I think that one was by Mighty, so just kind of dropping the open as everyone from Photo Friends was sprinting to hill. So hill number 2 not decided by any leaps and bounds and margins. Alshock wants to find this fight, and some of these duels, it always leaves you questioning like how you kind of overcommit into it, but it's all about pressure, and Photo Friends is finding one back.
They are getting decent progress on this second hill, but let's not get too excited just yet. What we need to see at the end of the day that counts the most points, results. Suspense really struggling in that duel versus SLG, and he knows when to call it quits and try to hold on to his life for as long as dearly possible. He's the only person on this hill, and he will eventually get shut down. No one quite there to pick up the reins. TK2 is also stuck all on his lonesome, and Mighties is going to start occupying this hill.
Not allowing Photo Friends to even up the scoreline immediately, but this does give them time to set up their spawns. Blah wants to break through that, but Alshock and SLG kind of overextending to try and continue giving Mighty's time. He's being forced off hill, and now fighting upon it is from Photo Friends. Still, they're caught from behind. QT online. One man goes and drops out. Mighty's just going to try and use that sidekick to spread the love. They do so, and they continue holding onto this hill.
Indeed they do. Maybe it's not going to be the hill to be from Photo Friends. It looks like it's going to end up in Blah's possession this time around. They're way too far away to have anything to say about it. And that one's just got to hurt. That one's got to be a demoralizing point to concede if you're from Photo Friends. They do have the S7 to work with right now, but Mighty's, he doesn't. He's greedy, bro. He just wants it all to himself. Shuts down not one, but two to get his hands on what literally is his precious.
It's in the ugliest colors, but it does the best sound whenever it booms out across the yard. Green room under control. There's already a fifth of it. Oh! Don't even try to chow this man. Killing spree. Mighty's throwing down the gauntlet and eventually the big boomstick. Boy will stay around green room. You can't shoot him through the glass. Feels like it's something that you could do, but eventually, as you have the numbers from Photo Friends, will try and take over the hill, and they do so. Last time that this happened on hill number 2, though, Blah was able to bring it back, so anything but decided at this point.
SLG with one onto the third hill over by green, but it's still a bit tricky. Bax is going to shut him down instead. Glory now chasing one player towards the snow side. That will be Baxter. waiting at the respawn screen. Glory somehow gets away with a second, and the suspense is the last player alive right now, holding onto this hill all by himself. This is the opportunity for Blah to be the aggressor, and they do manage to once again prevent from Foe to Friends from getting their first point.
This is so deja vu.
Yeah.
This is not what you want to see if you're from Foe to Friends, and that's exactly why they're streamlining their way from that A side of boxes, but still, Blah looks like they are just rinse and repeating and washing away from Foe to Friends. However, the story and narrative has been written a little bit differently. Hill number 4 will be on contest because it will finally be Foe to Friends on the board.
Yeah.
If Blah had taken that hill, I think this one might have just been washed out.
Probably. At least now from Foe to Friends, they've got a bit of a fighting chance. They have a leg to stand on. So plenty of time left as well. 3:35. It's more than enough to potentially grab themselves another hill, keep it even Steven, maybe a third, but to win this one outright, well, they're going to have to if they want to force us all the way to a map 5. SLG, shields up, guns up, looking for his next target. There's TK2, shut down as well. This 4th hill is the tricky one. Last time when we saw from Foe to Friends play on this, as you mentioned in that winners round 1, it felt like forever until we saw this hill actually captured.
Good news from Foe to Friends is that there's a lot of time. If this hill takes a long time to get, you've got 3 minutes. You've got a chance for this one to at least get through. So, can they get onto the hill? That's the problem. Blah is outright denying them. 4 fall down, and they know that they've trapped them towards that red side ramp. So they get the S7. I think they just pick that one up. TK2 is going to try at least force some damage to make them step off. But now they fight Timer as well as Timing, along with Blah's rotations.
I like this from Glory, getting a little bit more aggressive. It's going to work out in his favor. There's TK2. He's got Snipe Drone at the back of his brain, and he wants to put a bullet in the back of his brain. DMR narrowly finding a frag. Snipe Drone tagged, but not yet fragged. Glory repositioning, but caught midair like a clay pigeon. SLG, now one of the last players alive, as Mighty's does join us back from the respawn screen, and it does seem as if everything's fallen apart for Blah on this hill. They were so damn close to confirming it in their favor from Foe to Friends, they've got to act fast.
1v2, you've got the green spire between you and them. Mighty's gets at least a singular trade, and the thing that is worse off from Foe to Friends is that if they commit to trying to get to this hill, well, then they're going to be very off position. 3 now for Blah. They are on game point, match point, tournament point for the EHL Winter Open Finals. They got to get their way all across the board from where they've been spawning this entire time. TK2 gets blasted out, and now they got to go over towards these boxes.
This has been a tough hill over the course of today's festivities. Mighty's struggling to confirm that frag. Eventually does get it done. A little bit hypnotic, it seemed. Focusing on the wrong things, but that's 4 dead from Foe to Friends. This is a lot of free time that Mighty's can just sit on the hill, chill about, kick his feet up, and put the controller down for a few brief seconds, but he's gonna have to pick it back up. There's 2 barrels that he's forced to stare down. Exchanges his life, and now from Foe to Friends, they've got no options. They have to contest. Doesn't matter what the timer is, doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Well, it kind of does, but you've got to contest.
Use that nade as a way to kind of splash and separate in zone. Doesn't do enough, so we're already halfway over this hill timer. This Baxter is just trying to give sightline sprays. Blah is getting denied. So the next rotation of this is going to go from this hill over to ice. It's an easy pickup to move from Foe to Friends over towards that spot, and they'll have the Shroud. Are they going to try and deny them? They cannot do so, so they at least grab a second hill. Ice hill will open up. S7 is where they go to retreat to and find that power weapon if they can. You have a couple that are coming from Foe to Friends from the red side, but look at how they're already shutting them down.
Enemy team took the hill.
Points being racked up once again from Blah. So from Foe to Friends, they're not quite out of the woods just yet. This is getting tough. This is getting ever more constricting. 3 kills found from Foe to Friends. That's a full team wipe momentarily that Blah are suffering. So this should be valuable progress that from Foe to Friends can now start to build up as well. Another very crucial find with the sidekick of all things. Love it when that particular gun gets a little bit of love as well.
Ugly little gun, but as long as it finds a mark, that's what matters. One last team fight. That's what's gonna happen here. If they stagger, Law is gonna let this one go to a 7th hill. From Foe to Friends, they have 1 man remaining. That is Suspense. The hill is now free and open. 95 seconds. S7 in the hands of Glory. He wants to take an off-flank position if he can to catch from Foe to Friends to try and come up. He at least tags him onto the shin. Wants to be able to land a second shot. Cannot do so. QT will be on the rise. This hill is gaining some time in favor of Blah, but all 4 are down for Blah. Hill 7 might be inevitable.
Let's see, before Glory's able to respond, this, yeah, I think can be converted very easily, but the nades, they start coming on through. Backs, he just needs to stay behind that big rockin'. We're so damn close, you could basically put your finger right towards it, and 2 more seconds will confirm it. But no one's near enough, all 4 dead from Foe to Friends. And it all comes down to this. This truly will be the last fight. The last stand for Blah. Either we do it all again with a 7th and final hill, or it's all said and done right here and right now. From Foe to Friends, they managed to get away with it. They do lock in a 3rd point of their own. 70 seconds left. 1 hill. It comes down to all of this.
Sneaking behind enemy lines. Blah was holding that line. And now Blah see themselves on the outside looking in from Foe to Friends, trying to finish the fight. You've got Baxter, the lone man up. He's going to try and at least survive long enough to hold this spawn side so that Blah cannot take over this corridor. Everyone fighting from off of this backside of the alleyway. They go one way. Snipe drone comes up the other. Gets rid of Mighties. You've got 3 men coming up. Alex Shock. He's going to be crucified at the doorway. Glory wants to be able to take down former teammate. SLG will find him in the rafters, and finally some progression begins. Less than 40 seconds to go.
Starting to get very nervous for both squads equally. I cannot lie to you. It's been one for the history books. This entire series, this entire grand final. Alex Shock finds 1. It's going to be Bax to trade things back off yet again. It's still very even. It's so difficult to tell these 2 teams apart. It's just been gradually and progressively getting better and better. From Foe to Friends, really putting up one hell of a fight in this case. And the suspense could be the difference maker as well. Alex Shock now looking to contribute himself from up above, but he's going to go down. The sole bastion of defense for the side of Blah. SLG as well, now moving from that outside area, struggling to find the suspense, struggling to find each other. Eventually, Glory will go, it will be Glory to find it. Zed Mighties as well. Alex Shock, 2 kills for the boys in blue. This is a crucial turning point as the timer's flashing red. We've got 5 seconds left to go of contention.
Trying to be able to burn through the regular timer. S7 in the hands of Glory. He's already got half the team down. Might be able to finish it out here. Stuck in a corner. This is not where you want to be if you're from Foe to Friends. They have to get up. They have to stand on the hill. They're just not going to do so. They can't splash nade them. And then it'll be Blah. SLG, Alex Shock, Mighties, and Glory will be your EHL Winter Open 2025 champions.
Congratulations to them and commiserations to From Foe to Friends, but that was still one hell of a performance that they put up through and through. And even though the score line does read 3-1 to close things off, aside from that opening map of CTF, it really didn't feel like a 3-1 series. It was so much closer than either of us really could have pictured from the very beginning. From Foe to Friends, they definitely played their hearts out, and sure, they can be the only team in this series at this part of the calendar year to really take a map even off of this Blah roster, but they still put up one hell of a performance.
Really did so. I mean, Glories and Mighties and SLG, everyone showing up for the side of Blah, but from Foe to Friends, I feel like that was a squad that was really just holding it together, fighting their way through this bracket, by the way. They met with these guys once before in that upper semifinal. They were dropped down in a very close 3-0, And then they went into a Game 3 against TXM, a Game 5 against Among Us, a Game 5 against Lahazi, and then forced a Game 4 against a team that had not been smudged with imperfection at all from the previous Open to now. So they go 24-1, the one to be remembered from foe to friends, but blah. Will be your champions this time around. Good love from the European community, be able to find these guys moving their way and finding that crown at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And even though it took us 2 weeks and a little bit to get all the way here, part of me also kind of feels like this could have been a bit of an expected result when you've got a team like Blah that is stepping up to the pedestal. Yes, there's been a lot of great competition that almost managed to, potentially just scrape off not even necessarily a map, a series, we would have thought, because we have that level of talent, quality talent within Europe. But turns out, no, it really was from foe to friends that proved to be the only team capable of even getting close to that dream. Still, though, congratulations to Blah for taking, well, all the marbles this time around. And that kind of means that we've also come to a bit of an abrupt end for the competition at EHL this time around.
Yep, it's 17 days before New Year's Eve, and this will be the end for at least Halo for right now. There's a lot of plans in the near future for European Halo League, and of course for just Halo Infinite and its dormancy from HCS for the communities to come up and rise. It's been a really fun year, Two Doors. We've seen a ton of great production as well as just improvements from what we've seen from previous 2 years that I've now fully been hanging out with the European side of Halo. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege. Shout it over to our production today with Infinity, Meg, Drax, as well as James and Reed in the background running things with us, as well as being able to have yourself, Two Door, Adam, as well as Seal all today. It's been a fun ride, man. Any last thoughts before we, basically 2.5 weeks before the new year kicks over?
Yeah, exactly. It's all going by so damn quickly. It feels a little bit scary as well, but I personally could not be more excited for technically, obviously, what is to come in the new year, as it's gonna be something that we haven't really seen in what feels like ages. Yeah, sure, the mainline esports title is kind of a bit on the back burner, and that means that we've got, we kind of have the freedom as EHL to do a little bit more of our own things and really give back to the grassroots community and start organizing as well. But before I do sort of forget, we also do have the free-for-all winter tournament, which is going to be happening very, very shortly. I believe that's going to be on the 17th, which is in 3 days' time as well. So, if you're thinking to yourself, I'm looking for a little bit more competition, screw it, sign up. Why the hell not? You can find everything down below. If you just click to join our Discord, you will somehow be redirected into participating in FFA if you want to.
You definitely can. I will not be at that one. It's in the middle of the work week, but I know that all of you guys will be showing up, and we'll get to have ourselves a free-for-all champion. So that'll be really cool to witness. Either way, though, this is my last one for the European side of things, and you guys have been a blessing. I've been cursed with having such a great time with you guys, and that's all I could ever ask for. But for today, this is it. Shout out to our champs over with Blah. Make sure you give them a lot of love. Make sure to follow this channel as well as all the socials for EHL. But for tonight, I'm Hell Monkey Man. That is Two Doors. You have been fantastic. We'll see you next time.
Found me right here. I'm running out of air. Coming up from the deep.
Killing spree.
Drowning right here. But you're the one who cared.
Double kill.
Showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, take for you to ever let it go. You got a dark side hiding like a ghost. But if you let me see through, I promise I will keep you close. Underneath the surface fire